The battlefield was like a real hell. On the ground lay a whole wall of slain soldiers who were defending their rights. There was an extremely large number of them. The dead fighters slowly bled from the mortal wounds they received. One of the soldiers promised himself to return alive at any cost. He stood on the battlefield to the last. Despite the fact that the percentage of the dead far exceeded the living, the warrior was not going to die in this battle. The battle unfolded on a huge territory that covered more than a hectare. It was like a burnt forest. The battle began unexpectedly with just one order from the commander. The warriors immediately began to cut each other to pieces. Not sparing each other, the fighters fought mercilessly. With the passage of time, there were more and more victims. A man entered the battlefield who used his strength advantage and destroyed a couple of enemies. He announced that he had come here to destroy everyone. It was a Hangu guild commander named Magi. He assessed the situation and realized that the warriors of the enemy clan were at the northern gate. Therefore, the southerners were defenseless. The commander ordered his wards to kill everyone, and the reward awaits them very soon. The south gate of the Hengjin clan was under assault. The battlefield fell silent in anticipation for a few minutes. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out in one of the sections of the southern gate. It was accompanied by a bright purple light in the distance. The fighters of the Hangu guild began to scatter in different directions from such an attack. It was a huge burst of magical energy. The fighters saw in front of them one warrior who was sweeping away everything in his path. They felt the full power of his martial arts. This young man in the red cloak was not going to surrender his territory to the assault, so he was forced to put up a deadly resistance. Commander Magi himself was shocked no less than his charges. He took a favorable position for defense and prepared for the offensive. But he did not expect that the enemy would approach so quickly. In a moment, the young man was at Maga's feet and delivered a powerful blow. This caused a giant shock wave that scattered dozens of fighters in different directions who could not do anything. The warrior used a technique called the Gate of the Goddess of Mercy. The entire squad, including the commander, were defeated. The young man stood firmly on his feet, covering himself with a stream of energy, and watched as his opponents helplessly flew apart. All this happened at the foot of one of the hills. The warriors of the Hangu guild were shocked by this turn of events. The young man in the red cloak calmed down a little. His opponents did not know what to expect from him next. Then the young man looked at the hill to his right and decided to climb it so that he could be seen on every part of the battlefield. He loudly introduced himself as a young man with heavenly power. He was a retainer of the Honjin clan named Jin One. He was very angry with his opponents for daring to invade foreign lands and kill people there. But the young man added that he knew that there were those on the battlefield who had been forced to carry out this assault, so he said that he would spare their lives if they immediately left. Heng's warriors had heard of this young man who had almost reached god level in martial arts. They were a little afraid of him. Jin One continued his performance, ordering to get out of here. Opponents did not understand why he arranged all this. The young man continued his speech and addressed the enemies with an order to return to where their families are waiting for them. He added that he also had no desire to senselessly shed other people's blood on the battlefield for some incomprehensible purpose. One of Heng's warriors understood these words better than anyone else. Hearing the word family, he remembered that he must return to her at any cost. The warrior was mortally wounded but managed to stay on his feet. His body was like a scarred effigy. The rest of the fighters continued to watch as the enemy was ousted with speeches. They still didn't understand why. Suddenly something forced a wicked smile on their faces. A completely different atmosphere began to prevail in their units. It was all caused by what they saw before them. One of them was rapidly approaching the enemy while he was sharpening his swords. In a moment, the wounded young man found himself near the enemy's body and pierced him with his spear, mentally speaking about his family. He drove his weapon deeper and deeper into the enemy's body and said that he would return home only with his dead head. Jin One did not expect such a turn of events. He turned his head back and was about to counterattack the enemy. The young man swung his hand with the hope of catching the enemy, but the latter found the strength to evade the attack. After that, the Hunj warrior made another blow with the spear to the opponent's body and bent over him, pushing him off the hill. After a fraction of a second, the fighters were already in the air and falling down. The man who won introduced himself as Yung Guan, who had killed the host of the enemy clan. After that, he ordered his allies to attack the enemies again to capture the western gate and get the reward. The soldiers immediately rushed into battle. Jin-won's body landed on the ground with Young-guan pinning him to the ground. Jin-won was not in a very fighting condition. His body continued to bleed and his face looked like a ripe tomato. Young-guan picked up one of the rocks he found nearby and swung it at the enemy to finish him off. Hung's warriors continued their assault on the west gate, while Zhongguan finished his work using a natural resource. There was only one thought in his head, that he would definitely return home alive despite the strength of his opponents. This fight was over and Young-guan came out victorious. He raised his head to the sky and began to sigh heavily. His breathing was erratic due to fatigue and a large number of injuries. However, the young man was not going to give up. He was on his knees and addressed his father named Cho-sun, asking him to wait for him. There was a positive atmosphere in the shelter of the Hanggu Guild. Someone was surprised that Young-guan came back alive again despite being wounded. The young man was sitting on a bench and had lunch. He was praised for his incredible strength and courage in carrying out such missions. It was Hanggu's chief of staff named Tae-ho who wanted to become the head of Hanggu's guild thanks to the success of his charge Zhongguan. John asked about the award. Tae-ho replied that the reward would not make him wait long and today he would make a feast for the whole army. Young-guan replied that he didn't mean that at all. Under his feet was a bag containing Ji-won's head. He looked at his boss and said that they had a certain agreement and the head of the Hangjin clan's host is already 20. Tae-ho looked down on his charge as if not hearing him. He behaved extremely superior in front of the heroic warrior. The deal between the two men was that if Young-guan defeated 20 martial artists, he would be freed. However, Tae-ho had a different opinion on this score. He slowly raised his leg above his ward's head and was about to teach him. He struck the warrior on the wounded left shoulder, showing his superiority. Young-guan let out a loud cry of excruciating pain. Tae-ho pressed his ward against the pillar and pointed him to his place. Zhongguan could not get his freedom because he was sold into military slavery. Those present were simply shocked. Tae-ho added that for such slaves to be freed must be equivalent to dying on the battlefield. The chief said that the young man seemed to defeat the martial arts masters only because of his own strategies. Young-guan didn't expect this kind of behavior from his boss. He gathered all his strength into a fist and was going to deny him. However, Tae-ho was not going to give his charge a chance to make excuses. He began to press hard on his throat. He said that Young-guan was defeating martial artists not because he was a skilled warrior. The young man tried to catch his breath. Continuing to torment his charge, Tae-ho added that Zhong was simply following his strategy like a dog. The chief's face looked too arrogant at that moment. He looked into the eyes of his ward and was about to do something. Tae-ho punched Zhongguan hard in the face, pinning him to the ground, and ordered him to get out of his sight if the warrior still wanted to live. After that, the chief ordered to put the young man in prison. One of the charges warned that all the cells were now filled with prisoners from the Hangjin clan. In this case, the chief ordered to chain the young man somewhere in this area until he becomes obedient again. Young-guan writhed in pain. Tae-ho again turned his face to the disobedient charge and said that he saw no freedom in this life. Zhongguan looked at his superior in return with a pitying look. In this situation, it was all he could do. A week later, a fire broke out in the main building on the territory of the Hanggu Guild shelter. The fire quickly consumed everything it saw. There were loud cries of alarm on the territory. At this time, one young man left the shelter and carried someone's body on his shoulders through the forest. It was Zhongguan who was relentlessly moving forward without stopping for a second. He is used to constant difficulties in life. He finally managed to escape from slavery thanks to this fire, and now he had no way back. John crossed all the bridges and headed towards his fate, carrying someone's inexplicable body in white clothes on his shoulders. Suddenly, the young man felt that arrows were flying in his direction and became very alert. The attack hit directly into the body that Chong was carrying on his back. The warrior immediately decided to change his location and ran away. People shouted from the bushes, and she ordered him to stop immediately. These were supporters of the chief who pursued the culprit. They knew that Chong started this fire to escape from slavery. Young-guan hid behind one of the tree trunks and pleaded with his former friends to just let him go. But the men did not agree. They replied that if they did not catch their former friend, they would be killed themselves. Young-guan decided to take a few seconds to catch his breath. He continued to keep a close watch on his potential enemies. At some point, the young man looked away from the men and looked straight ahead. He felt a certain danger. The feeling did not let Yongguan down. In his peripheral vision, he saw a man on his left who was about to attack him with a sword. Chong immediately reacted to the danger, grabbing the body on his back and throwing it directly under the attacker's body. After that, the young warrior delivered a powerful blow to the enemy's face, which forced him to lean back and not interfere. The blow landed right in the nose of the man, who couldn't do anything about it because Chona was too fast. The young man decided to escape from this place, but his old friends could not allow it. They chased him with loud shouts. One of the opponents hit him on the nose with a sword from behind, but Chong legally dodged the attack and prepared for the next defense. He took the sword from the enemy and used it to cut the head of one of the next opponents, but it was not enough. Taeho's supporters did not stop at anything, so they continued to attack relentlessly. One of them struck unexpectedly. He hit Zhongguan's right shoulder and stuck his knife into it. The young man was in pain and he barely heard a scream from it. Then Chong drew a knife from his shoulder and counterattacked the enemy with it, slicing his neck with the sharp weapon in return. This was followed by another big attack. He ran into the young man at high speed and hit him against a tree trunk. Zhongguan couldn't do anything with that kind of power. He needed to somehow get out of this situation so as not to fall into a trap. Chong grabbed the neck of the enemy with all his strength, who continued to press him against the tree, and broke his neck with his own hands. The man did not expect such a turn of events. His body stopped obeying him because his spine was damaged. Zhongguan was able to escape from the embrace of the greeting and proceeded to attack the enemy whose neck he cut. He rose above him into the air. This old warrior started screaming after the young man landed on him. Screams echoed for a great distance. Zhongguan sat on top of his opponent and continued to punch him, not sparing a second. After a few seconds, the old man's face could no longer be recognized. However, he did not pray for mercy but continued to speak. He said that Yongguan would not be able to run far anyway, as the boss would find out about the beggars and his family very quickly. Zhongguan didn't like the talkative old man very much, so he decided to shut him up with a final punch to the woman's face. After that, the young man stood up to his full height and looked around. He managed to defeat his pursuers and escape. Yongguan remembered his childhood. The events took place 15 years ago in dense green fields located on a slope. The little boy was sitting under a leafy tree, the shadow of which covered the young man's head. His father worked hard in the fields. The man turned to his son and asked if he was going to work at all. Zhongguan asked his father to wait a bit. The father was not satisfied with such an answer and said that he was trying to feed the family, but he was not angry with his son. Suddenly, Yongguan's attention was drawn by someone's humiliating voice calling out to his brother. The boy immediately rose to his feet. In the distance in front of him, the young man saw his little sister, who was calling him and holding her mother's hand. It was Chan's sister named Cho-sung. She smiled in her brother's face and asked if he had harvested much already. Chong will answer that she should look at what he did with his own hands. Jo-sung was very interested when she heard about it. After that, the boy took out a doll from behind his back, which he made with his own hands from straw and fabrics that he was able to use. He wished his little sister a happy birthday by giving her a present that he had been working on for several days. Cho-sung noticed that the doll was not made in the best way, but still decided not to upset her older brother. She replied that he still tried, and despite the fact that she was a little strange, the girl would still protect her. Yongguan was pleased. He looked at the pleasant childlike face of his sister, who understood the full value of this gift. The father did not interfere with his children when they decided to play hide and seek. The children decided who would be first and started the game. 15 years have passed since those times, and this area has not looked so sunny. During this time, the fields have aged a little and turned pale. Yongguan returned to the same place where he used to play hide and seek with his little sister while his father worked nearby. The young man was standing in front of a small mound of earth that served as a grave. An old grandmother stood behind him. The woman said that after Jung went missing, his father went looking for him and met some bad people along the way. The old woman informed the young man, however, that his mother also left this world a long time ago. She did not even think that he would meet his father like this. The grandmother shed bitter tears, pitying the unfortunate young man. She remembered Cho-sung, whose fate had turned the other way. Yongguan continued to cry bitterly over his father's grave. and asked what happened to his little sister. He turned to the old woman and she saw his bitter tears. Yongguan couldn't believe that his family actually no longer existed. After hearing the story from his grandmother, Zhongguan went in search of Zhou Sung. His first stop was Moxen Fortress. A wonderful atmosphere reigned on the main square of the city. People were constantly discussing today's event among themselves. There are courtesans to be present at tonight's event, and people wanted to see some Mengwu as there are rumors of her beauty. Yongguan felt quite confused. His ears were bursting with information that could be heard from every corner of the market. Merchants tried to sell their goods as quickly and as expensively as possible. Some traded in leather suits, some in cooking pots, and some in firewood. Cho Sung was taken away by powerful people after being left alone. Yung Guang came to the main structure in this place. He tried to get inside to ask where his sister had gone. The old woman informed the boy that his sister could be adopted. Yung Guan tried to at least ask the guards about Zhou Sung, but no one even knew her name in these parts. The young man was very upset when he could not learn even a drop of information about his sister. He decided to wait a bit. Towards evening the ceremony began, for which the whole population was waiting as much as they wanted to see the beautiful girls. Guards carried canopies with which they covered the girls through the central square. People tried to move closer to examine everyone. Zhang Guan continued to walk around the market looking for his sister without success. He kept repeating that he would definitely find her. However, the reality was a little different. The young man did not give up his hopes and plunged into memories when he easily found his sister. That same day they were playing hide and seek, and Yung Guan found his little sister in the potty and wasn't even surprised. The brother and sister were delighted to play hide and seek. Yung Guan remembered those times perfectly, and finding Chai Sung was the best thing for him. In the central square, the beautiful hair of one of the models was developing, which shone with its light color against the background of the sun's rays. People were charmed by the beauty of this girl. Yung Guan also decided to get closer to the crowd to see what was going on. He didn't care what was going on there, but he had to look for clues to find Cho San, and that could be done in the crowd. Then the young man saw a real miracle in front of him in a pink dress. The fair-haired girl had a confident look and held a fan in her hands. Yung Guan was literally speechless after seeing this girl in front of him. He looked more closely at her features. In the end, Zhang found something similar to little Chai Sun's facial features. He realized that his search had come to an end. In his head, the young man equated the faces of two girls who were the same person but already of different appearance and different status. Zhang Guan shouted his sister's name loudly throughout the square, calling her out. People looked at the young man cautiously. Everyone turned their heads in the direction of the man who shouted a name they didn't know loudly except for the fair-haired girl. She stopped her forward movement and stopped in place. None of those present understood what was happening. The girl slowly turned her head back, covering her face with a fan, and waited for the young man's further actions. At that moment, Yung Guan pressed through the crowd into the central square and addressed the girl, once more calling her Cho Sung. The young man clearly confused his own sister in this girl and asked her if it was really her, and he was not mistaken. Maid Man Wool asked her mistress what this young man was talking about. The girl understood everything perfectly but did not give any answer. She looked down at the young man who was dressed in ragged rags and called everything that was happening some kind of horror. Zhang Guan was simply shocked by the girl's behavior. He couldn't understand why his sister would say such things. Meng Wu turned away from the casual passerby and headed forward, led by her servants. Zhang Guan remained standing still as if he had been buried. A few days ago, Zhang Guan was in the dungeon of the Hanggu Guild, which was located in the main building. An old grandfather was sitting with him in the cell, with whom the young man was having a conversation. He assumed that the old man had lost his mind and could tell him everything. John was chained to the wall and sat on the ground. He began to tell that he had been kidnapped and sold into slavery when he was a child. The young man did not remember everything in detail, but only that it happened in the mountains. The little boy got lost and they decided to make money from him. Chong continued and said that for the next 15 years, he lived away from his family, and every day he thought about whether he would live to see tomorrow. Thoughts about his father and about Chosen never left the young man. It was the only thing that allowed Yung Guan to continue his life of worthlessness. He said that Tae Ho promised to let him go home on one condition, but he just had to live as a dog for 15 years. Zhang Guan considered all martial arts masters to be equal to the top one. The old man seemed not to listen to the interlocutor and was minding his own business. Zhang added that each master would act superior just because he had a little more power than the average person. According to the young man, the current masters only possess martial arts and they lost their nobility a long time ago. Chan was already shackled and he could not hold back. He wanted to break out of the trap and kill everyone in the Hungu Guild. Outside their cell hung 2 keys that were supposed to open the cage and shackles. I could reach them with my hand, but the cage was in the way. Zhang continued to tell the old man that he just wanted to return to his family and wondered how his father was doing. While Zhang was monologuing about his family, the old man was doing something magical with his gray hair, trying to rub it with his fingers. At some point, the prisoner's efforts turned out to be in vain, and he lit a fire on the way and then reached for the keys. With his tuft of gray hair, the old prisoner skillfully removed some of the keys that were supposed to help them escape. Zhang Guan didn't understand what was happening at first, but he only heard an inexplicable noise. He quickly turned his head to the left. The young man was simply shocked when he saw an old man holding keys in his hands. Grandfather did not say a word to the young man. Next, he began to free Chan from his shackles. The young man asked why the grandfather continues to sit in prison if he could have escaped a long time ago. The old man freed the young man's hands but never gave him an answer to the question. Zhang tried to find an answer in the old man's face. Then he concluded that the old man just needed help and suggested that he escape from here right now. Zhang Guan decided that they needed some kind of cover and a fire in the main building would be a great option so they wouldn't be noticed. The basement of the main building on the territory of the Hunghu shelter began to burn and emit black smoke that was impossible not to notice. The fire reached the first floor. Taeho quickly came to the structure and asked how that fool managed to escape so easily. The chief was very angry with the young man whom he had raised since childhood. Taeho was informed that the building was mostly intact. However, this was the last thing that worried the chief. He turned to Magi, who was his right hand, and was about to give an order. He ordered to find Zhang Guan and bring him alive. Looking at the sign of the Hungu Guild, Magi asked why he was alive. Taeho continued to rage and replied that even 10 times killing this bastard would not be enough for the crime he had committed, so he had to come up with something else. Meanwhile, Zhang Guan was already very far away from Heng's hideout. His search for his family led him to Moxen Fortress. Here he met a pretty girl who reminded him of his sister, but the blonde didn't want to admit it and moved on. Meng Wul, as the girl was called, went on and said that everything was fine with her, and that she did not even know this young man. Zhang Guan did not give up on his attempts to reach out to his sister. He shouted loudly after her, calling her various names. Suddenly the young man had to be stopped with a weapon when he almost approached the lady. Yung Guan was able to dodge at the last moment. He was stopped by a slim girl dressed as a warrior and holding a sharp sword in front of her. She asked the stranger who he was. Yung Guan said to get out of the way and not to disturb him and continued to shout to Jo Sung that he was the one who finally found her brother. The lady who stopped the stranger on the way to the girl ordered her wards to take care of the stranger as needed. Zhang Guan was captured by security in the main square. All this was observed by a suspicious young man who hid his face in the crowd. The guards took the stranger from the main square so that he would not disturb the parade of courtesans and brought him to themselves. The guards started an instructive conversation with the ruffian who dared to oppose the personal protection of the heavenly city of love. The men started mocking the young man and saying that his hormones must have just kicked in when he saw such beautiful girls. They added that their girls are the most beautiful and you can approach them only when you are a rich and successful person. One of the guards began to say that it is also a dream to earn a lot of money to at least drink from Meng Wul. Another wanted it too. After hearing the unwelcome attitude of the men towards his sister, Yung Guan decided to teach them a lesson and punched one of them in the face. The other guard also did not stand aside and got his. Zhang Guan began to beat the guards without foreseeing the consequences. Before that, the guards just wanted to scare the stranger and let him go, but now their pride prevented them from doing so. Zhang Guan ordered the guards to shut their dirty mouths and not dare to defile his sister with their filthy and lewd thoughts. The guards realized that it would not work out well with the tramp, so they took out their swords and said that they would not leave him alive. One of the guards delivered a powerful sword blow, ordering the enemy to die, but the latter was able to avoid the attack. The guards began to attack the young man, but he continued to fight them off. At that moment, the same guy from the crowd was watching the action. He hid behind the counter and watched as the guards were surprised and fell from the blows of the stranger who was defending his sister's honor. After all, Guan couldn't resist a whole group of guards for long. They cornered him and held him tight. One of the guards delivered a powerful blow to the robber's face to teach him a lesson and shut him up forever. Guan fell to the floor and the men started kicking him. They called him too high-minded and were going to finish him off. They continued to kick him and promised to beat him to such a state that he would not even be able to walk on his own. The guards did not stop for a second and kicked the robber's body. Something flew over their heads. Suddenly, one of the guards stopped harassing the young man and turned his attention to a small ball that fell near his feet. Before the guard had time to assess the situation, this bullet exploded and carried with it a huge amount of smoke, possibly poisonous. The guards found themselves in a smoke trap and could not do anything about it. They literally suffocated and coughed incessantly. Guan was also affected by this smoke and couldn't understand why he was having such a hard time breathing and couldn't see anything at all. At that moment, a mysterious guy who was hiding his face approached the young man from behind and told him to immediately follow him. Chan did not have time to find out who he was because he had to save himself, so the young man went after the stranger. The mysterious boy led Chan to a bridge where they were safe and could hide for a while. Chong immediately went into the water and began to drink from the river like an animal. The stranger advised the young man to completely immerse his head in the water. He added that there is no need to rub your face with your hands because it will only get worse. The guy said that such bombs are made only in one place. Moving away from the peppery smoke of the bombs, Guan turned his head to the stranger and asked him who he was. The guy introduced himself as Man Ji. He added that he is simply a good man who saved the young man from trouble and he should be thanked. Still in the water, John thanked the boy for saving him. Man Ji was very surprised that the young man had good manners. He turned to Chan again and asked why the guards were beating him since he is not even a local and knows nothing. Guan replied that he was sure it was Jo Sung. He thought it all quite strange and decided to meet the girl again. Man Ji watched his interlocutor intently and did not understand what he was talking about because he did not explain anything. However, the stranger found out something. He offered to help Chong to get to the courtesans because he knows the secret passage. Man Ji added that he would show the way if necessary. Guan was very interested in this information because he really needed it. Night has come in the heavenly city of love. A small town in the forest glistened with bright lanterns against the background of night darkness. Beautiful girls lived in one of the newest buildings. One of them was sitting on the windowsill right now and looking ahead. This is Bella Manwoo, who was approached by a friend and told her that she did a very good job today. Menval was not very happy. However, she kept a pleasant tone of conversation and praised her friend in return. Su Ran, that was the name of her friend, was going to go to the market early tomorrow morning, so she went to bed. Su Ran asked if Mangwoo would like to go with her since the goods are very good in the morning. The girl replied that she wanted to sleep. Su Ran continued to be interested in her friend's life and asked her what kind of tramp he was who was trying to reach out to her on the street. Mengwoo replied that she did not know this young man at all. Su Ran knew perfectly well that her friend was lying because she never paid attention to other people. She began to annoy Manwoo as much as possible and pressed herself against her. Su Ran wanted to be told everything because it was interesting. Mengwoo decided to satisfy her friend's curiosity after all, and replied that it seemed to be her brother. Su Ran was very surprised by this as her friend hadn't seen him in over 10 years and asked if she was happy, to which Mengwoo replied in the negative. She explained that she had to go through a lot during this time. Every day she wanted to kill herself. Su Ran listened to her friend's story of how she lived in dog-like conditions just to be fed and given a roof over her head. She was very angry with her brother for the fact that he appeared only at such a moment and now wants to be considered a member of the family. Mengwoo added that her brother abandoned her when she was young, and she does not care for a person who puts family values the lowest in life. All this time, Guan stood on the ground and listened to the girl's conversation. He was simply shocked when he heard such conclusions from his sister. She also wished him dead. Jo Sung no longer wanted to go back to the past that was like hell. She said that she does not want to let anyone into her life. The girl continued to blame her brother, who appeared before her only now and before that did not help at all. Su Ran became emotional after these words. She looked at her friend with pitying eyes and wanted to somehow calm her down. She told Manwoo that she had been an orphan all her life and had no idea what the word family even meant. Su-ran added that she still tries to understand Myung-woo and feels her pain that life brought her and left her an orphan. Meng-woo hugged her friend tightly and told her not to cry as they are fine now. The girls tried to calm each other down. Menval added that now they have no right to consider themselves orphans as there are those around who are always ready to support and help. Young-gwan continued to stand on the ground leaning against the tree and listening intently to everything. Meng-woo said that she does not consider her blood relatives to be family. She despised them for not having anyone around but considered her surroundings as family. Zhong-guan almost left his chin under a tree at those words. Myung-woo continued to hug her friend Su-ran tightly. They didn't quite manage to go to bed early because the conversation was like that. Young-guan watched the girls with round eyes and couldn't believe that Jo-sung didn't want to not only see him but also know him. Suddenly, he drew the young man's attention to something urgent from the girls. Suddenly someone grabbed his right hand as if calling. It was the same boy who had shown him the secret passage to the palace where Jong was able to watch and listen to his sister. Man-ji noticed that the young man was still looking at the girls and asked how long he would stand still. Young-guan did not give the interlocutor any answer. He stopped reacting to it as soon as he saw it. Ma-ji then left some of his belongings in Jong's charge and said that he needed to be distracted on business urgently. The boy left Chan under a tree in the palace and told him to wait here and he would come back when he finished his business. Ma-ji seemed to have gone to the night city. It was so quiet outside that you could hear the wind rustling the leaves. However, Ma-ji did not go to the city. He remained within this building and reached the roof where he hid from prying eyes. He was on his way to his errands, which required the boy to cross the roof to the other end of the building. The boy at home covered the required distance and ended up at the other end of the building. After that, he decided to jump off the roof. He had a clear plan and Young-guan was a part of it. Ma-ji wanted to steal the valuables and disappear, which he thought was the best solution. He was jumping over the roof. The guy perfectly understood that wealth should be kept in the state institution where the courtesans are. Ma-ji landed behind the guard's back. He was as careful as possible so that no one would hear or notice him. He decided to frame Jong-guan in order to avoid being caught himself as he still had many valuable things to do. The guy quietly entered the territory of the building where the courtesans slept and headed for the most valuable. The girls were fast asleep at that moment. Mikji saw his victim as a perfect base since everything would be blamed on him and the guy himself was searching the girls. He took out one of the girls' jewelry and looked at it. After assessing the situation, the boy decided that it was definitely not the most valuable. He knew very well that Young-guan knew how to fight, so he would fight back and buy even more time for him to escape. Ma-ji got a chance to be unnoticed and take all the riches for himself. He headed for the room ahead of him. The boy slowly and quietly approached the front door and opened it. This was supposed to be the main storehouse of precious jewelry. Ma-ji didn't miss out on a place to rob. His eyes immediately caught the golden reflection of the precious things in the boxes. The boy was not surprised as he had thought through everything to the smallest detail. All he had to do was quietly take everything away. It was still dark outside. The city lay in deep silence as if the entire population had died out at one moment. Young-guan continued to sit by the tree with his back against the trunk. He could not come to his senses and guarded the artifact. He constantly thought about his little sister who had turned into a real beauty. The young man could not find an excuse. He understood that when Jo-sung needed his support the most, he disappeared. Young-guan really couldn't consider himself part of the family. The young man did not know what to do in this situation. He knew he couldn't do anything because Cho-sung wouldn't listen to him. Suddenly, on the territory of the courtesan's palace, something wrong began to happen. One of the guards checked the room with the valuables. His surprise at that moment knew no bounds. He could not understand where everything had disappeared so suddenly and imperceptibly. Young-guan heard shouts from the palace about some thief. The girls also woke up and noticed that their jewelry was gone. At this moment, Ma-ji's cargo started burning. The palace continued to be in chaos due to the fact that the thief might be somewhere nearby. Young-guan immediately turned his attention to the item Ma-ji had left for him. He was somewhat alarmed by the fact that it was burning. Literally after a couple of seconds, this artifact burst into flames on the territory of the palace. Guan couldn't understand what was going on here. And immediately after this explosion, the guards noticed that someone was in the palace grounds and started poking their fingers at Chan. It was difficult not to notice an explosion of such a scale. There were only a few buildings on the territory of this city which dominated the explosion in height. Guan immediately decided to run away, as he realized that he was in danger again. But the course of events was still incomprehensible to the young man. There were loud shouts on the territory of the palace which announced that the robber had just run in the direction of the dense green forest. Zhang ran forward as hard as he could, seeing no obstacles in his way. He wondered why that mysterious bag had suddenly burst into flames. However, there was nothing to change. The young man continued to run through the forest in order not to be caught, as he perfectly understood the consequences of this. Leaving the scene of the crime, Guan felt danger from his back and immediately turned his head on reflex. His sense, as always, did not let the young man down. The same girl who gave the order to the guards to deal with him moved towards him from behind. Guan dodged the powerful sword strike in time and saved his life. He was in a very difficult position. The boy landed on the ground after dodging the attack and looked at his would-be opponent. It was quite dangerous. The woman who chased the robber immediately recognized his face. She was somewhat shocked to see the young man in front of her. She turned to the robber and said that during the entire pursuit she did not get the feeling that she saw him somewhere. And now her guesses were confirmed. The woman considered the young man the day before to be an ordinary vagabond, but he turned out to be a robber as well. Guan was shocked by such a statement. He did not understand why he was called a robber and immediately denied this fact. But the woman did not want to listen to him. She ordered him to shut up and struck him with a sword which Chong managed to dodge. While attacking the young man, the woman asked him where he had taken all the stolen things. Jung couldn't understand what she was even talking about. Landing on the ground with his hands, the young man decided that he was stupid enough to defend himself and was going to use a stone in the fight. He blocked another sword strike with a natural resource and informed the woman that he was not guilty of anything at all. However, she did not believe him. The woman emphasized that the young man was caught at the scene of the crime, so nothing would help him. Guan realized that no matter what he said, the woman still wouldn't believe him. Therefore, he decided to act in advance. The young man grabbed hold of the vines and lifted them up. Thus, he managed to knock his opponent off his feet with an unexpected attack. The woman could not foresee this, therefore she could not do anything. She fell powerlessly to the grassy ground. After that, the warrior looked at her opponent with horror on her face. After that, she began to fear him somewhat. Guan was angry with the woman because he had already informed her several times that he was not a thief at all. The young man emphasized that he did not want to fight with the girl and told her to stop if she did not want to get hurt. The woman continued to lie on the ground and listened carefully to her opponent. The last words literally shocked her. She glared at her enemy and asked him what he had just said, referring to the girls. The woman began to threaten the young man, and Chong was frightened by the fact that his opponent began to confidently and slowly rise from the ground. She warned the young man, however, that she would tear his mouth open if he allowed himself to make such a statement even once more. Guan immediately wanted to justify himself to the girl. He said that she simply did not understand him that way and everything is simpler. But it was already too late for ordinary words. The woman delivered a powerful blow with which she was able to damage the enemy's left shoulder. After that, the female warrior began to make skillful movements with her sword, which Chong was simply shocked and unable to follow. The woman delivered a powerful blow with her sword, hitting the opponent's eye. Zhang couldn't do anything at such lightning speed. His eye was wounded in an unequal battle. The first blood was spilled on the battlefield. Chong had to endure all this. Literally in a fraction of a second, the healthy eye of the young man was shocked by what he saw in front of him in the following seconds. The woman was about to use a sword technique, and Guan then realized that this girl turned out to be a martial artist. The martial arts master could be described with words of martial arts and nobility. It was passed down from generation to generation. Masters of martial arts were forced to constantly keep their body and moral state of the inner self in good shape. In times when two warring sides were at war, martial arts masters acted as heroes who took power into their own hands. They could fight with their fists or fight with weapons. All this singled out one warrior among 100 ordinary soldiers. Now one of those people was threatening Guan. He felt her power on his face and bloody blood spilled onto the ground. The young man immediately grabbed the upper part of his left eye to at least stop the bleeding a little while continuing to watch the enemy. After performing her lightning attack, the woman stopped for a moment and prepared to perform her next attack. Zhang could judge her danger with just one look. Her sword flashed brightly in the air, symbolizing her power. The woman swung her sword again and rose into the air to use the sky-reaching sword technique. She delivered several accurate and deadly blows to the enemy, who was forced to retreat and evade the attack. Zhang Guan was having a hard time at this moment. One of the woman's blows hit him in the thigh of his left leg, and a deep wound opened there. Zhang had never met a woman who was a martial artist before, and now he was on the verge of dying at her hands. He only had time to look at the lightning speed of the master's sword, but by no means did he have time to move quickly. After conducting another attack, the woman was able to reach the opponent's body again, this time hitting his neck. Zhang Guan was thrown helplessly into the air by the impact. It was very difficult for him to fight with the master of martial arts. The young man fell powerlessly to the ground, rolling on it and sighing heavily from unbearable pain all over his body. Chong hid behind the trunk of one of the trees and held his neck. He perfectly understood his position and thought about how to escape. The young man had by no means expected that the opponent would be so strong, and even with all his efforts, he would still not be able to defeat her. John looked at his enemy and thought about trying to lure her into the surrounding bushes where the sword was more difficult to use. The woman stood in one place for some time and looked with her eyes for her opponent, who managed to hide from her for a moment in the forest. Noticing something moving in front of her, the warrior immediately grabbed her sword and swung it from behind to strike. She launched a powerful attack that was accompanied by a ricochet from the air and hit the target behind the tree. Chong had no way of predicting that the enemy would succeed in striking him when he was in a safe place. Having struck the opponent, the master of martial arts immediately headed towards him, so that he could no longer escape from her. The battlefield was constantly changing, and the soldiers had already almost approached the edge of the cliff, at the end of which the forest ended. The woman displayed the sword before the defeated opponent and told him that he must suffer the punishment before she took him back to the city. She asked if it wasn't about the money at all, and he just wanted to look at the girls, and the money was an additional reward. The master of martial arts was very serious and said that she would not spare a single part of the young man's body. At that moment, Yung Guan fell to his knees in front of the woman and begged her for mercy. He himself did not expect this from himself. The young man called himself an ordinary ignoramus who did not recognize the head of the guard and talked to everyone. He asked not to kill him. The woman was simply shocked by this turn of events. She by no means expected that the young man would fall on his knees in front of her. The guard leader began to sheath her sword and said that the man had no sense of self-control and asked why he didn't tell everything right away. The woman said that it should end there and that people like Zhang should not even be taught because one can only feel sorry for them. But Yung Guan had a completely different opinion on this score. It was part of his devious plan that he was about to put into practice. The young man got up from his knees as quickly as possible and approached the woman standing in front of him, grabbing her right elbow. After that, Chong thought it necessary to knock the sword out of the master's hands so that she could not cause him any more harm. The leader of the guard did not cease to be surprised by the behavior of this robber. She called him a scumbag while he attacked her. The woman was now forced to continue the fight without her sword, which flew off to the side and landed right in the middle of the tall grass. Zhang explained to the woman that he was even ready to get down on his knees if he wanted to live and go home, which she definitely would not be able to understand. The woman was somewhat frightened by the fact that the man had pinned her to the ground and now he could do whatever he wanted with her. It was necessary to think about something. Chong continued and said that on the battlefield dozens of spears flew at him, and there was not even a moment to rest and no one to help him. Before delivering the final blow, the young man promised the woman that he would not kill her but just put her to sleep. However, the security leader had a completely different opinion. She was not going to die or sleep, so she decided to act now. She struck a preliminary blow with her left hand on the young man's body. The blow hit directly into the wound from which blood was already flowing. Yung Guan screamed in pain and was forced to retreat. The woman gained the upper hand on the battlefield and said that she would no longer spare such a liar. She continued to step on the young man, trying to fight him off. Chong ordered them to stop as they were in danger ahead. But the leader of the guard did not want to listen to the young man, so she questioned not only his life but also her own. The two warriors had fallen down from the high hill, and were now falling helplessly, not knowing what would happen to them next. The faces of the fighters constantly met their gazes and cursed each other for what was happening to them now. In the area of this hill where there was a dense forest, a loud explosion rang out announcing a solid landing. The warriors found themselves at the bottom of this huge hill, and were now forced to look at it from the lowlands. It seems that they were unconscious for some time, and the leader of the guard was the first to wake up. She woke up and was lying on the young man's arm. She immediately got scared and scrambled to her feet. The woman looked at the young man who was lying motionless on the ground and almost not breathing. This alarmed and scared her very much. She clutched her heart and thought about what she should do next. At that moment, her security team came to the lady's aid, shining torches down and calling their leader, assuming that she was below. So it turned out. The men saw the woman from below and asked if she was all right. From the look on the girl's face, you could tell that it was not all. After such a difficult night journey, the leader of the guard was finally able to return home almost intact and unharmed. What could not be said about Chong? He still could not regain consciousness, and the guards had to pour cold water on him. All the courtesans gathered on the territory of the palace and watched how the guards tried to lift the robber to his feet. Yung Guan was finally able to come to his senses after everything. Then the guard turned to the lady and said that the robber was captured alive. John opened his eyes and barely lifted his head up to look at the girls who were standing there judging an innocent person. The chief in the palace praised the head of the guard for the fact that she was able to capture the enemy. The woman bowed and left. The lady standing next to Jo Sung told Jong that she didn't care if he was a thief or just a bum, and asked where he had put all the valuables. Jong Guan kept talking about how he doesn't understand anything and he didn't even see any precious things, but he learned about the palace from Manji. Meng Wul was just shocked. She felt a little sorry for her brother, who was not guilty of anything but simply followed a stranger. After these words, one of the guards hit the prisoner, ordering him not to lie. The lady decided that two robbers broke into the palace. The woman decided to give the young man a chance and asked if he did not steal their valuables, why did he sneak into the palace at all? This question left Chong in a stupor. He started stuttering and decided to think about the answer for a while. Above him stood his own sister with the rest of the courtesans looking down at him, waiting for an answer. Zhang Guan remembered the moment when Jo Sung said horrible things about him, that he came into her life at the wrong time. Looking at his sister, the young man asked himself whether it was necessary to tell the truth at all, and what significance it had in the girl's life. The lady decided that the young man had nothing to answer, so he was just trying to come up with an excuse. Zhang continued to deny it. In 10 days a big banquet was planned, but now the courtesans had to go there with nothing. Menval offered to trust her in everything. The girl told the lady that she was already busy, and Meng Wul considered herself a responsible person and promised to solve the problem. She immediately began to perform her duties and ordered one of the guards to quickly lock this robber in a cell. Looking at Zhang, Myung Wul added that she can beat him again if he tries to escape, because everyone has to bear the punishment. The palace on the edge of the city as always looked gorgeous. Somewhere here Che Sen had just executed her own brother's sentence. While Yung Guan was being packed off to prison, Meng Wul's friend assumed that the young man was not guilty but wanted to see his sister. She added that Chong must have just happened to be near the godfather and was accused of theft. Chong sat silently on the ground, chained to the post. His body was dripping with bitter blood. Su Ran persuaded Myung Wul to talk to her brother. However, Meng Wul told her friend to keep her mouth shut, as if anyone overheard their words, the courtesan would instantly lose her trust. She did not want to believe in a different schedule of events, but was inclined to the fact that this robber made his way to the heavenly city of love for a reason. Suddenly the courtesan noticed the head of the guard on her right and called her. This woman was named Ajun. Meng Wul approached the woman and asked her where she thought the robber was able to hide the stolen valuables in the first place. And June replied that she had no idea. She said that when the young man caught her eye, there were no things with him at all. The security leader thought about her actions. Her face froze and her mind drifted to the memories of last night. The woman remembered the moment when she and the robber were forced to fall down a high hill. Then Yung Guan decided to take care of the woman and took her in his arms to soften her landing as much as possible. Coming back to reality, Ajun shook her head and said that it couldn't be. Manhwa did not understand anything. The security guard explained that she really had the feeling that the young man really did not know about any stolen things and was telling the truth. This conclusion from the chief of security made even Manhwa think. She needed to make the right decision. The girl continued to think for several seconds, observing the incredible beauty of the domes of the palace. Then she suggested Su-ran to go shopping together, and she chose a nearby city as the place of shopping. Manhwa suggested that Ah-young also go with them, taking some security people with her. The girls were simply shocked. Su-ran was very happy to hear this news. Manhwa said that this is not just a coincidence and they will be able to look for stolen valuables in pawnshops. Su-ran continued to go crazy with joy, and Zhong in turn refused the offer and asked why her people should accompany them. The woman added that the guards of the heavenly city of love obey only the order of the head lady and tomorrow's exit is not their job. Manhwa decided to explain the situation to the woman and said that she was responsible for this situation and the security couldn't do anything at all. The courtesan hinted at the direct duty of the leader of the guard. Ah-young looked at the girl and could not find the words to object. Manhwa ordered Ah-young to be ready by tomorrow morning for the trip. As always, Su-ran was worried about the situation. Young-guan had to spend the whole night in prison chained to a pillar. At night he had visitors and shed light on him. It was Ah-young who visited the chief prisoner in the heavenly city of love, whom she caught and arrested with her own hands. She approached John and said that if everything he said was true, then he would go with his bodyguards to find the real criminal. The woman ordered her wards to tie up the young man, so that tomorrow he could move on his own on important quests. And Zhong in addition ordered to change his outer clothes and bandages. The woman stood aside and watched Chong. The guards were somewhat wary of this prisoner as they did not understand where he got such scratches and scrapes on his body. The men slowly removed the outer clothing and bandages from the young man's body. Seeing a terrible picture in front of them, they asked what happened to him. The guards immediately started providing first aid. They assumed it might have been the drinks and wondered how he was still alive. And Zhong was just shocked as she watched Zhong's body. The security said that they did not think that he could be a robber with such a body. Young-guan's body really looked very bad. His numerous injuries caused him pain. Most of them came from the sword. And Zhong just watched the wounded prisoner and could not say a word. The men suggested that the young man might be a soldier who had escaped from the war. They continued to give him first aid and wondered how he could bring his body to such a state. The next morning came. The central market of the city came to life and people began to walk on it, each selling their goods. The security went on a trip early in the morning to find the real criminal. They entered the first pawn shop on the way. The men brought a prisoner with them so that he could recognize the robber. One of the guards was showing the portrait to the merchant. The note showed the same guy who framed Chan. However, none of the pawnshops received a positive response. Manhwa said that at the time of the theft everyone had already been notified about it, so the robber was unlikely to hand over the valuables in Moxon Fortress. The girl was satisfied that the robber at least did not sneak into her room and left her valuables alone. She spoke in the presence of all the guards about a thief who is smart enough to frame a person and find a place to sell the valuables. Manhwa asked the guards if they were able to capture a portrait of the robber. One of the men replied that everything worked out for them. Then the lady ordered to make a couple of copies and distribute them on the way, bypassing local pawn shops and grasping for any information. She ordered to take with her the current prisoner who knows the real robber in his face despite his current state. Young-guan stood still and listened intently as his sister talked about how he couldn't be trusted completely. The girl said that if the prisoner dares to do something dangerous, he can be killed immediately on the spot. The security went in search of the young man whose exact portrait they carried with them, but they were not sure that they would find him. The security guard asked Chan if he was sure that the robber looked like that. The young man confirmed his every word. The deputy chief of security ordered his ward to stop looking at the picture and talking to the prisoner and to do his job. The men suddenly started a conversation about Mrs. Manhwa, who was trying to catch the robber with all her might. They considered the girl quite intelligent. But the deputy assumed that the girl simply pushed all the work on them and she herself was drinking somewhere. Zhong-guan was indignant at these words. Manhwa really wasn't going to sit in her room all day and went to a nearby town as she had promised her friend Su-ran. The girls drove into the city and got out of their carriage shining with beauty. They walked confidently along the central street. People around were amazed at the incredible beauty of the girls and said that their beauty could dazzle an ordinary person. Su Ran was very fond of looking at a lot of silk, and when she saw it she immediately ran to the counter calling her friend with her. Su Ran really liked the pink fabric, but it was too heavy. Meng Wuul told her friend to choose anything and she would pay extra for delivery. Su Ran was very happy to hear such news. But she was confused by the fact that now everyone is looking for a criminal and they are having fun in the market. Meng Wuul reassured her friend and said that it was the guard's duty, so Su Ran could continue picking the silk. Su Ran trusted her friend completely. The girls forgot about the robber and went to choose hairpins at another counter. Meanwhile, there was a stranger in the crowd watching the girls. People paid no attention to him. Evening has come in a nearby town. Someone's shadow was visible on the roof of one of the buildings, healing its prey from below. Someone was also hiding behind the wall of this building, hiding his person. They kept a close eye on the beautiful girls on the street. Su Ran and Myung Wool headed home, not even noticing that the day had come to an end. Su Ran suggested that they go to security. At that moment, a man with a knife jumped out from behind the wall and ordered the ladies to stop. He looked a bit strange. After a few seconds, the girls found themselves surrounded by 3 robbers who said that girls should not walk alone. Su Ran was very worried about such situations, but Meng Wuul felt quite confident and did not radiate fear at all. This strange robber thanked the girls for visiting their town and immediately ordered them to give all the money they had. Meng Wuul watched the man carefully and showed no emotion. Meanwhile, Su Ran was very worried about herself. After listening to all the robbers' complaints, Meng Wuul replied that the men appeared even earlier than she expected. The robber could not find out what the girl was talking about. Suddenly he noticed that someone appeared behind him. A bloody fight broke out on the street. Su Ran covered her face with her sleeves so as not to see all the horror before her eyes. It was Ah Yung in the hood. She accompanied courtesans to a foreign city and interceded for them in time. 3 battered men lay on the ground, now begging for mercy, clutching their open wounds. Men Val had her own plans for these men. She said she knows local burglars know each other in close circles. The men were a little shocked and did not understand why she was saying all this. Meng Wuul continued to speak, staring blankly. She asked the men if they often talk to each other and share information or even work together. Not getting an answer, the girl said that if the men want to save their lives, they should help her find the boy in the photo. Meng Wuul could put forward any of her conditions to the worthless robbers and said that they should do everything to find this boy. A couple of hours ago, in the same city of Ojin, someone asked people about a young man who was wearing bandages on his body. It was a thug Magi clinging to people and saying that John should be here. Passers-by were afraid of the naked big man. Suddenly Magi turned to the child and asked about Chan. Manji replied that he is not a child and does not know anything at all. McGee immediately apologized for his words. Manji was very surprised at this and said that he wished the man success in his search. Manji walked around the city contentedly and didn't think about the fact that they might be looking for him now since everything was blamed on John. The street thugs carefully looked at the boy's drawing and said that he was very famous in their narrow circles. The man said that this is an unusual child, a very clever one who has robbed a lot during the whole time but cannot stop in any way. The girls listened to the man say that gangsters usually change the place of their crimes, but this young man was not going to do that. Meng Wuul asked where this boy lived. The man replied that he knew that this teenager lived somewhere in a dense forest. He invited the lady to follow him to find his home. The girls headed for the street's dark forest. They walked through thick bushes and grass. A man was in front and Su Ran was walking behind, leaning on a stick. The girl turned to her friend and said that it was scary and difficult for her. Myung Wool replied that she should have stayed at home, but Su Ran was afraid to be alone. After finding nothing for some time, Ah Jong put her sword to the robber's neck and said that she would cut him on the spot if he was deceiving them. The man reassured the woman and said that he was just here for the first time. Meanwhile, Man Wool turned her attention to something to her right. She looked into the thickets and did not understand why exactly they attracted her attention. The girl stood still as if buried. These thickets were indeed ordinary and no different from the rest in this forest. However, they did not give Men Val peace. The girl decided to quench her curiosity and went to the forest. Su Ran asked her friends where she was going because there wasn't even a path there. Meng Wool did not listen to her friend and just continued forward, not noticing any obstacles in her way. Suddenly she found something. The girl looked ahead through the thick bushes and saw a house there. Her short journey was not in vain. Meanwhile, the rest of the guard and Chong continued their search within the fortress. It was already evening outside. The guard went into a cafe and sat down to have a snack. For the whole day, they did not find a single clue in this area. The deputy chief of security was informed that Mr. Mengwul and the leader had not yet returned. The man assumed that they were already in the dormitory. Yung Guan sat silently in his seat and pondered the events. He tried to put together at least some kind of puzzle in his head. Suddenly the young man interrupted the guard's conversation and asked them if they could visit the same first pawn shop again. The guard slapped the prisoner in the face and asked why they should go back to that worthless pawn shop. Chong looked at the guard with an angry look and replied that in that store they sell more than just gold and silver. Jung remembered the moment when they walked into the building and his nose immediately began to pick up some strange smells. The young man looked to his right and noticed gilded jugs filled with something. He had heard this smell before. Zhang Guan perfectly understood where he had encountered this smell before. These were bombs that a real thief used to hide himself. Even the unexpected explosive that the boy left for Chong was filled with this powder and smelled the same as now. Zhang, remembering the same gunpowder in the jar and its smell, realized that Manji was using it for his plans. The guard listened to the prisoner and returned to the pawn shop. At that time Manji was there and he did not expect the following events. The merchant turned to the boy and said that he had warned him, however, that these thugs might come back here again. Security immediately recognized this guy because his face was exactly the same as the picture the deputy had drawn. Loud screams began to be heard on the territory of the pawn shop. The deputy shouted orders to grab the boy, but it wasn't easy. Manji initially ran away from security at the pawn shop. The merchant shouted to the customers to get out of here because they would destroy his store. Manji ran out of the store, kicking the front door with his feet. The deputy immediately ordered his wards to pursue the boy. The men stormed out of the store and Manji was already running away. He was somewhat alarmed and did not expect such a chase. Suddenly the boy was forced to wonder even more when Zhang Guan decided to join the chase and capture the robber. The young man gave the real thief a powerful kick on the head, but the boy managed to avoid an unnecessary collision. Manji didn't recognize his old friend at first, but when he saw his face from a close distance, he was simply shocked. Zhang Guan stood in front of him, his hands tied together, and he hinted to the boy that they needed to have a serious talk. Manji felt quite helpless in this situation. He began to scratch the back of his head and smiled pleasantly in return. Literally after a few seconds, the boy apologized for not having time and threw his powder bomb into the air. A huge smoke screen formed on the territory of the market. People were shocked by how pungent this smoke was. Manji started kicking his heels again so he wouldn't be caught. He let his guard down a bit and didn't expect Zhang to try to catch him. Zhang himself already knew how sharp and dangerous this smoke could be, so he was ready for anything and held his breath. He managed to get out of the smoke screen and continue chasing the boy. Manji asked how he manages to run like that. In one of the cafes, people just sat and watched how a bound man with long hair chased a small boy. Among them was Magi, who decided to get some refreshments. He stopped for a moment when he saw such a sight before him. The bearded man shouted loudly that this was the same young man he was looking for. Magi got up from the table and began to catch up with the fugitive. Manji had no choice but to head to his hideout, which was in the dense forest. He knew every corner here, so he was slightly ahead of his pursuer thanks to his orientation in the area. The boy at some point returned to Chan and apologized for the situation that was raging, but he was not going to give up. Yung Guan didn't pay attention to any of the boy's words at all. He just stared ahead, seeing only one goal. There was a rather large distance between the young men, which Chong tried his best to shorten with constant jerks. At some point he started to get it, and Manji became very worried about his situation after that. Literally after a couple of seconds, Chong was already within arm's reach of the fugitive, but he could not grab him due to his bound hands. Manji immediately felt that he already smelled fried, so he decided to reach into his pocket for a bomb, even though there were few of them. He threw it straight into Chong's face so that he choked on the acrid smoke and finally pulled away from him. Chong noticed in time that the dangerous little ball was heading straight for him. He caught her in his bound hands. The young man had to slow down a little to gently catch the bullet in his hands so that it would not explode. After that, Zhang didn't wait long for the robber to break away from him and decided to fire a bullet back at him. The young man tried his best to make the smoke bomb reach the boy and make him stop. Manji did not expect that the enemy would be able to counterattack him and noticed the approach of the bomb at the very last moment. However, it was too late to take any action. An explosion rang out in the dense forest and a smoke curtain was formed. Manji was defeated by his own weapon. Yongguan caught up with the robber and caught him, pinning him to the ground. The young man held the fugitive tightly with his bound hands so that he could not do anything to get out of the trap. At that moment, John began to hear voices behind him that were quickly approaching him along the forest path. They were security guards who barely made it to the scene. The men were already beginning to think that the robbers might escape from them together. But John turned out to be an obedient prisoner and did all the work for the guards catching the real jewel thief. Suddenly, the schedule of events on the battlefield changed dramatically. The guard was unexpectedly attacked from different sides. The men could not do anything and were trapped. Their bodies pressed against each other after the attack. Yongguan looked behind him with frightened eyes and still did not understand what was happening in this forest. Then he noticed that a figure of a warrior appeared from behind the trees and used all his strength to defeat the guards. This man held his weapon tightly in his hands and shouted that he finally managed to find the young man after he ran away. It was Magi who immediately ordered the young man to follow him back, as Mr. Tae Ho Hung was already waiting for him at home. A few weeks ago in the forest not far from Hengu's guild, the men who had been ordered to capture Chong lay dead on the ground. Something strange was happening in a nearby cave. One of the men was drawn here by an inexplicable force that was hidden from view. There were bones of some wild animal in the cave. They were quite fresh, but there was no meat on them. Some white clothes were lying nearby, dripping with blood. There was also a broken arrow that had been pulled from the body. All this was the handiwork of the old man whom John had rescued from prison with him. He was squatting and chewing. In terms of his physique, the man rather resembled a savage who lived before our era. He dined on raw meat which he swallowed greedily. The guardians of the heavenly city of love were defeated by a single enemy attack. They fell powerlessly to the ground and fainted. Magi found Chan because he kept talking about his family, so the man went to his homeland where the old woman told him everything. Zhang sat opposite and other guards slept with him. Magi asked how the young man dared to thank the master who took care of him. Zdrovan was very angry and came here with only one mission: to protect the honor of his boss. Yongguan replied that the boss was the first to break his promise and was fed up with his constant stupid orders. The young man added that he had never considered Heng's guild his home, and now they had all become real enemies for him. Magi was surprised that no one had yet torn out the young man's long tongue. He planned to capture him and take him back to the guild. But Magi decided to change his plans a little, so he hinted to his wards that he would need to work on his limbs a little. The guards who came to help asked who this was. Zhang replied that they had come for him and the men had better run away from here. The guards replied that these animals dared to harm their comrades, so they could not just retreat. The men were going to avenge their brothers. But the reality turned out to be much more difficult for them than it seemed. Magi immediately entered the battle and delivered a couple of well-aimed blows that stunned the guards, and they immediately found themselves lying on the ground. He called them overconfident and asked if they even knew that the Hunghu Guild Commander-in-Chief was standing before them now. While McGee was giving his pep talk, Yongguan decided now was the time to attack the uninvited guest with a rock. However, everything turned out not at all as planned by the young man. The enemy was able to foresee his attack and repulsed the unexpected attack. Magi delivered a powerful blow to Chang's right thigh and he flew a couple of meters to the side with great speed and force. It was quite painful, especially with Chan's body condition, so he began to writhe in pain. The young man landed near one of the trees. McGee turned to his assailant, who was trying to surprise him, and said that he had completely lost his hunting skills. The man gave an order to his wards not to kill the young man but simply to beat the crap out of him, so that there would be no problems on the way home. The wards immediately began to carry out the order of their boss. They approached Chan and started mocking his body. One of the opponents pressed his knee to the young man's face, which prevented him from turning his neck. The others held Chan by the limbs so that he would not be able to break free and cause them problems in their pleasant business. Suddenly, a loud whistle rang out on the battlefield, and one of the supporters of the Hunghu Guild felt the full force of the sword. The other warriors were soon also forced to take very quick blows that inflicted severe wounds on them. Zhong entered the battle, who arrived on the battlefield in time and decided to help the illegally arrested prisoner. Chong still didn't understand what was going on. Then he saw in front of his face how someone's foot pushed off the ground. And Zhong used her sword technique to strike the last enemy on the battlefield, which was Magi. The man managed to block the blow, but one of his bats was broken after the enemy's sudden and swift attack. And Zhong continued to attack the enemy from different sides. Magi could not understand what was happening on the battlefield at all. He only noticed that a certain warrior suddenly appeared in front of him. The man struck but missed the target. After that, Magi drew his elbows back and, putting his hands forward, was going to apply a subspecies of martial arts. And Zhong did not expect such a turn of events and could not do anything because she was too close to the enemy. The Magi created a huge shock wave that was accompanied by bright orange energy spreading it throughout the forest. Zhong was forced to bear the blow and landed several tens of meters away in the chasm created by the attack. Zhongguan heard someone's voices and became worried about the situation of the girls. He began to shake his head in different directions. Girls ran up to the young man and asked what happened here. Su Ran, as usual, looked as alarmed as possible. The courtesans saw in front of them a bound prisoner and several guards lying unconscious behind him. Jung decided not to answer the girls. After they arrived here, the young man began to rise from the ground, supporting himself with his hands. The guards were unable to do the same as the young man. They had been hit too hard to rise after them. Su Ran continued to cause panic on the battlefield and said that she was scared. Meng Wu tried to understand how it happened. Suddenly their attention was drawn to one of the bandits who had been defeated by Ajun. He called the girls to him. The men were very surprised when they saw the girls in front of them, who were also extremely beautiful. Warriors have not smelled the smell of real women for a long time because they have been fighting for a very long time. After these words, the girls retreated a little back. The men talked about how lucky they were and warned the girls to be as obedient as possible. Zhongguan heard everything that was happening, and after these words rose to his feet and grabbed one of the opponents by the head. He squeezed his head in his hand as hard as he could and lowered it down, displacing successive bones of the spine in the man's body. The enemy screamed loudly in pain. Heng's supporters began to ask Chong what he was even doing now. The injured man fell limply to the ground, and Zhong took the sword from him to be able to free himself from the ropes. Freeing his hands, Chong turned to his opponents and said that he had no idea what kind of animals they would turn out to be. Heng's supporters did not want to fight but wanted something else, so they suggested that Chong should settle everything peacefully. They said that they would even let the young man escape but let him leave the girls with them. John looked seriously in the direction of the men. He took the sword more firmly in his hand and said that he did not agree to such conditions and the man would die by his hand here and now. Zhongguan got into a fighting stance defending the girls and added that he wouldn't let anyone hurt. Meng Wu was confused at this moment. Her feelings were mixed, but she still felt some pride for her brother. Meanwhile, Zhong was pushed away from this place. She found herself all alone at the foot of a hill. Magi had already approached her and entered the battle. The girl managed to dodge a powerful blow that hit the tree trunk. After avoiding the attack, Zhong immediately picked the right moment to deliver her deadly sword strike. The woman used a technique called the sharpened rain sword and plunged the blade straight into the man's powerful chest. Zhong had hoped that this attack could end the battle, but her surprise knew no bounds when she saw what happened next. The blade of her sword was stuck in the man's chest and the girl could not move the sword. She couldn't believe that this was possible. Then Zhong decided to put her best effort into cutting the enemy inside and dislocating the blade. However, everything turned out to be somewhat more complicated. Everything went completely wrong and the guard leader broke her sword after this attack. Magi began to swing his body in front of the woman, simultaneously removing the remnants of the sword blade from the wound and taunting. He had the appearance of a perfectly healthy warrior who was not in any danger. He told the woman that she just hit him in the bone. The man added that he did not expect to meet a person in the city who is able to control the energy of the body, but it turned out to be only the basics of martial arts. He looked at his opponent and only now noticed that all this time he was fighting with a girl in a military uniform. These feminist remarks by the man made Zhong very angry, which could be seen by her extremely angry look. She covered her body with blue energy and said that this girl is always tearing the faces of bastards like Magi with her hands. In the forest that was located not far from the shelter of the Magi Guild, there was a completely different atmosphere. It was quite quiet and peaceful here. This natural silence and peace was disturbed by one man who was heading downwind. His feet were bare and had no shoes. The man had extremely pumped calf muscles with the help of which he could easily move over long distances. His entire body was in excellent physical shape. The man had long gray hair and no clothes on his body. This is how the same old man that Chong rescued from prison looked now. His muscles could rival those of a magi. This man went out into the forest clearing and began to feel something in the air. He said that the one he needed was on this side. Zhong continued her difficult battle in the dense forest and was about to launch her next attack. She delivered a flurry of blows to her enemy, which were directed into nerve endings along her entire body. However, Magi stood firmly on his feet and did not give in to techniques. He returned his blow, which the woman dodged. After that, Zhong delivered another half-moon strike using the sword-spreading technique. The security chief was not going to stop there, as she understood that even such attacks would not be able to knock down the big man. She gathered all her energy at the tip of the sword and struck a powerful blow at the enemy's chin, sending out energy. However, even this was not enough to defeat Magi. He was able to stand on his feet and stop the girl by grabbing her face. He pinned her to the ground with all his might and asked what happened to her after her worthless sword was broken in battle. The man stood his formidable figure over the woman and repeated that her mat-chi was too weak to do him any harm. Magi began to abuse the girl and, holding her head, asked for a redo, whose mouth would still be torn. Meanwhile, Zhong Guan engaged in battle with his former allies. The guards were still unconscious, so they couldn't help him. The girls stood in one place with their arms around each other and watched as Jung tried to defend their honor. The young man took one of the men hostage and held him by the throat with one hand. With the other he held the sword, which he waved away. Chong warned his opponents that if they came even a step closer, their ally would meet God. But these words did not frighten Heng's supporters. They decided to deliver a double blow to the enemy from different sides. Zhong Guan saw the moment of approaching danger in time and avoided a collision with the sword. Instead, an ally of the attackers was injured. The man screamed loudly in pain and his partners began to apologize for it. Yung Guan was now forced to fight for real. Myung Woo continued to comfort Su Ran and watched as her brother fought an uneven battle with the enemy. Yung Guan tried his best to protect his sister. He fought all the men at the same time. Meng Wul was very surprised when she saw that the young man fought very hard for her, sacrificing his own life. Jung proved to be much more loyal than his sister expected. The young man continued to hold back attacks and counterattack at the same time. He blocked the enemy's blow in time, which was about to hit him directly in the head. After that, Chong prepared to counterattack. However, his plan was never implemented. One of the opponents gave him a preliminary blow with a knee in the chest in order to calm him down. Unwillingly, Chong was forced to retreat and fell backwards on the ground. Many enemies were stationed in front of him. They were serious about teaching the traitor and shouted loudly when they were about to attack. But Chong was not going to surrender to his enemies. He waved his sword away and ordered them to stay where they were so they wouldn't get hurt. The warriors of the Hangu Guild decided that they needed to act together and prepared to attack in a bunch at a certain signal. However, their plan also failed. He was missed by a stone that hit one of Heng's warriors on the head. It was Men Wul who decided to help her brother in battle. The girl managed to cut down one of the enemies with a stone. The girl turned to the men and asked if they really thought she would just stand by and watch. Warriors could not suffer such a defeat from a girl. One of them rushed at her with a sword in his hands and shouted loudly. Yung Guan noticed in time that his sister was in danger and immediately went to save her from the attacker. Meng Wul was again surprised by how her brother desperately protects her and fights against his former brothers. Zhong Guan pounced on the man who was threatening his sister and sat on top of him, pinning the warrior to the ground. He gave him a powerful blow with the fist of his left hand right in the face. The young man defended the honor of his family. Taking a second swing, the young man said that he would protect Cho-sen no matter what the cost. He continued to beat his opponent, delivering powerful blows. Chong didn't even think to stop there. Suddenly his beating was interrupted by a Zhong, who slashed her body directly at the young man and knocked him out of the enemy. The head of the guard was forced to retreat and she was pursued by Magi. Chong fell to the ground and began writhing in pain. Guild Commander Hunggu approached his enemies and told a Zhong that she was showing off her strength for nothing. Yongguan asked the woman what was going on here, and Zhong replied that the young man would not pay attention. She simply went back for the sword. The wards immediately met their boss. Magi ordered his worthless charges to stay put as there was nothing they could do. He added that he was going to deal with everyone himself. The wards decided to step aside and not interfere with their leader. Magi began to gather a flow of powerful energy around him and warned his enemies that they would soon be finished. He was going to strip his opponents of their arrogance. Zhang and Ajung scrambled to their feet and prepared for the enemy's attack. Meanwhile, Magi continued his speech and did not notice how another shot of the battlefield appeared behind him. The commander-in-chief felt someone's presence behind him and decided to deal with the uninvited guest. He delivered a powerful blow to the stranger's nose but managed to block the attack. It was the same old man who had turned into a muscular man. Magi was very angry at this moment and said that all strangers had better not stand in his way. Guild Commander Hunggu launched a powerful hand strike using his martial art, but the stranger blocked it as well. The gray-haired man letting off steam looked at us for the operator and asked he already has the power of mastery that comes out of the ground. Magi's hand stopped literally a couple of centimeters from the opponent's body. An unknown aura prevented the commander-in-chief from finishing the case. Magi was simply shocked by this turn of events. The stranger said he didn't think McGee would turn out to be such a fool. Magi became very angry with the old man and asked him in an angry voice how he dared to talk like that to the Hunggu guild commander. The gray-haired man said that the guild absorbed Magi after all, and after that he became an ordinary army dog. Magi was still very angry with the old man. The stranger put his hand to his side and promised the enemy that he would not kill him. He gathered all his power into his right fist, radiating the same energy as Magi. He told the enemy to return to his home. Magi was simply shocked by the next events. The old man said that it was necessary to convey that he was alive and was going to show how to use the force. The stranger decided to demonstrate his strength with the example of a blow of greed and swung his fist with all his might from behind his back. The light from the bright yellow energy was as strong as possible and blinded everyone around. And Zhong watched the events carefully. Zhongguan became a bit wary at this moment and realized that they would not have a sweet time, so he decided to protect his sister. The warriors of the Hunggu Guild were not going to retreat back and stood firmly on their feet, showing the commander their readiness to fight. It was still quiet in the dense forest that was located in the middle of the mountain massif. But something dangerous was brewing. After a few seconds, a loud explosion accompanied by bright yellow energy rang out in one of the points of this forest. In a split second, this flash began to grow to gigantic proportions. Its destructive power was scary to predict. The stranger created a colossal flow of energy that moved through the entire forest, sweeping away all obstacles in its path. All the warriors of the Hunggu Guild, including the commander-in-chief, fell under this flurry. There was nothing they could do about it. The attack was of tremendous force, and the stranger displayed all his power using only one hand. Yongguan covered his sister, and Su ran as well. They all watched in horror at the scale of this attack. When it was all over, the stranger turned to face the people and asked Yongguan if he had been here all along. He began to approach the young man with words of joy that he was alive, otherwise his body could already be decomposing somewhere in the forest. Yongguan was just shocked when the stranger approached him. He asked the man who he was. The old man scratched his head and said that the young man had freed him from prison but decided to leave him wounded on the way. Zhongguan was simply shocked by this information. The old man asked the young man if he managed to find his family. The warrior still couldn't believe what was happening. He stared at the stranger with his mouth wide open in surprise. Then the young man remembered that he was sitting in prison with an old man who was constantly silent and only listened to his stories about his family. The young man looked through the man's face and asked him if he was really the same old man who sat with him in prison. After this man's lightning attack, a huge strip of bald trees was formed in the forest, which fell under the influence of magic. All the women gathered in one group, and Yongguan was with them. They all expected some kind of explanation from the stranger. Zhang asked the old man he saw earlier if he had died when they were attacked by Hungu's guild supporters. The gray-haired man looked at his interlocutors with a pleasant smile and replied that everything was as it should be as Chong says. He stood in front of his interlocutors almost without clothes. Women could see below the waist what they least wanted. The man noticed that he was being looked at obliquely and realized that his appearance could be improved. He thought about taking Magi's pants off since he wasn't going to need them soon anyway. After standing still for a while, the gray-haired warrior decided that he would go get those pants right now and set off on his way. He warned his interlocutors that he was only going down to get clothes and would return so they should not worry about him. Zhang Guan was in the most shocked state. He wondered what this mysterious man was. All these events distracted the guards and Chan himself from the main thing. He suddenly realized that Man Ji had disappeared from the scene. The young man rose to his feet and began to turn his head in different directions. But no one was observed there except for the unconscious guards. Zhang asked the girls if they had seen the robber. But the women didn't care about that, but how much Su Ran was injured and behaved like a child. Zhang answered the young man's question and said that they saw his shelter on the way here, and maybe he is there. The soldiers decided to go to a residential area where the robber could be hiding. No other structures were observed in this forest. It was morning on the street and the sun was brightly illuminating the residential area in the very depths of the dense deciduous forest. People here lived an ordinary life, keeping cattle and raising children who could find a lot of interesting things around them. Two small children were looking into the well, entertaining themselves. Suddenly they noticed that someone came to their house. It was Manji, whom the children were very happy to see. It was their older brother and he was finally able to return home. Manji was also happy to see his siblings. He drank water from the bucket and said he was fine. The boy's appearance at his home caused a real sensation among the local population. Absolutely all the children were incredibly happy to see him. They all ran to meet the boy and began to hug him, asking him if he had brought anything to eat and why his clothes were torn. Manji took his little brother by the hand, who was hungry, and promised to cook him something from the wild vegetables since he had brought nothing. After a second, a real living circle of children formed around the boy, who informed his brother that they had guests. The boy could not understand what his little friends were talking about and turned his head back to where the uninvited guests were. They turned out to be pretty girls, as well as Yung Guan, who almost lost his jaw when he saw the crowd of children in front of him. Manji is not very pleased to see such guests. He bowed his head grimly and called it a real curse. This small town used to serve as a territory where hostilities between rival clans constantly took place. Innocent local residents kept dying, which is why there were so many orphans who now depended only on Manji. But he will be punished for all this. The children were saying goodbye to their little brother. They were all victims of circumstances. However, Manji has always been different from others in that he has always fought for his life using different methods. When there were no jobs left in this town due to the war, Manji was forced to start stealing money from the pockets of rich people. This story was told to the guests by an old grandmother who praised the boy for the fact that he sold all the stolen goods and fed the population. She added that Manji is a very kind and brave guy and he is a real savior for them. The old men asked for forgiveness for the boy. Su Ran knew exactly what was being talked about, since she was an orphan herself. She asked her friend to make the right decision for these innocent children. The girl was afraid to imagine what could happen to all these people if they put their main breadwinner in prison. All these words pushed Zhang Guan to his thoughts. He looked at Meng Wu and understood that when she was in such a difficult situation he was not around. Then the young man looked at the very small boy and praised him for caring about all these people who were not even his family. The children ran to only one person and hugged him tightly, asking him not to leave. Chong considered the boy even mentally older than him. Manji was indeed doing a very good deed, but in this way he was robbing other people and making them poor. Meng Wu, after listening to the opinion of everyone present, asked if the boy was not still a thief despite all this. She added that no matter how poor he seems, the robber must be punished accordingly. The girl turned to the old people and said that they are not the only ones who need someone's help, but this is not a way out of the situation at all. Meng Wu explained to the interlocutors the situation in which they may end up on the street if they meet guests without stolen jewelry. The girl added that this stability in theft cannot be permanent. Zhang listened carefully to his sister and did not interrupt her. She couldn't afford to forgive the robber because he would continue to rob, and Mengwul didn't like losing her money. Having finished the conversation with the elders, the girl turned to the robber and asked where he had taken all the goods stolen from them. Manji knew very well that he was to blame for this situation. The guy decided not to come up with anything and said that he had sold everything. Mengval asked where exactly. Hugging the little orphans, the boy replied that there were too many things, so he no longer remembers. Menval came as close as possible to the young man and looked him in the eyes. The boy turned his head away as he felt a little embarrassed. The courtesan ordered the guards to immediately seize this boy and take him to the heavenly city of love, where he will serve his punishment. Zhongguan was still standing in his place as if buried. He could not get a word out of himself and watched the orphans in silence. A banquet was to be held in a few days for which all these ornaments were needed, but they were never found. Mengwul came to report everything to the main courtesan in the palace, who at that moment was making herself fragrant tea. The lady did not really like the moment that the valuables were never found. Mengwul offered another way out of this situation. The main one warned the girl against it, that their guests are too picky and will not tolerate the fact that the girls are without jewelry, so it is better to cancel the banquet. Mengwul said that she has an idea for which it is necessary to create a situation where simply decorations will not be needed. She asked the lady to prepare a couple of boats. The woman was very surprised when her student suggested such an option. However, they had almost no choice, so they had to act quickly. It was evening and the feast should have already begun. On the way to the night city of love, a guard stood and waited for guests. They were just approaching the palace in anticipation of a grand banquet. Everyone discussed future events and laughed loudly. After entering this building, one of the gentlemen was very surprised that today the heavenly city of love looks different. In the central square of the palace there was a huge pool with a gazebo in the middle. This was Menval's idea. The guests drew attention to the fact that they were served food in a not quite decent place and also on very small tables. They considered it quite rude to meet guests like this and did not want to kneel down to eat from the floor. Then Menval entered the arena, who immediately calmed down the guests and told someone that they always treat regular customers well. The girl reported that the palace had prepared a special feast for people who work for the good of their country. It was a special event to be held in water. Their men will be able to enjoy drinking and beautiful girls. All the courtesans began to climb into the pool and created a real beauty. Mengwul called the guests to join them as soon as possible. This turn of events made the men's eyes roll in their foreheads. They by no means expected to immediately see naked girls in front of them. The courtesans began to approach their guests and ask them to remove their outer clothing in order to fully enjoy this evening. The husband was delighted with such an event. They talked among themselves about the fact that girls and water go very well together, and this is in the style of the Palace of Love. Courtesans served their guests with a full program, entertaining them with their half-naked bodies. Men could not resist such a thing. The party turned out really well, and all the guests were satisfied. They could admire beautiful girls drink and bathe. The girls did not forget about any of their guests and invited them to their pool, even in their clothes, so that the men would be satisfied. The main lady watched all this event from the mountain and admitted that men really like half-naked women more. She was proud of her best student Mengwul, who was able to think it all up and organize it as best as possible. The teacher looked at Mengwul and continued to praise her in her mind. The girl really succeeded in everything she set out to do. Zhongguan also watched this event. But unlike the other men, he was not happy about this. He sat on a branch of a tree and watched the men paw at the girls. Zhong went crazy when someone touched Jo Sung's body. In the moment of the young man's anger, he was joined by an interlocutor who praised Chan for choosing a really good look. Yongguan was just shocked to see the old man next to him. The stranger looked at the young man and asked if he was waiting for him here. Meanwhile, Guild Commander Hengu returned to his clan's main building and informed the guild head about everything. Taeho also came to the head with the injured warrior. He was simply shocked by what happened. The head stood motionless in one place and looked out the window. He asked how the master managed to escape and regain his strength. Guild First Deputy Hengu blamed everything on Taeho, who had made an unacceptable mistake due to his war-clouded mind. Taeho couldn't answer anything. The successor warned the head, however, that if the master returned then, he could soon begin to take revenge. Taeho suddenly broke into the dialogue and promised the teacher to deal with everything and immediately go on a search together with the military. The head ordered his ward to shut up. Taeho couldn't finish his speech and continued to get angry at everyone around him. The teacher asked Manga why the master decided to save his life. The man replied that he asked to pass this information on to the guild. The head of the Hangul guild named Munju was well aware of the fact that the master had become very weak while in prison. He turned to Taeho and told him to go on a search on his own without the troops and ordered the defense leader to take care of Taeho's affairs. Taeho was not very pleased with such an order from the teacher. His walk at that moment clearly conveyed his inner state. After leaving the main structure, the commander immediately started blaming everything on Magi as he put Chan in the same cell as the master. Taeho told his charge that the first priority was to catch the master and with him Youngguan. The commander was very angry with the teacher for appointing another in his place under whom Taeho did not want to fight. Therefore he needed to correct his mistake immediately in order to return to office, and he promised to do so. Magi continued to follow his commander while he muttered something incomprehensible to himself and wanted to become the next head of the Hangul Guild. The master was telling the story to the young man that actually the Hangul Guild was founded by him and Munju was his apprentice. Previously the current chairman was honest and decent, but he never had the opportunity to become someone higher. Munju conspired with the other students and ambushed his teacher to block him from using martial arts. Thus the powerful head of the Hangul Guild turned into an ordinary old man and was forced to spend all these years in prison. The man told the story picking his nose and said that he himself did not know why the disciple had imprisoned him and assumed that he had forgotten his existence. The master explained to the young man that when they were in prison, he managed to take some energy from Chan by pressing against him with his foot. Thus he managed to survive but had to feed on wild animals in the forest for several days to regain his strength. He told all this to the young man because he believed that he could become what he is and he simply had nothing to do. The master was lying on a tree branch and asked the young man if he was listening to him at all. Youngguan was busy with a slightly different matter at the moment. He heard only a few of the master's words as his thoughts were dominated by anger. His eyes showed this as best as possible. The young man continued to watch the event that was taking place in the territory of the heavenly city of love and became angry. He constantly followed his sister who was forced to stick to men, and they in turn did not hesitate to grab her. Youngguan called that man a fat animal for daring to touch Chai Sang's body with his dirty hands. The young man continued to watch all this action from the tree with the master. The party continued for quite a long time. Finally, all this horror ended for Chan, and the noble people were forced to leave the territory of the fortress. The two gentlemen talked about the fact that today was a very nice day, and if it wasn't for tomorrow's work they could have fun until the morning. The man who spent time with Manhwa was also very pleased with his appearance. He wanted to touch her even longer. Suddenly the two gentlemen's conversation was interrupted by their bodyguard who ordered his boss to stay put. The guard saw danger in front of him in the form of a man standing on the bridge under the lanterns and waiting for something. He lowered his head to the floor and stood motionless. His body was completely bandaged from injuries. It was Youngguan who showed his potential opponent only his eyes, and the rest of his face was covered by a mask. He said he would kill this man. The guard assessed the appearance of the attacker and assumed that he was just an ordinary thief but still dangerous. The man ordered the uninvited robber to get out of here, otherwise he threatened him with the use of the instant sword strike technique. Youngguan wasn't even going to do what he was told. He said that they are not going to listen to a person who works for a pig. The guard called the young man a haughty bastard and promised to teach him manners, taking out a sword from its sheath. The evening city of love looked beautiful. However, Zhongguan decided to slightly spoil the banquet for the noble lords. He, without even thinking, entered into battle with an unequal opponent. Continuing the battle, the soldiers were already in the forest. Innocent bamboo trees suffered from the fight of two opponents who were each defending their own dignity. The guard continued to charge at Chan and, as promised, used the instant sword strike technique against him. The man did not stop at anything on his way and cut bamboo trees with lightning speed and strength. He saw only one target in front of him, an ill-mannered robber who had offended his boss and was now fleeing from his sword. At some point Hong decided that just running was enough for him and decided to launch his counterattack by jumping over the trees. In a fraction of a second he was behind his enemy and was about to deliver a blow that could not be recovered. However, the man noticed the approaching danger in time, and was able to avoid the enemy's blow by skillfully blocking it. After that, he delivered a powerful blow with the hilt of his sword right at Chang's face, who didn't have time to block. The young man was forced to take the blow and flew back a couple of meters from the very strong blow of the enemy. The guard informed the young man that he had quite good abilities, but he still would not be able to stand up to the martial arts master. Yung Guang will draw the unlucky ticket as usual. He did not understand why the same masters constantly met on his way. The master approached his opponent and said that if the teacher had taken care of him, then perhaps he would have become a good warrior. Zhang held his head up and replied that he didn't need advice from a man who serves a pig that paws at girls. The guard was no longer going to tolerate the enemy's long tongue, and informed the young man that he would be very sorry to kill him. But this, in his opinion, was the only way out of this situation, so the man took a fighting stance and covered his body with a stream of energy. Suddenly, he was alerted by the following events. The man stopped and tried to understand what was happening here. He looked in the direction of his opponent, but the young man was absolutely useless to him. He was alerted by something behind Chan. The man got scared and stopped radiating energy. He needed to understand what it was. The master continued to look into the thick bamboo forest and felt someone's presence there. He was creepy enough. He felt someone's gaze on him, which was looking at him just from the thicket of the forest. The man was expecting what might appear from there. Suddenly, in the deep darkness of the night forest, the man saw a small flame of fire which began to grow suddenly. The course of such events did not suit the guard at all, and he realized that his end could come at any moment. It was the master who founded Hanggu who decided to help Chong and scare his opponent with his energy. The enemy immediately decided to withdraw his legs from here because he wanted to stay alive and perfectly understood the consequences of contact with such energy. Zhang Guan stared at his opponent and could not understand anything as the advantage was completely on the guard's side. Suddenly the young man heard someone's voice and raised his head. The master sneered at the man who ran away without even looking at what was in danger. Zhang was very surprised to see the master in front of him, who told the young man that he had literally survived this battle by a miracle. He asked why Chong would engage in battle with someone he couldn't defeat, since even primitive animals have an instinct for self-preservation. Yung Guan understood the whole situation very well. He explained his behavior by the fact that his sister is surrounded by very terrible people. Therefore, he decided to do so and preserve the pride of their family. Maitaer listened attentively to the young man who was sitting at the bottom of the hill. Yung Guan admitted all his mistakes and that he was worthless, but added that he would never run away from the battlefield in his life. Maitaer explained to the young man that he did not understand the seriousness of the situation and that he could die if this continued. John couldn't find the words to answer those words. He completely agreed with the master, that's why he remained silent. The young man plunged into his thoughts for a while and suddenly turned to the master so that he could help him with something. Zhang asked if he could really become as strong as the master. He needed it to protect Chosung. Maitaer silently looked at the young man with a thoughtful look. He had already told the young man about it, so now he decided to listen to him. Yung Guan admitted absolutely all his mistakes in unequal battles and told the master that he really wanted to become stronger. Zhang Guan continued to sit on the tree with the master who had escaped from prison, looking at the beautiful heavenly city of love. The young man turned his head towards the man and looked at him with frightened eyes. He asked if he could become as strong. The master looked back at the young man and smiled. He slightly misunderstood Chan's question and decided to clarify. The man asked the young and promising warrior what could prevent him from making efforts and becoming stronger. After finishing their short conversation, the soldiers went to a local restaurant that served traditional Chinese food. There were usually a lot of people here, and today they all couldn't eat peacefully because all their attention was focused on only one thing. A muscular gray-haired man was sitting at a table by the wall who had already eaten a couple dozen portions and continued to eat. Yung Guan sat across the table and watched the master stuff his stomach without even hearing him. The young man said he understood that energy could be obtained from food, but he was already full, asking if the master would really teach him. While finishing a piece of bread, the man replied that he did not teach his students after he was framed and put in prison. But the master said that he would be able to tell the young man one way by which he could become strong like him. The man continued to stuff his mouth and said that his body needed rehabilitation so they would act to the benefit of each other. The master put the sticks in front of the young man's face and said that he should follow and repeat everything the master would do. But before that, the man warned the young man that it would be necessary to protect his body in order to see the weak points of the opponents according to his skills. The master explained that the energy in the middle of Chan's body was in chaos due to his body not having time to recover from the injuries. He gave an example of two scales, one of which is internal energy and the other is external. They should be in perfect balance. The master said that these two bowls must be restored with food and rest, so he ordered the young man to eat until he burst. Yung Guan listened carefully to the man's words and did not interrupt him. He thought about the words and did not notice that someone approached them. It was Man Ji who appreciated the young men's delicious table. Yung Guan turned to the boy and was just shocked to see him. The master ordered 15 more portions and the boy also decided to try noodles with meat. Yung Guan asked the robber what he was doing here. The waiter came to take away the empty plates. Maitaer asked his future student if he knew this boy. The day before, Man Ji was still a prisoner in the heavenly city of love. He was very surprised when he heard that they wanted to hire him. Meng Wul was sitting at the table with her friend and said that the boy would now become her hired worker. The girl explained that she has a lot to do and she needs a person to whom she can transfer some of her obligations. In return, Meng Val promised not to hand over the boy and guaranteed to provide for the children and old people the boy looked after. Man Ji was simply shocked when the girl said that she would also provide work to each of these people living in the forest. Men Val was thinking about having the children do a little cleaning in the palace and entrusting the old people to embroider some outfits. Man Ji sincerely thanked the courtesan for this opportunity. The girl had only one condition according to which the boy had no right to steal anything. Meng Wul added that the boy could have bought 50 kilograms of rice for one of the stolen items, but he did not do so because the merchants cheated him. Man Ji was simply shocked when he heard such numbers with his own ears. He could not think that things were so expensive. The guy was very upset. The girl said that the young man does not know how to bargain at all, so it is better for him to leave the gangster business and join her. Man Ji stood still in his place with his head down and thought about the courtesan's words. He knew that it was all absolutely true. Suddenly the boy began to speak politely and looking at the girl asked if he could clarify one thing. He asked what exactly the girl meant when she said she wanted to do a lot. Meng Wul definitely did not expect such a question. She took one flower in her hands and looked at it. Meng Wul thought about whether the girl needed to tell all her plans. In the end, she decided to tell and started from her childhood when she was mistreated and considered an idiot. She was constantly looking down on her. Then Meng Wul decided to become a person who would never dare to be touched and insulted in her life. Raising her head proudly, the courtesan said that she would become the emperor. The friend was shocked. The girl continued to look at her beautiful red flower in her left hand and said that then no one would be able to offend her. Meng Wul wanted to become not only untouchable but also that person from whom others can take an example and be equal. Man Ji took this information ambiguously. He clarified whether the girl really wanted to become an emperor and not an emperor's wife. Meng Wul agreed with the boy that it sounded a little funny and found the words somewhat amusing herself. The girl began to talk about the current era of war when the head of state actively takes part in hostilities. In this era, military forces could control the emperor and influence his decisions, but this was available only to men. Meng Wul found it funny that in their time women could see success only if they became courtesans. She said that if she does manage to become emperor, then no one will laugh anymore and she will change the world for the better. The girl was going to achieve her goal by any means. She asked the boy if he thought her train of thought was correct. Man Ji stood in a stupor for a while. Then, as if it dawned on him, he opened his eyes wide and began to look at the girl with a completely different look. Meng Wul was a little shocked when the young man ran up to her and started praising her, calling her cool and the best in the world. Man Ji promised to help the girl all his life and completely renounce his past best man to obey Man Wul. The boy was on his knees and thanked for being pardoned. He added that he will definitely join the girl and will be useful to her. A friend thought that this guy fell in love with Meng Wul. The girl replied that his behavior was simply related to his past. Manji, continuing to kneel, asked the girl what he could do for her and asked her to give him the first order. Mengwul replied that the boy's first mission would be theft. In an instant, Manji stopped being happy and froze in place. He began to look at the girl with frightened eyes, not understanding what she was saying at all because before that she was correct. Smelling the flower, Mengwul said that the boy would need to break into one person's house and take all the good from there. Arriving at a local food establishment, Manji decided to tell the interlocutors everything as it really was. Yungguan and the master listened carefully to the boy and appreciated that the girl had quite ambitious plans for her future. The master continued to fill his mouth with rolls. Manji just noticed an unfamiliar face and asked the man who he was. Zhongguan was abstracted from everyone at this time. He plunged into his thoughts, in which there was only one person, Cho Sung. He thought about his sister's words that came out of the boy's mouth today. Chong found them somewhat emotional and absurd, but everything was not as bad as it seemed to him. He was glad for his sister that she was not going to be a courtesan all her life. John's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Manji, who informed the young man that Manwul had ordered John to help the boy in the theft. Manji explained that the stolen goods would be too hard to bear, so he needed help for Mrs. Manwul's future. Yungguan was just shocked. He was cornered, and the young man did not know how to answer the boy who was actually fooling him. Then the young man looked at the master, who continued to eat. The man replied that you cannot worry about him, and he will not disappear anywhere. Having finished eating, the man burped and still agreed to help. Manji said that then it would be necessary to leave in 15 days. The butler got up from the table and said that it was time for them to go, as they still needed to find a place to sleep. Manji thanked his friends for the reception. The gray-haired man looked at Chan and told him to pay the bill. The young man answered the master that he had no money at all. After these words, there was dead silence at the table. The men looked at each other and did not know what to do now. At that moment, the waiter came to the table and said that now it will be necessary to pay for everything at the bar counter. The men at the table felt very uncomfortable. The waiter stood silently and looked at the visitors, smiling pleasantly. Then Manji, together with the master, decided to leave the institution and said goodbye to Yungguan, who was left to fend for himself. The waiter was very angry with the young man who had no money. He put a knife to his throat and started threatening him. Maiter was talking to the young guy about Yungguan, who is a good man but rather stupid and naive. Manji agreed. 15 days passed and the robbers went on their important mission, fulfilling the order of the future Emperor Mengwul. Manji asked John how he even survived after that incident at the diner. John ordered to shut up if the boy wanted to live. The young men were going to rob a large house, more like a fortress, in which Mrs. Manwul had ordered to steal too many things. Manji went down the rope and explained to his partner that he would not have been able to take the silver, gold, and books out of there by himself. Yungguan asked the boy if the list was too detailed. Manji replied that he has been listening too much to Manwul lately. The guy started telling his partner that the girl talks too much, especially when she gets a little drunk. The young men were supposed to rob a man who was a regular customer of the City of Love and holds a government position in charge of taxes. Mengwul told Manji that this man had been flaunting to her recently that he had extorted a lot of tax from local merchants. Zhongguan guessed who he was talking about. Manji chose the perfect time for the robbery when the officials were in the heavenly City of Love. Yungguan was climbing down the rope and was very angry when he heard that the fat officials were now near Josung. Manji told his partner to calm down, and the girl herself decided to do so since most of the security escorted the gentleman to the city. But Yungguan couldn't help himself. He was filled with emotions because now some fat boar could be touching his sister. The young man imagined this picture of how a mustachioed, worthless official molests his poor sister, who is forced to endure it. Yungguan was very angry about everything. His imagination was too violent and did not give him peace on the mission. The robbers entered the corridor. Manji had to constantly turn his face to his partner and order him to be quieter. Suddenly a security guard in black uniform appeared behind the boy and asked those present if they heard any sound. Manji turned his head back and looked at the guard with his frightened eyes. Something had to be done. The guard was no less frightened when he saw a guy in a bandit mask in front of him and asked who he was. At that moment Zhongguan came to the aid of his partner, who decided not to show off with the big man, and hit him hard in the face. The blow turned out to be of tremendous force, from which the guard's face turned into a crumpled piece of bread. After delivering a powerful blow, Zhong decided that he needed to put this guard to sleep and grabbed him by the neck from behind. Manji didn't understand anything at this moment and watched silently as his partner continued to strangle the guard. Yongguan continued to hold the guard's huge face until he began to pass out and fell to the floor. The warrior apologized to the boy for his carelessness and offered to hide this guard until no one heard them. Yongguan single-handedly dragged the guard's body across the floor while Manji controlled the situation around him and communicated with his partner. He told the young man that he seemed to act a little faster and his movements became much smoother. Yongguan didn't understand why his partner was saying all this, but he was pleasantly surprised. He looked at the boy and asked if he was telling the truth. The young men got to the room where there were silver and gold ingots. They could not bring everything in at once, so they decided to gradually drag it all outside. 10 days ago, Zhongguan was just starting to live with his master in the Koma Mountains, which were not far from Moxen Fortress. They were forced to feed on wild animals to replenish their energy. This time the master finished off the wild boar. They collected a lot of dead animal carcasses, and the master said that this should be enough for dinner, ordering the young man to prepare the carcasses. The master added that today would be much tastier as he had stolen a jar of spices while they were in town. Yongguan was worried about one question. He asked the master if he wanted to take revenge on the Hung Guild for what they had done to him. Maitaer asked why he did this. Zhong explained his opinion that the damage caused should be avenged, especially with such power. Maitaer said that he was not a good teacher and the current guild head was always ambitious, and every time he came into conflict with him. The man added that he has lived in this world for 100 years but still does not understand the meaning. Zhongguan was just shocked when he heard such a number. The teacher explained that now he was simply enjoying his freedom and did not want to cloud his mind with revenge and malice. John asked about the man's past. However, the master was not very eager to answer this question, so he paid attention to the fact that the young man's body had recovered and offered to start. When the master touched the young man's body, Chong was very frightened. The teacher explained that it is better to see once than to hear 100 times. Zhongguan then realized that the man was not going to harm him. He calmed down and sat directly in front of the teacher. The master continued to feel the young man's body for a while, feeling for the right points to use the technique. Yongguan didn't understand anything at all and asked the master what he was even doing with his body, since he couldn't feel anything. Immediately after these words, the young man felt the teacher's energy on him. His body began to seem to be filled with energy. The master concentrated all his flow of energy in the hand with which he touched the student's chest and tried to transfer it to the young man. It was quite a painful process for Chan himself, who still did not understand what was happening. He began to scream loudly in pain. Chan's body began to be covered with the same yellow energy as the teacher's. The young man was used to constant pain, so he bravely endured. The teacher explained that he deals with the regulation of breathing and parts of the life energy that everything that lives on this planet has. He added that it takes constant training to be able to manage this energy. The teacher said that he was now launching this energy into the young man's body. The master went on to explain further, talking about the strength of this new body, which would be able to break a large rock or rise high into the air. He added about the activation of metabolism, thanks to which aging is slowed down and the body blossoms. The teacher took his hand away. The man finished his procedure and informed the student that from the very beginning he might feel strange and dizzy. Maitaer did not tell his student the body gradually adapts, and over time you can acquire skills much faster. This was one of the skills that a master of martial arts possesses. Zhong really felt a bit out of sorts and was breathing heavily. The young man looked at his body and felt a rush of energy over it. John listened attentively to everything his teacher told him. He asked his master to do it again. But the man refused because the young man continued to breathe too hard. The robbers took everything that was needed from the official's house. These were treasure chests and 3 books. Yongguan was forced to pull the cart on his own shoulders while Manji walked behind and was only interested in the well-being of his partner. The boy did not for a moment regret taking Chan with him, as his stamina was just right now. Of course, Yongguan wasn't too happy to do all the work alone. However, he did not answer the boy. Instead, the master student decided to abstract from this place. His body seemed to have plunged into some other universe. The young man began to fill with bright yellow energy, which gradually covered his body, filling the space. Manji brought the precious things to the heavenly city of love, and Manwul praised him very much for carrying the things. The girl thought that the boy and a half would not be able to convey all this, but he was able to, and now accepted praise and congratulations. Manval told the girl to go to her house and bring some friends so that they could all take food and winter clothes out of here together. Suran asked the boy how he managed to convey all this. Manji flaunted his agility and added that Yungguan helped him. Mengwul began to listen more attentively from that moment on with a not very satisfied face. The guy said that he did most of the work anyway. The girl approached her slave and in an angry voice asked him who had helped him. Manji said again that it was Yungguan. For some time Mengwul was just silent, and the young man smiled pleasantly, expecting more praise or gifts from the girl. However, she ordered the boy not to dare accept help or offer it to Yungguan. Mengwul looked very angry. Manji did not understand what was happening at all. It was not the first time Suran had seen her friend like this, so she was a little scared. Mengwul left the room saying that the boy had done a very good job, and now he could rest until she called him again. Manji turned to Suran and asked what happened to the courtesan. The girl replied that sometimes Manwul becomes too prickly. She decided not to talk to the young man in riddles and tell him everything. But the girl did it as carefully as possible, talking in her ear. After hearing this rather unexpected information, Manji was very surprised and couldn't believe that Yungguan is Ms. Manwul's own brother. On this day, as usual, people gathered at the market. They continued to huddle around a notice board with something written on it. It was announced on the board that the captured robber had escaped and was being sought. That night, he robbed an official who collected taxes. People spread gossip among themselves at the speed of light. They were talking about the guards and the guards who must have slept that night. Mengwul came to the market together with the main lady, who did not like this action. It seemed to Menval that this was only the beginning. The headmistress spoke with hope to the student that this situation would not affect them in any way. Mengwul replied that the lady does not know how to pretend. The courtesans went to the official's house where the robbery was carried out, and a man immediately came out to them. The girl grabbed her face with both hands and asked in a frightened voice how this could have happened last night. The courtesan threw herself into her husband's arms and began to feel sorry for him that yesterday he was scattering money, and today such a question has already arisen. The official asked if the girl was very worried about him. Mengwul replied that she does not worry about anyone more than her husband. Drowning in the fat official's arms, Mengwul asked if there was anything she could do to restore her husband's strength. The official kindly invited the courtesans to his house. They started a discussion about something very unfair happening. Menval said that the official collected taxes for the good of the state and some thief stole everything. The leading lady continued to worry about herself. Mengwul told the woman that now was not the time to think about their palace at all, as the Lord was feeling very unwell. The man spoke and said that in fact he did not understand at all how he could act in the situation that happened. The official told the courtesans that one of the guards saw the robbers but did not have time to see them because he was suddenly attacked. Mengval listened carefully to the official and sympathized with him with her eyes. The girl perfectly understood what was being said when talking about robbers. The man's position was precarious as he had to pay taxes or else he would be removed from office. Mengwul tried to calm her husband down. The girl asked the official why the entire amount of tax cannot be collected. The man replied that it was too big a number and he would not be able to cover it. Mengwul continued to wriggle out of herself as an actress and turned to the leading lady asking her if she could somehow help this situation. The man really has no way out, so he was forced to ask the woman for help. The lady replied that they did not have such a large fortune. The official said that this could not be the case as they go to them very often. Menval supported her husband in these words. The woman still managed to split, and although she could not cover such large sums, she promised to give a box of gold and silver ingots. The official was very happy with such news and thanked the lady for her help. He was going to find the rest of the money himself. The man promised the head lady that he would return everything in a month. Mengwul looked with contempt at the official who was justifying himself. Half an hour before the courtesans were climbing the grand staircase to the palace to the official. They discussed their plan by which they would not be suspected. The lady asked if the gentleman could collect such an amount. Meng Wu replied that the main thing in their plan was that he would not be able to repay the debt. The girl told her mentor that the rest of the loot can be taken for herself, but one must not forget to constantly remind the official about the debt. The woman agreed with every word of her student. She asked her if she was overthinking this plan. Meng Val explained that thanks to this, the protection of state institutions will become much better and officials will finally come to their senses. The head lady was concerned about only one question in this regard. She asked the girl what benefit she would get from this. Meng Wu turned to face her mentor and simply remained silent. She scrolled through the development of events in her head and decided to show everything in practice. Having agreed to lend money, Meng Val once again turned to the official, who no longer had such a disfigured appearance. The girl said that the man would need to provide something in the form of collateral for their palace. The man said that it is not necessary since they have known each other for a long time. Meng Val confirmed the fact that they fully trust the official. The leading lady also agreed with this, but the girl added that it was because of this that they thought that the man himself would take care of giving them a deposit. Meng Wu began to use her feminine charms, clutching her breasts. She said that she wanted to test the official's feelings. The man began to melt. He could not help agreeing to the conditions of the magical girl and asked what deposit they needed. Manval's plan was the best for her. She looked at her husband with her beautiful eyes and said that they needed land. Manval went on the road. On the way between the fortresses of Moxan and Bugwan, there were small plains that were passed down to farmers from generation to generation. Manval said that they are located next to the main road and the river, so this land is considered valuable. The courtesan was moving there in a carriage and Manji was with her. The guy asked why the territories had not been used for so long before this. The girl explained that only 10 years have passed since the war ended in those territories and it was scary to develop the land. Manji asked the girl who managed to get these lands. Meng Wu smiled and told the boy everything as it happened. The travelers were approaching some crowded area from where loud shouts could be heard as if at some event. The atmosphere of a picnic reigned here. The men rested with the women laying their weapons on the ground. Two of them decided to show off their fighting skills and hold a training session to entertain the girls. After firing 2 arrows each, the men approached the target to reveal the winner. One arrow hit right in the eyeball. The travelers got out of their vehicles and approached the territory of this camp. Locals continued to shout. A man noticed someone coming and informed Jancha, who immediately noticed the girl who looked elegant. He immediately came to receive the guests, giving his bow to the assistant. Janchu asked the travelers what brought them here. Meng Wu said that she has an official document with her that this area belongs to Moxan Fortress and she came here as an overseer. Janchu asked his assistant if this territory belonged to someone. The young man replied that he had no idea. Suddenly it was the warrior who recognized the girl and said that it was the same Man Wu who is a courtesan from the heavenly city of love. Meng Wu stood still and waited for a constructive answer. She felt quite confident. Janchu understood who her assistant was talking about, as the beauty of this girl was rumored even outside of Moxan Fortress. The man introduced himself as Janchu, the 4th son of the Jan family. He asked how such a decent lady could behave like that. Janchu looked at the beautiful girl and informed her that this land has belonged to his clan for many years. The man could not tolerate the fact that some girl was trying to deceive him and pocket someone else's territory. Meng Wu had a stony expression on her face and continued to listen to the man who demanded that she bring the true owner of these lands. Suddenly the girl's patience ran out and she called the man a real brute. Manval was in danger. The deputy chief of security of the heavenly city of love immediately decided to protect her and put his body under the enemy's attack. Janchu was not going to show off with uninvited guests and dealt with the man with one of his right hands. Meng Wu quickly rushed to help Meng Hu, who fell powerlessly to the ground and could not even move. Janchu told his wards that such people must first be taught so that they at least understand something. The man said that the girl had better get out of here and next time they should meet in the city of love where she would serve him. Meng Wu was very angry with her husband, but she could not do anything. She did not have enough bodyguards with her to engage in battle. A dry atmosphere reigned in the forest near the Moxan Fortress. The sun was not too hot, so it was a great day for training. Yongguan was holding a huge rock on his back while Manji came to them and told them about the recent events. The boy behaved very emotionally while the master leaned on his student. Manji said that he and Mr. Manwoo were humiliated. The teacher concluded that Janchu is an ordinary rascal who was just lucky to be born in a decent family. He ordered Chong to keep his line. Manji talked about how he wanted to beat up those jerks, but they took out the security guard with just one punch. After that, they had to leave this area. Youngguan continued his training and became angry at the person who insulted his sister. The teacher continued to lean on the stone on the student's back. He looked at the young man and said that this was just what they needed. Maitaer said they had a great chance to punish those jerks and let the student finish his training. It was dark evening on the street. The plain area between the two fortresses was illuminated by torches experiencing nightlife. A real festive atmosphere reigned here. People were having fun with each other and drinking copious amounts of booze. Janchu was the center of attention, sitting among the girls. He ordered others to bring him more drinks and snacks. The men discussed among themselves the beautiful girl who visited them today. They meant Mengwoo from the City of Love. Janchu said that she has the look of a cat, so you need to be able to tame her, showing all your power. The men mocked the way the girl ran away by biting her tail. At that moment, a muscular figure of a man appeared between them. Seeing a naked body in front of him, the young man in a green uniform was very frightened and asked the stranger who he was. The master did not interfere with the question that the young man asked him and assessed the situation with his eyes, saying that a couple of people could be left behind. Immediately after these words, the man imperceptibly got up from his seat and made a real mess around. With the help of his strength, he walked through all the people, slapping someone in the face, and took a couple of girls on his shoulders. The man did not forget to grab something to eat on the way. The girls on his shoulders screamed loudly in terror. Janchu did not understand what was happening and did not know how to act in this situation. The soldiers began to take out their weapons. The master turned to his student and told these scumbags to treat the girls the same as they treated his sister. Zhongguan was heading forward at this moment. The teacher informed him that now the young man is halfway to becoming a master of martial arts. Zhong was as serious as possible, covering his body with bright yellow energy. The master said that his opponents were equal to him. The young man walked steadily forward and stopped right in front of a group of soldiers who were armed. The teacher ordered the student to destroy them all. A day before this battle, the master decided to prepare his student. As usual, they were at their training ground near the fortress. Youngguan returned to the camp and informed the master, however, that he was able to catch 10 rabbits in 1 hour. Maitaer also returned from hunting but caught 10 wild boars. He added that he still had time, so he caught another one. The picture looked simply worthless. Zhongguan informed his teacher that he just had a talent for making other people feel like nothing. Zhongguan became more and more adapted to the wild conditions. After a short hunt, the men began to eat. While cooking meat on the fire, the teacher told the young man that eating is good for energy because even without doing anything you can become stronger. While John was training with a wild boar in his hands, the master said that hunting wild animals in a limited time is great for activating the body's energy. Holding the boar in his hands, Zhong replied that he could feel the energy building up, but he couldn't control it in constant motion. The master replied that it is not easy at all. He added that the activation and maintenance of parts of energy is the basis of martial arts. After that, he offered his student to surprise those boys who humiliated his sister by giving them a practical task. The master said that based on Manji's words, these were the ordinary successors of their clans and neglected real training to a greater extent. Zhongguan promised to put everyone. The master warned the young man that if he fought as usual, he might die in battle. He ordered him to be cool-headed and calculate his strength, promising to deal with all those who remained. Finally, the man warned that there are no rules in a real fight, so you need to be ready for anything to survive. Having put the giant animal on the ground, the boy looked in front of him and answered the master that he knew the latter very well. Youngguan approached this match as prepared and responsible as possible. His body resembled a real machine. The young man was as focused as possible on his opponents and approaching them looked ahead with serious eyes. Dozens of soldiers were standing in front of him, only expecting that the young man might run away or start attacking them first. John perfectly understood the seriousness of the situation and remembered the master's words. He turned his head to the other side to assess the situation. Here he saw in front of him another dozen fighters, among whom was Janchu, a man who dared to insult his sister. Assessing the situation as words, the young man confirmed the words of his teacher about the low level of the opponent's martial arts. Zhang Ji remembered that the words of the master who predicted the first events on the battlefield at the meeting. Janchu asked who had come to him. As predicted by the master, the first thing, even low-level fighters introduced themselves using their family names. He advised the student that this might be the perfect moment to make the first attack. Yung Guan hurriedly attacked Janchu. The warrior managed to avoid the first attack, but Chong had foreseen this development. He was as focused on the enemy as possible. Before the battle, the mentor taught the young man simple techniques, as he believed that relying only on the body's energy was unwise. Zhang positioned himself directly in front of the enemy and followed the instructions from the teacher. Janchu was a bit worried about his situation. Zhang gathered all the energy inside his body into one point, which was his left fist. He swung it at the enemy. After that, the young man broke the energy on the way out of his body. In this way, an explosion was formed which knocked Jancha off his feet. Zhang used a technique called Greed Strike. It was a small copy of the attack the master had demonstrated before. The young man hit his first enemy. Other soldiers immediately began to worry about their comrade and call the enemy a scumbag. Zhang wasn't going to listen to all the insults from his opponents, but decided to stick to his plan clearly, so he started running. He came at the enemies from the other side and held in his hands a bomb that Manji had helped him prepare. Chong threw this bomb into the very epicenter of the events where the most people were. A large smoke screen was formed. The warriors could not understand how it happened so quickly and tried to see their enemy in this fog. Yung Guan was light on the pass and immediately attacked the man who mentioned his name, punching him in the face. The young man was not going to stand still for a long time, so after defeating one opponent, he immediately began to beat others. Suddenly, one of the enemies came up behind Chan and decided to attack him with his sharp sword technique. However, the student managed to successfully avoid this attack. After that, he grabbed the enemy by the hand that was holding the sword. Zhang delivered a powerful blow to his face and threw him over his shoulder. Another evil enemy was approaching him from behind. Stepping back a bit to avoid an unnecessary collision, Chong immediately approached the enemy and struck him in the side. Thus, Chan already managed to deal with several opponents who were unexpectedly attacked in the dark. These soldiers could barely get to their feet and could not see anything in front of them. On the way, Zhang decided to put out the fire around him. The young man rose into the air and disappeared from the battlefield. Opponents could not understand anything and did not orient themselves in the dark. They knew perfectly well that the enemy was hiding somewhere nearby and decided that they needed something to shine a light in the darkness. However, they did not foresee that Chong was unlikely to do this. The young man attacked one of the warriors in the dark. After that, the student proceeded to the next enemy that could see him. It was quite a simple but effective tactic. Real chaos began to reign in the darkness. The warriors tried to understand where their enemy had gone and only heard his blows. Allies began to beat each other with the hope of striking the enemy. Meanwhile, Zhang Guan continued to beat his enemies in the dark. Jung remembered the words of Taeho, who recommended his charges to fight in the dark, because you can wreak havoc and kill quietly. Yung Guan remembered very well the words of his commander, who was right when he said that it was necessary to infiltrate the enemy's lair. The young man thanked his evil commander for the tactics. Suddenly, Zhang noticed a very sharp and shiny object from the side. It was an arrow that passed within centimeters of Chan's body and hit one of the warriors the young man was engaged in. This shot hit Jancha, who was still able to rise to his feet. However, he was well aware that shooting in the dark was unlikely to hit. He shouted as loud as possible, trying to reach his wards. He ordered them to come to their senses immediately. The soldiers heard the voice of their commander, who scolded them for not being able to catch just one person. Janchu stood up to his full height and took a sword in his hands. He covered his body with bright red energy and ordered the warriors to concentrate as much as possible. Yung Guan noticed the man standing on top of him. He immediately understood that he was the leader here, since not everyone would be able to get up after such a situation. In addition, Janch managed to bring his comrades into a fighting mood, who calmed down and gathered in a group for the attack. Chong knew perfectly well that a sudden attack would no longer bring its results since the enemies already knew his trump cards. The darkness wasn't exactly working in Chong's favor now, but he wasn't going to give up and got into a fighting stance, covering himself with a stream of energy. The young man simply stood still for a few seconds and tried to listen to the darkness to feel the presence of opponents. Finally, he felt danger approaching him in the form of a sword. Zhang immediately took measures to evade. Avoiding a surprise attack from his opponent, Chong immediately struck back with a blow that hit him squarely in the throat. Hearing the screams of their comrade, the other warriors immediately realized where the enemy was and began to attack him. Chong deftly dodged the blows of his opponents, managing to hit them with powerful blows in return. He literally fought on several fronts. Another opponent approached the young man and attacked him, but Chong sensed his presence in time and blocked the attack. Having taken a sharp spear from one of the opponents, the young man dealt a powerful blow to the enemy in front of him, cutting off his head. Things on the battlefield were bad for Chong. Almost all of his opponents recognized his location and attacked him simultaneously. Seeing that all the enemies were almost in the same place, Zhang decided to use Greed Strike to put them down. This blow from the young man turned out to be successful, and he was able to knock down almost all opponents. However, one of them escaped the wave. In a fraction of a second, he was in front of the enemy and struck him with a powerful and quick blow with his sword. Zhang Guan was on the verge of death, but the opponent's blow was inaccurate, and the young man was able to wedge the sword between his body and hand. Immediately after that, Chong punched the opponent's stomach with his left leg with all his might. The warrior winced in pain. However, the young man had enough opponents, and they did not end. Another red-haired man decided to finish off the enemy. He launched a powerful and lightning-fast attack, punching the opponent and emitting a powerful stream of red energy. Zhang Guan managed to survive this attack and still had one trump card with him. It was gunpowder in his left hand. At the moment when the enemy struck, Chong threw gunpowder into his eyes to blind his view. Immediately after that, the young man delivered a powerful blow that went almost through the enemy's body and damaged him. The opponent could not block this blow because he could not see anything. He fell helplessly at Yung Guan's feet. The student managed to follow the teacher's instructions and defeat almost all opponents on the battlefield. Only one left. Janchu and Chong met their eyes on the battlefield. Janchu was preparing to show the enemy real martial arts. Zhang Guan tried his best for the glory of the fight. Dozens of defeated enemies lay on the ground, unable to move. Only two opponents remained who were going to face each other in equal combat. They stood facing each other in the midst of this mess. Janchu turned to his opponent, raising his sword aloft, and said that they certainly didn't know where it came from. But he added that the big man had no right to steal their girls. He should have waited until they dealt with John. The young man did not care what his opponent said. He needed to regain his strength for the match. He perfectly understood that his body was overloaded even more than he expected, and the situation could get out of control. However, Chong was not going to retreat. The only question he asked himself was if he could use the Greed Strike one more time. Meanwhile, Janchu was not going to wait for his enemy to gain strength and decided to attack him unexpectedly from above. Janchu used a technique called Red Phoenix Wing, but Chong managed to dodge the attack. The young man immediately decided to counterattack the enemy and struck with his right hand, trying to reach his head. Janchu was shocked by the enemy's speed and found himself in a difficult situation, but he was able to turn his head away. Chong began to deliver a flurry of kicks and punches to the enemy's body to prevent him from landing his attack. The young man understood that he needed to fight within the range of the sword so that the enemy could not attack him, so he chose this tactic. After getting as close as possible to the enemy, Chong used a Greed Strike and tried to finish the fight quickly. However, Janchu was not as simple as it seemed. He predicted the development of events and blocked the enemy's attack. He yelled at the enemy that his same attack wouldn't work twice and punched him in the face with all his might. Zhang was unable to block the blow and fell to the ground. Janchu continued to attack the enemy lying on the ground. He pressed his body to the ground and delivered a powerful left-hand blow that was supposed to end the fight. However, without realizing it, Zhang stopped the enemy's attack and grabbed his hand in time, which stopped a centimeter away from him. After that, without wasting time, Chong once again hit the enemy's nose with a blow of greed, hitting him in the chest and throwing him up. Zhang Chu simply couldn't believe that the enemy was only able to counter him with one technique. He was a very angry young man. The man shouted loudly and called the opponent a freak. Now he saw that Chong only possessed one technique. Before Yongguan could get up off the ground, Janchu pounced on him again and asked how he was going to win now. Janchu began to deliver a flurry of blows to the face of the opponent, who could not do anything about it and only put his hands in front of him. Janchu, swinging his sword, shouted that Chong could do nothing more and that the end had come for him. He was going to finish off the enemy and was already taking him to the next world. But suddenly the schedule of events on the battlefield changed. Manji approached the enemy from behind and began to strangle him with a rope so that he could not cut Chan. The guy apologized to his ally for not showing up a little earlier as he was afraid to go out. Janchu slowly turned his head back to see with his own eyes the daredevil who dared to strangle him. He swung his sword overhead with all his might, knocking the boy back. Fortunately, Manji was not hurt by this blow. At that moment, Yongguan decided that he needed to help the boy and grabbed the enemy by the hair with a swing of his hand. Janchu continued to insist that all efforts were useless and that nothing would save the young man in this battle. Apparently, Chan was fed up with the enemy's senseless shouts and decided to gag him with a bomb that he kept in reserve. The young man pushed the bomb as deep as possible into the enemy's mouth and said that he had just prepared something for him to test. A second later, the bomb exploded right in Janchu's mouth. Now Chong was in a more advantageous situation. His enemy could not do anything because his head was dizzy. His mouth was torn open and smoke was coming out of him. Zhang decided that this was the perfect moment to end this fight and attacked the enemy with a stomach strike. It was a very powerful blow that knocked the opponent back a couple of meters. Manji was even forced to sit down. The boy grabbed his head at the moment of impact and could now calm down. He regained consciousness a little and looked around. Returning to the other side, he immediately noticed that Yongguan was not feeling well and rushed to help him. The difficult battle was over and Chong still came out victorious. Manji ran to his ally and greeted him. Janchu was one step away from victory, but the little guy got in his way. Now he lay unconscious on the battlefield, bleeding. Yongguan fell powerlessly to his knees and began to gasp for breath. His body was completely covered in wounds and blood. The young man opened his eyes and said that he managed to survive. Chong's face didn't look the most pleasant at that moment. Meanwhile, the heavenly city of love was sleeping in the midst of a dense forest. There were no events planned that night and it was pretty quiet. In the building where most of the courtesans spent the night, the lanterns were no longer lit. The girls went to bed earlier today. A girl was sleeping in one of the rooms who must have been overcome with insomnia today. She was constantly turning from side to side. It was Mengwul who could not fall asleep. Some strange thoughts that had nothing to do with her crept into her head. The girl was not satisfied with the position on her side, so she turned up. However, no position helped her sleep that night. Mengwul decided that there is no need to force yourself to sleep if you don't want to, so she got out of bed. Her gaze was cast down and she looked completely unsure. The girl scrolled through the events of the previous day in her head. She was tormented by the thoughts that she could not do anything then, and in addition she was also cruelly humiliated by men. Mengwul remembered her past when she was left without a family and was forced to find herself in a very difficult situation with others. In the deep dungeon, innocent people were looked after by two guards who followed the orders of the lady behind. She was engaged in the fact that she literally raised girls and then sold them to rich people. The guards did not treat them in the best way. Boys were also present in this dungeon. They also served as commodities and were bought into military slavery. Cho Sen was once among such innocent children. She cried bitterly and called her mother and father for help. The girl remained around orphan, but at that time she did not understand anything and all she was capable of was shedding tears on the ground. She was approached by the same lady who ran this business. She said that she never thought of her goods as people. She had very long nails and treated the girl arrogantly, telling her that it was her fate to be sold into slavery. These were very painful memories for Mengwul. She buried her head in the blanket and almost began to cry from the memories. The girl pulled herself together and began to think about her plan. She wanted to achieve justice through a state institution. She thought about asking government officials to deal with the hooligans who are making the country regress. Mengwul clearly remembered each man's face and promised herself not to let them enter the heavenly city of love under any circumstances. She was no longer the defenseless girl she once was and could now take the situation into her own hands and manage it. Suddenly, her thoughts were interrupted by the voice of Manji, who came to her through the window and immediately apologized for disturbing her at night. The guy managed to climb to the very last floor and not be noticed by security. He said that he knew that the girl was still awake. Manji announced that he had some very important news. The men who dared to insult Mengwul had already left the place today. Mengwul was very surprised at such news, especially when she heard that those rascals had been taught a lesson by some vagabond. Suddenly Manji realized that there was no need to talk about the tramp. He said he was a little confused in his head. The guy said that his strong friends helped him beat those guys. Manhwa listened attentively to the report of her ward. At one point the courtesan told the boy to get out of here as she needed to go to sleep. Manji of course could not scold his mistress, so he immediately went out through the window and wished her a good night. Today the clouds were very thick and did not let the moonlight through. It was a deep and silent night in the mountains. The master slept very well that night and came out of his straw hut cracking his neck on the way. In his tent there were girls who were crazy about the master. They were still intoxicated. The master went out to the river and saw his student in front of him who had finally returned. John asked the teacher what he did for a living. A man, because he spent the whole night with girls. John asked if that was too much for a centenarian, and the man replied that it was just a number. He sat down next to his student and gave him a pleasant smile. He assumed that if he returned he must have been able to win. Jung confessed to the teacher that if it wasn't for Manji's help, he would have been dead by now. And the last enemy bit his abilities from head to toe. The master listened to his student with great interest and smiled. He wanted to somehow encourage the young man at this moment. He told Chong that, with only a couple of abilities in his arsenal, it was very difficult to win, but he still managed to do it. The teacher praised the student for a job well done, and could now welcome him into the real world of martial arts. In the morning of the next day, a whole bunch of people on their way from Mengval decided to visit the same place they were yesterday. This time they brought a Jung with them. The woman asked if they had taken her exactly where they were going from the beginning. The man replied that there really were a bunch of young warriors here yesterday. Menval stood behind the interlocutors' backs and was quietly silent. She surveyed the area, which was a little different than yesterday, and was lost in her own thoughts. They were constantly busy with their brother. The courtesan looked in front of her and saw the ruined camp, which last night was shining with lanterns and drinking was being poured here. The girl imagined this very place in her mind the night when Yungguan came here. Loud shouts were heard all around and fights were going on. John stood firm on his feet, facing dozens of enemies who continued to slash at him relentlessly, but he did not give up. Mengwul looked in front of her and did not understand what her brother wanted to prove to her, because she can perfectly cope with everything herself. The girl turned to her hired workers and asked the carpenters if they would be able to carry out the work plan. One of the men replied that it would not be a problem at all since the territory here is very large. And Zhong assessed the situation. She was looking at the same place where Manwul had been looking before. The woman was somewhat disturbed by this mess. She took a closer look at all the objects on the ground and concluded that these were definitely traces of a battle. And Zhong decided to come closer to take a look. She saw broken weapons and human blood on the ground in front of her. The chief of security sat down and took a piece of cloth in her hands. It was definitely not the first time she had looked at him. The woman looked away to grab something else. She wanted to know more about this battle. Suddenly she found something that would definitely help her learn everything. The chief looked more and more closely in the direction of the forest. The woman saw in front of her footprints left on the sand with blood. These were the tracks of only one person leading to the forest, and Zhong found all the clues she needed. After that, she clearly understood that there was only one winner in this fight. Menval left her hired workers at the construction site and went to the market herself, where it was quite crowded. She strolled through the market with Manji telling him about money, honor, and power. You can forget everything with money. Manji asked the girl if she didn't have much money. Mengwul replied that the earnings of people like her are limited. The girl added that the app needs a lot of money to attract influential people, but it should be worth it. The courtesan was on her way to the Merchant Association in Moxon Fortress. She had some very important business to do here. The guests were immediately met on the main square by a man in a blue robe. He was very happy to see Manwul in front of him. It was the head of the Merchant Union of the Moxon Fortress, who suggested that the courtesans from the heavenly city of love needed new rings again. The girl greeted her husband and said that they had enough jewelry for now, and she came with a completely different question. The chairman was very interested in this development and invited his guests inside to discuss everything. The man led the guests into the living room where they could talk. He asked if the woman really wanted to buy and sell things. He did not understand why this was necessary because in the city of love a merchant is enough. The girl explained that they are all just intermediaries. Manhwa asked the chairman whether it is possible to earn a lot from this business if you work for yourself and without intermediaries. The man replied that this is not the kind of work that such a beautiful girl should do, besides it will not be possible to earn a lot of money here. Manhwa told the head that he must have misunderstood her a little and told his assistant to get what he brought. The girl predicted everything and brought with her recommendations from the official, the membership fee, and the location of her future shopping rows. The man was simply shocked when the young man laid all this out on the table. He didn't expect that Manhwa's case had gone so far. Manji behaved like a real accountant. Manhwa said that she had already received a permit to trade, so there would be no problem. The girl folded her hands in front of her and confidently said that she was going to touch huge money through business. Manhwa planned to create a huge shopping complex thanks to which you can get a stable and large profit. The news that Manhwa would be opening his outlet spread rapidly throughout Moxon Fortress. People discussed this topic with enthusiasm since the conversation was about the most recognizable and beautiful courtesan. Women and men talked about this topic literally everywhere, spreading even more gossip and guesses. The common people only discussed this topic, and the officials and nobles believed that Manhwa just wanted to amuse himself in this way. Such news was not the most pleasant for some high-ranking officials. The events took place in the trade union. 5 members of the union gathered around a large table who were already discussing a topic they were tired of and did not know what to do with it. One of the men said he was too busy to just discuss some courtesan. An old woman nearby reported that it was her he went to look at in the heavenly city of love. Another man could not understand how the girl was able to get recommendations for opening a retail outlet. The assumption was that someone was taking care of her. The head of the union said that he would not just gather the members of the union and that this topic is very important for discussion. Union members believed that the girl would not be able to stay in business because after a while someone would simply stop funding her. The men believed that Manhwa would not last even a year. The only woman at the table asked how the girl pouring the alcohol could get it right. The head of the union called everyone present arrogant because they continue to mock the girl who, in their opinion, does not even know how to count. The man said that everything was not like that and the girl was able to earn as much from her alcohol as each of those present in a year. The men were simply shocked when they heard this information. The chairman added that no one would refuse such a person in the team as Manhwa. Everyone present listened attentively to the head of the union, who said that the girl spoke quite confidently, and there was a mysterious aura around her. In his head, the chairman remembered the moment when the girl sat across from him and assured him that everything would go according to her plan. Manhwa looked very confident and relaxed. The man told the union members that they would regret it if the girl became their competitor. One of the attendees asked the chairman what he could offer in order for Manhwa to become their partner. The woman at the table asked why they were going to cooperate with those who just poured them booze. The head of the union feared this the most. Opinions in the meeting room diverged and no one could come to a common decision. The majority believed that the only correct solution was simply to get rid of the competitor. Silence reigned in the hall after these words. The next morning came. The sun has already shown its rays from behind the mountains, which brightly illuminated the territory. A Zhong followed the trail of blood that led her from the battlefield into the forest, and was not too surprised to see it in front of her. Zhongguan is doing his training with the master who defeated him, and the young man surrendered. And Zhong was a little shocked. The master noticed that they had guests and informed the student that his girlfriend had come. Chong could not understand who he was talking about, and Zhong turned to the young man and said that she had not seen him for a long time, and he was just fooling around in the forest. Zhong was not very happy to see the girl. He told her to get out of here as they were busy training. The master corrected his student and said that he was just mocking him. Ah Young explained that they visited the plot of land with Manhwa yesterday, and she came here to confirm her guesses. And Zhong understood everything perfectly well for herself and decided not to disturb the men. However, Chong rose to his feet and stopped the girl. He asked her what piece of building land she was talking about and what Manhwa was going to do anyway. The chief of security turned to face the young man and listened to his question. She was in no hurry to answer him. Ajong proudly turned her head away and walked forward, saying that there was no reason to inform the young man. John began to get angry and demand to tell him everything. And Zhong told him to shut up if he didn't want to get screwed again. At this moment, the master decided to intervene in the dialogue. The interlocutors did not quite understand what exactly he wanted from them. The teacher offered the girl to enter a battle with his student, and if he wins, she will be forced to tell everything about his sister. And Zhong was very surprised when she heard the word sister in the dialogue. She couldn't believe that this was Manhwa's own brother. Zhong Guan began to appeal the score of the match. However, it was still better than fighting a master who bullied him, and Zhong was asked to order any wish for Chong in case of victory. The girl did not know what to answer. Yung Guan understood that the master was right about the fact that the girl would be a more equal rival for him than the teacher himself. Zhong thought for a while and replied that she didn't need anything from the young man and would just show the newcomer one trick. Yung Guan was confident in his abilities and replied to the girl that this time she would not be able to defeat him so easily. Zhong noticed some changes in the young man's body, but she was sure that she could defeat him and took out her weapon. The teacher gave the command to start the match and the battle began in the forest. Immediately loud screams began to be heard. Literally in a minute Chong was on the ground and could not move. And Zhong put the sword to his head. The master asked if the boss was too cruel to the novice. The girl showed the young man what happens if you lose your vigilance. 2 days later, strange things happened on the territory of the Merchant Association. It was a deep night. All the lights were extinguished. 2 guests who were dressed quite eerily came to the central building. They looked like some kind of demons. 2 eerily dressed people slowly made their way to the front door and opened it with an unpleasant creak. The head of the Merchants Association was already waiting for them at the door along with other members. He greeted his old friend Manhwa. The guests stood opposite at the other end of the welcome mat and only silently nodded their heads in response. The man in the hat removed his headdress and asked the head if the courtesan would really be his target this time. The chairman replied that everything is correct and that her name is Manhwa. The man added that she is an ordinary girl and does not know the situation, so there will be no big problems with her. The other guest, the one below, shook his head with some curiosity. He turned to the head and said that it is not so easy to kill people. The assassin asked if he would hire them for this mission if it were so easy to kill this courtesan. The mercenaries announced their kill price at 3 gold ingots. The chairman of the association was simply shocked when he heard this. He did not want to pay this amount because it was 3 times more than the previous payment. The association member told the gentleman to calm down. However, the man could not control himself and continued to express his claims. The woman tried with all her might to hold him. At that moment, one of the mercenaries decided that he didn't want to put up with this noise anymore. He thrust his hand forward and released some threads from it. The killer was not very happy with the atmosphere inside the building. He looked at the man in front of him with disdain. The man wrapped the owners of the house in strings and said that they would have to kill the most famous courtesan, and it might be very difficult. The members of the Merchants Association silently listened to the terms of the killer, who added that disguising a murder as a suicide was not an easy task. The chairman realized that jokes are bad with the best killer of the Southern Yuan. He immediately promised him to prepare the payment. The hired killer immediately took his threads to himself and warned the man not to deceive them. With one of his threads, the mercenary pierced a hole in the ear of the head, from which blood began to flow. The killer hadn't finished speaking yet. He suddenly appeared behind the head of the Merchant Association and told him in a creepy voice that he was not a killer from the Southern Yuan but from the Central one. After that, both mysterious men disappeared from the building. The chairman was very frightened at this moment, and with him other members of the association. The killers had left the Merchant Association's main building in Moxon Fortress and were now heading out on missions, walking through the forest. The man in the hat went first and started a conversation with his partner that he had gone a little too far with the last joke. Killer added that fortunately everything ended well, and people should know how to behave if they contact the Safflower organization. The same man asked his partner if he wanted to complete this task on his own, since this would be his first mission as a killer. The other masked assassin took his time with his answer. He silently looked at the trees in front of him and was lost in thought. The man didn't know if he even needed it, but in the end he decided it didn't matter when it happened, so he nodded in agreement. His partner laughed loudly with joy. He praised his friend for his courage and said that he would prepare everything in the best possible way. In the morning, Manhwa decided to revisit her building campaign, which was developing at a frantic pace. It already looked like something. The workers were paid very well, so they did not dare to complain and continued to work hard despite the hellish heat. There were quite a lot of men on the construction site and everyone was doing their important work. Suddenly their attention was drawn by someone's voice behind them. These were the surprised cries of Su-ran, who was shocked by the scale of the construction. Man-ji assumed that it was worth a lot of money. The courtesan noticed that one of the workers was not doing what was required. His partner immediately apologized and told him to make amends immediately. Then the girl's attention was drawn by loud shouts that praised the strongman, who was very durable and lifted large kilograms. All attention was focused on Young-gwan, who was replacing an entire battalion of workers. He single-handedly lifted a rocker with heavy bags. Mengwoo looked at her brother and did not understand what he wanted to prove to her again. The girl was not happy with what the young man was doing. Young-gwan noticed that his sister was watching him work hard and decided to smile back at her. Myung-woo asked what Young is doing here. The master was also present at the construction and replied that the young man had decided to earn extra money. The teacher lowered the heavy log to the floor and explained that his student had been washing his ears all day by talking about his sister. He added that Young had heard that Myung-woo was doing construction and decided to come here. In this way, the young man made two hairs at the same time. Menval understood everything perfectly, but she was interested in one more fact. The girl asked the master how he knew that this was her brother. Yukadal wasn't going to hide anything and pointed a finger at Manji and Saran, who were standing behind Manwul and feeling guilty. Maitaer turned to face a Young and thanked her for helping with Zhong's training, who understood much more. No one wanted to talk to the crazy man and everyone started to go in different directions. The master did not understand anything. Mengwul remained standing in her place and went crazy from the fact that her brother was constantly in her sight. Having calmed down a little, the girl came to her senses and looked at the master in front of her. One idea came to her mind. Mengwul asked if the master would pass on the information to the disciple to meet his sister at 2 o'clock in the morning on the hill. The accountant could not understand why this was necessary. He pointed his finger at Chan and suggested that the girl talk to him right now. Mengwul replied to her husband that she could not now, as an event would soon take place in the heavenly place of love and she needed to go. The courtesan said goodbye to her workers and wished them good work. After that, she left the place of her construction. The night of the same day came. In the heavenly place of love, an event was taking place and lanterns were shining brightly all over its territory. As usual, officials visited here, leading beautiful girls by the arm and flirting with them. The girls were drunk. They all entered the building, which was a place of lodging for courtesans. Loud laughter continued to be heard inside. Mengval was not with the other partisans that night. She sat in her room and thought about further actions. The girl kept her hands on the bed on which she slept every night. She slowly began to move the trundle bed upwards. Just under her mattress, Mengwul hid a bunch of valuables which were packaged by category and cost. There were a lot of gold bars and silver as well as jewelry. The girl collected all this while pouring alcohol for her guests. She looked at her wealth and thought that most of it was needed to pay for the upper part of the building. She also did not forget about the costs of paying for materials and workers. The costs turned out to be much higher than she expected. Mengwul looked at her riches with sadness in her eyes and did not want to part with them. The meeting with Chong was very soon. The girl tried not to be sad and reassured herself that nothing could be done. She took a cotton bag in her hands. The meeting of the two relatives was to come in the forest near the Moxon fortress on a hill to which both brother and sister knew the way. Mengwul was on her way here under the guidance of security, and at one point she said that she would go on by herself. The guards did not want to let the lady go. Mengwul assured the deputy guard, however, that everything would be fine with her. The man did not object to the woman and said that he would wait here. It was deep night outside. Mengwul decided to come a little earlier than 2 o'clock and spend a little time with her thoughts. She walked to the edge of the cliff and began to look down. The girl stood motionless like that for some time. At one point, Manwul heard strange noises behind her and immediately turned her head to check who was approaching her. It was Guan whose appearance the girl was very surprised by. The young man was standing right in front of her and was silent. Manhwa started the conversation first and said that the young man came much earlier than she herself expected. She added that she didn't want to upset her brother, but it would be better that way. She threw the bag of gold on the floor and said to take it. Manhwa thus wanted to redeem himself from his brother and ordered him not to see her again after that. John was saddened by his sister's words. His gaze was lowered to the ground, and the young man did not want to answer anything. The girl continued and added that she had never felt a sense of joy since the moment her brother appeared in her life. Manhwa looked into the darkness and remembered happy memories from her childhood, but they could not cover the horror that she later experienced. John continued to stand still. The girl said that she did not want to know or hear anything about her brother. It was very difficult for her, and now even John is shaking under her feet. After these words, the young man moved from his place and went to his sister. He stopped behind her and didn't say a word. The wind slowly blew the hair of the brother and sister, who were finally able to speak. Guan was a man of few words this evening. He seemed to want to say something but couldn't get a word out. Manhwa continued to look at her brother, who was standing behind her, and did not understand why he was silent for so long or what he wanted. Suddenly fear appeared on the girl's face. She understood that it was not her brother by the facial features and asked who he was. John raised his eyes at that moment. They were bright red in color, and the young man's whole face radiated demonic energy. Manhwa immediately realized that it was not her brother and began to run away, loudly calling for help from the deputy guard. However, the killer was not going to let the victim go so easily. He immediately released his insidious threads and wrapped them around the girl's body. Immediately after that, the stranger pounced on his victim with a knife. Manhwa couldn't do anything because she couldn't move. At that moment, something stopped the killer from his crimes, and he cast his gaze to the right where he felt danger. Here he was met with a powerful blow. The killer was forced to switch his attention to the enemy, who suddenly appeared on the horizon. It was the real Guan who saved his sister from imminent death by placing his hand under the knife and blocking the blow. That same morning, Manhwa made a remark to a new worker who was digging in the wrong place for the road. The worker heard the remark and stopped digging in that place. At that moment, everyone turned their attention to Chan and started calling him a strongman. This worker didn't say a word and kept looking at Ms. Manhwa. There were still shouts about Chan. This elderly-looking man had bright red eyes. It was a hired killer who first met his victim on her own territory. Of course then, he did not take any measures to kill the girl because there were too many witnesses. The man continued to work undercover. After a long day at work, the assassin returned home and decided he needed the perfect disguise for the mission. He had earned himself the mask of Guan, who he had been watching all day, and now he could try it on. Something very scary was coming for Manhwa. The real Guan continued to hold back the onslaught of the enemy, who was making an effort to pierce the enemy's arm through. The killer did not expect that one more frame would appear on the battlefield, which would prevent him from calmly completing his mission. Guan was serious about fighting the enemy. He shouted loudly and ordered his sister to run immediately into the forest. Swinging his fist from behind, Zhang delivered a powerful blow to his nose and used a technique called wind from the realm of the dead. Killer managed to place his hand in time so that the attack did not harm him, but he was forced to retreat back. Guan wasn't going to stop there and soared into the air to deliver another surprise attack to the enemy. He once again launched a lightning attack using his body's energy. A real light disco took place on the hill. After delivering a powerful blow, Chong knocked the enemy back and landed on the ground, keeping his eyes on the enemy. The killer was again forced to retreat and broke trees on his way. So far, he was only protecting himself from Chong. Killer also watched his enemy very closely and studied his movements. Landing, he raised his hand up. He began to draw sharp red daggers from behind his back. Guan stood opposite and thought of tactics. The young man assessed the enemy's abilities and realized that he was very fast, as he was unable to deliver a concentrated blow to him. Meanwhile, the killer quickly got into a fighting stance, holding a sharp weapon in his hands and preparing to deliver a fatal blow to the enemy. However, the next events surprised Chong very much because the projectile weapon flew past him and headed to the side. The target of the killer was not the enemy in front of him at all, but a pre-prepared victim. Daggers moved towards Manhwa with great speed. Guan realized at the last moment that his sister was the target. He couldn't let Jo Sung get hurt. He used the greed strike to create a shock wave that he used to repel the threat from Mengwul. Meanwhile, the killer was not going to stand still and used the advantage he gained thanks to the daggers. He was at Yung Guan's side in no time. His wards continued with a bright red flame with which he burned the enemy. The killer used a technique called the snake sketch. Zhang Guan felt the full force of this technique. His right arm was pierced in many places by the enemy's red daggers. The young man at the very last moment managed to notice that another dagger was approaching him, which was about to hit him in the head. Chong couldn't afford to die, so he collected his thoughts and delivered a powerful blow to knock the enemy back a couple of meters. He immediately began to go on the offensive and pushed off the ground in order to quickly find himself near the enemy and prevent him from recovering. The young man once again used the energy of his body to finish off the enemy once and for all with a powerful blow. But the killer managed to block this blow, and he wrapped himself around Chan's hand like a snake, trapping her. His legs rested on the neck of the young man, who did not really like this course of events. It was necessary to somehow correct this situation. Yung Guan gathered all his strength into a fist and grabbed the enemy's face with his hand. The killer was very surprised when Zhang was able to move his arm. The young man threw the enemy to the ground with all his might, releasing all his energy in one point. It was very powerful. While Chong was conducting his attack, he managed to tear off a piece from the enemy's face, which turned out to be a mask. The killer was able to get to his feet and jump back. He was forced to cover his face so as not to give himself away. His face was completely covered by his hand, and only his left eye shone with its red light. The killer suddenly noticed something unusual. Mengwul continued to sit motionless on the edge of the cliff where her brother protected her. She was very scared after the fight. What surprised the killer was the security that arrived at the battlefield, because they heard strange noises in Ms. Mengwul's direction. They ran out of the dense forest and could not understand what was happening here. They saw only two identical opponents in front of them. Yung Guan continued to protect his sister with a wall. The guards ran up to Manwul and immediately began to inquire about her well-being. The killer did not really like this schedule of events. He grew to his full height, covering his body with bright purple energy. He finally released his hand from his hidden face. The man was not going to continue the unequal battle any longer. In a split second, the killer was able to teleport his body away from here, leaving only a bright trail on the ground. The guards were simply shocked when the enemy simply disappeared. They did not understand what was happening and how it happened. Yung Guan continued to be on guard because he understood that the enemy could appear anywhere, and he definitely needed Mengwul. Over time, the killer never dared to appear again. Yung Guan told the guards everything he had seen with his own eyes. After listening to the young man, the deputy guard concluded that this was definitely a killer. Yung Guan asked why an assassin was sent to Manwul. The man replied that he could not name the exact reason, but it was definitely related to the recent actions of Ms. Mengwul. Zhang Guan listened carefully to the security guard and didn't want to believe his ears. The young man's face radiated pure surprise. The guard advised the girl to stay inside the heavenly city of love so that she would not be in danger. Mengval stood firmly on the ground. The girl did not react at all, so the man decided to call her once more. Mengwul apologized and offered to go back to the city. Yung Guan watched his sister all this time. He was very worried about her because her life was in danger. The young man noticed that Menval was shaking with fear. The girl tightly held onto her blouse with her hands and tried to keep warm. Guided by the moon, the guardians headed home, keeping their path to the heavenly city of love. Yung Guan went with them, who could not let his sister get hurt, so he decided to see for himself. Mengwul confidently walked forward and did not suspect anything. Suddenly a crack appeared in the ground under her foot and the girl shook. The courtesan was very scared and did not know what to expect from today. She was very wary. It turned out to be an ordinary pit. Yung Guan saved his sister from falling and asked her to be more careful on the way. Mengval did not want her brother to hug her. She pushed him aside, demonstrating her displeasure. The girl's hands continued to shake from worry. She asked her brother why he kept following them. Myung-woo added that she didn't want to see John anymore and told him to stop playing the good brother role. The girl wanted everyone to live their own life. Zhang Guan did not answer his sister but listened to her in silence. Mengwul told her brother that she would thank him for saving her and give him the reward through Manji, so she wouldn't be indebted. After these words, the courtesan turned her head in the other direction. Zhongguan continued to stand there in silence and didn't know what to say. Suddenly he mustered up the courage to fight back at his sister. He said that he did not need any valuables from her. He added that he can't just leave them when his sister is in danger because he cares about her so much. The young man stood behind the girl and repeated that he would always take care of her and follow her path. Manhwa listened carefully to all these words and was simply shocked. Her eyes radiated surprise and she remained silent. The courtesan never found the words to answer her brother. She simply moved from her place and began to walk further forward. The deputy guard approached Chan and said that it would be better for the young man to go with them since the enemy might appear again, and they would not be able to deal with him. The next morning came. The sun had already risen and brightly illuminated the leaves of the trees in the forest near the Moxon fortress. Manji came to the master with the news that Zhong had stayed in the heavenly place of love. The teacher was surprised. He was sitting next to a huge dead bear. Manji told the master that he would soon catch all the wild animals in the area of Moxon Fortress. The boy explained to John that he was staying in town because there was a possibility that his sister's killer might return. The master put the knife to his face and shook his head, saying that it was bad for a murderer. Manji wondered why the man thought so. The teacher said that last time his student had fought with a lot of people. Manji still did not understand where the master was heading. The teacher said that John is not very strong in a one-on-one battle, especially in a battle with an assassin. He won't have enough skills to win. Yongguan continued to stay in the heavenly place of love and guard his sister. The deputy guard treated him kindly. Meanwhile, somewhere not far from the Moxon fortress was a deep cave from which loud human cries came. A bright light shone from it, shedding it on the ceiling where the naked eye could see chains hanging down. On one of these hung a murderer who was being scolded by the chief. He told the man that he was unable to kill some parasite. The culprit was handcuffed to a chain and hanging with his feet down. The chief added that he ruined his reputation by failing the very first task. The mentor added that defeat teaches much more than success, so he dismissed the ward and ordered to prepare for rebirth. The killer was released from his shackles and landed on the ground. He picked up his mask and put it on his face. Adjusting his mask, the other thief said that it was time to start a new round which should be more successful than the previous one. Meng Wu remembered her past when she was sitting in a deep dungeon where light could only be obtained from flames. The prisoners decided to escape that night. They knew that they would have no other chance and hurried to escape before the witch noticed them. Among this pile of children was little Cho-san, who held only the necessary in her hands. She silently followed her friends. They all wanted to run back to their families, but Cho-sung no longer had her. The little girl's eyes looked very scared as she ran away. The children managed to get out of the cave and had to quickly decide where they should go next. But their plan turned out to be too simple. The two bald guards immediately grabbed the children as the witch could have killed them for it. Jo-sung ran with everyone but tripped and fell to the floor. She was in danger of being caught immediately. Friends paid attention to the girl but decided to leave her since she still had no family and could die even if she left this place. The girl heard all these words of her friends and was very upset. She didn't know what to do and just started crying bitterly. Friends abandoned Cho-sung and left his girlfriend to fend for herself. The girl was shaking with fear but decided to do something. Cho-sung slowly crept to the side of the bushes while her friends ran away and spotted the witch on her way back home. Cho-sung decided that it would be best to hide somewhere nearby and disappeared from the place where she fell. Now there are only traces left. The children were very sorry that they had tried to escape. The witch was not going to spare them and spilled their blood. Boys and girls shouted at the top of their lungs, trying to justify themselves and confess their mistakes, but nothing stopped the witch. There was only more blood. Little Cho-sun crawled under a tree and closed her eyes so as not to see all the horrors. Loud children's cries continued to be heard from everywhere. The girl heard all these horrors and did not know what to do at all. She just stared at the ground where her tears were falling. Cho-sung quietly continued to sit behind the tree, while the witch ordered her charges to take all the living back to the dungeon. The creepy woman also found Cho-sung. She said that wild animals are still wild even if they are domesticated. The witch was covered in children's blood. She said that by killing a few of her specimens she wouldn't lose much money. Cho-sung was very scared at this moment and was preparing to die. The witch promised to sell all who survived to worse owners. The children who managed to escape from the hands of the witch stood as if in the market. The buyer asked the witches why they were so thin and whether they would last at least a week. It was a rather old grandfather dressed in a red tent. He asked the hostess what the price was for all these children together. The old man bought girls in order to resell them more profitably later. They looked so much better after they beautified. Now their buyer was already a bald man with scars on his face. He wanted to get only the girl who stood in the center. The girls were again sold to another owner. Almost all buyers immediately paid attention only to Chosung. The men were very pleased with the girl's beauty and asked how many merchants were asking for her incredible beauty. Mengwul sat very thoughtful. The person who was sitting across from her was trying with all her might to speak to her. It was the headmistress advising her student to rest. Mengwul said that guests would be arriving now, so it was not the time to relax at all. The hostess ordered the girl to rest anyway since she cannot make her work and promised additional security. She ordered the chief of security to carefully guard Mengwul. And Zhong confidently agreed to carry out the lady's order. The woman told her student not to argue and to take care of herself as well as to always keep someone with her for safety. Mengwul looked completely disfigured. Her face looked like a sponge that had just been used to wash a mountain of dishes. The girl's gaze was maximally empty and downcast. The head lady looked at the girl and asked if she understood everything. Mengwul replied that she would do everything as her mistress told her. During dinner, guards stood behind the courtesans. At the end of the row stood a man who stood out a little among the crowd with his appearance. His posture was also not very good. Although this guard stood as far as possible from the courtesans, he had a keen ear and listened carefully to every word of the interlocutors. Evening has come in the night city of love. The building where the courtesans always spent the night looked calmer than usual today. The guards were standing at the door of the room where Menval was. Among these guards was a rather suspicious man. Yungguan was talking to the security chief and telling her the story of how he had to save his sister in the mountains. He informed Zhong, however, that the assassin was very fast and he had not managed to land a single landing blow on him during the fight. The girl said she only heard about the killers from her grandfather. For them, the most humiliating thing was not to kill the victim when they were alone with her. And Zhong described her memories from her grandfather's stories to the young man in sufficient detail, and concluded that killers always come back to finish what they started. The chief of security suggested that the killer might appear again that night. Chong did not like such assumptions at all. The main building in the city of night love was full of people. There was loud music playing and lights shining on the whole city. One of the distinguished guests was very happy with the cheerful music and went out dancing. The loud laughter of girls rang out from everywhere. This man was a high-ranking official who got very drunk and proposed a dance competition. He was going to demonstrate all his talents on a drunken head. The girls were not at all against watching such dances. While the other courtesans were having fun with the officials, Mengwul sat in her room and wrote something on a piece of paper. Manji was standing next to her. After finishing the letter, the girl gave it to her assistant and said that she hoped that he would deliver it to the right place. The boy quietly and slowly walked out of the room, which was guarded on both sides by Yungguan and the security chief Ayung. Manji went down one floor below and began to cross the city that connected two different buildings. Mengwul constantly thought about her fate. She forced herself not to be afraid and live because life can end at any moment. The girl had already had to face death many times, and this time she wanted to overcome her fear on her own. The most famous courtesan looked out the window where she could watch her colleagues having fun with the officials on the balcony. The very drunkest man continued to dance on the balcony to the music. Suddenly something unknown interrupted his dance. The official fell to the floor and fainted. The girls around decided that he just had too much to drink and tried to get him to his feet. Mengwul watched all this from her room and became a little wary. She did not need additional problems in the palace of love. Suddenly her examination was interrupted by a loud knock. It was a red dagger that fell on the windowsill and brought a letter with it. Mengwul immediately opened this piece of paper and began to read. The letter was dedicated to a girl who would soon become the flower of death. The sender informed the girl that he had many opportunities today to finish her off in the palace, but he wanted to kill her beautifully. The man recommended the girl to give up security so that no one but her would be hurt. The killer threatened that if she decided to die in this city, he would first cut everyone around and only then her. The girls brought the official to his feet and sat him down at the table. One of them was still trying to bring him to his senses, but it was all in vain. Mengwul continued to read the killer's letter, which was right next to him. He threatened to cut all the girls he loved. The girl began to shake from what she read. The killer wanted to challenge her to a duel and said that her life would be enough to save everyone. A small disco continued in the city, during which the official fainted. Mengwul understood that it was the handiwork of the killer. The girl literally went crazy when she read this letter. She burst out of her room like a bird from a cage. Young Guang and Ajun could not understand what was happening to whom Yi tried to stop the girl in order to learn something from her. Mengwul ran along the corridor where her brother tried to stop her. However, the courtesan turned and shouted at him. She stopped and told her brother not to follow her. The girl looked very scared and alarmed. After these words, Mengwul once again ran along the corridor, leaving behind her own brother and the head of her guard. The girl left the building and ran out into the street where the horses on which the guests had arrived were stationed near the central entrance. Mengwul ordered the viewer to get out of her way as she needed a horse. She jumped on her horse and headed forward. A few minutes later, the girl found herself on a forest path along which she continued to race on horseback. Manhwa took this risky step in order to win as much time as possible for the people she loves. The girl perfectly understood all the risks she was exposing herself to. She decided to speed up and hit the horse for it. Suddenly, she heard someone's voice from the bushes who praised her for driving a live horse quite well. Mengwul turned her head in the other direction and suspected something unclean in these bushes as well. The killer did not come alone this time. Two killers jumped out of the bushes and wrapped their threads around the animal, which was instantly cut into small pieces. Mengwul was trapped, but she wasn't going to panic. Of course, she could not oppose these threads. The girl was falling to the ground and preparing to fall. Suddenly, her attention was drawn to something that caused her mixed emotions. A loud explosion rang out on the forest path next to Mengwul, accompanied by a bright yellow energy. The girl turned her head back and saw in front of her the long gray hair of the person who came to her aid. The killers were forced to retreat back. Their plan seemed perfect, but again, they did not foresee this turn of events. They were stopped by a man who possessed his body energy. He immediately came to the defense of the girl who was in danger. It was Master Chan who decided to go for a night walk. He greeted the killers. Mengwul was just shocked. The master came to the rescue in time and saved the innocent girl who was now hiding behind his back. The man stood firmly on his feet and began to carefully examine the enemies, assessing the situation around them and their approximate abilities. Suddenly, the teacher used a technique called vapor release, and yellow energy began to evaporate from his body. Its stream covered a rather large area, and the opponents did not expect such a result. They were forced to retreat again. This flow of energy reached even trees at a distance of 100 meters. Killers took a more advantageous position for defense. The teacher thought that if he hadn't come in time, the girl would already be dead. He continued to assess his enemies. He looked at the shorter, overgrown opponent and remembered his student. The aura was much softer than this one. The master assessed the auras of both opponents and concluded that they must both be high-level martial artists. The man fixed his gaze on the last enemy. He was very interested in him as he seemed quite strong. This killer covered his body with a flow of powerful energy that the master had never seen before. This confused him a little. His ward continued to act on a tree branch and did not even suspect that he was in danger from below. The head of the guard was approaching him at great speed, and in a fraction of a second she was already in the face of the enemy. Zhong delivered a powerful blow to her enemy, trying to cut him down, but the assassin brought his weapon down in time for the blow. Killer was forced to retreat and landed on the ground, continuing to watch as the woman stepped on him. And Zhong, being above the opponent's head, used a sword technique against him that resembled uncontrolled lightning. After performing this attack, the woman landed next to her allies who were watching her in the meantime. Maitaer praised the girl's skills. The head of security immediately asked Ms. Mengwul if everything was okay with her. The teacher turned to the girl and asked her where his student had gone. And Zhong replied that this young man was too slow. At this time, Yongguan covered the distance as hard as he could. He was heading forward, calling Chosun loudly. The young man was still at a fairly long distance in the depths of the forest. His screams were heard by absolutely everyone on the battlefield. After that, the main killer stepped forward and said that the courtesan appeared to have a lot of defenders. The man realized that he had blamed his ward for the defeat in vain and decided to ask for additional payment for the girl's head. The killer again started talking about the same flower of death that he mentioned in the letter. He thought she was very beautiful. This flower was held on the roots which were the heads of innocent people. Killer said he didn't want to disturb the aesthetics of murder. He meant that he wasn't exactly burning with the desire to touch innocent people in order to destroy just one parasite. He added that he just wanted a quiet and beautiful death. After that, the killer turned to the girl and suggested that she simply surrender. Mengwul was simply shocked by such an offer. And Zhong did not understand what was happening at all and decided not to intervene. The courtesan, in a defiant voice, asked the interlocutor why he was telling such a story. She asked how murder could possibly be beautiful. The younger killer sat silently in his seat and listened as the girl explained that she had lived her whole life in struggle and would not let them kill her. The main killer listened carefully to his victim and did not interrupt her. His face at this moment would be smiling hideously if it were not for the mask. Mengwul told the killers to kill themselves. The master drew attention to the fact that the courtesan had hid and asked if she had climbed too far. Meanwhile, the master killer heard danger approaching him from behind. It was Yung Guan who finally got here. It was hard to miss him as he shouted loudly. The young man rose into the air and was about to strike the enemy. However, the killer did not pay attention to this young man at all. With a light wave of his hand, he created a shock wave and threw him back. After that, Chong immediately found himself in a post and was wrapped in red threads. The young man's resistance did not yield any result at all. These threads were tightly wound to the branches of the trees that were closest to the battle site. There was nothing Chun could do about it. The enemy continued to carry nonsense on the battlefield. He found it rather amusing that his opponent did not understand the aesthetics of death. He decided to immediately demonstrate this on his first victim. It turned out to be Yung Guan, a dagger approaching his face. However, the young man's death was not destined to happen. A teacher came to his aid, stopped the enemy, and asked for forgiveness. He looked at his potential enemy with a fierce smile and said that he really didn't know anything about his student and his sister. But he added that what this man is saying from his mouth can definitely be considered a complete delusion. The master felt very confident. When the killer saw the man from close range, he was very surprised. He said he thought the man had glued his flippers together a long time ago. Maitaer realized that his persona was very well known to the enemy and, tilting his head to one side, asked if they knew each other. The killer replied that personally no, he once saw the man from afar and could never forget what he saw. Zhong Guan was behind his mentor and was shocked by the conversation between the two warriors who knew each other 10 years ago. The master was called a stray dog on the battlefield. He could put 10,000 men on the ground at once who could not do anything. Previously, he was one of the leaders of the 5 warring countries. He was simply a master in his craft and was called the King of Battles. Zhong also listened carefully to this dialogue and was very surprised by such information. Of course, she didn't know who it was, but she was shocked. Seeing Zhong pay attention to him, the teacher gave a loud shout warning the girl not to relax. The master was the first to notice danger in the form of an assassin approaching the 2 women from above at a very high speed. Zhong immediately hid Mengwul behind her, covering her, and struck with her sword to repel the enemy. She used a technique called dissecting shower, creating a giant vortex that threw the enemy into the air. And Zhong immediately went to fight her opponent, who was in the air. She swung her sword with all her might to strike. The assassin deftly blocked the opponent's attack with his 2 daggers. The fighters met their eyes at this moment, and Zhong couldn't stay in this state for long since she was in a lower position, so she decided to retreat a little. Now the enemy was already chasing her and trying to catch her, in the act delivering a flurry of blows with his red daggers. At some point in the battle, the killer lulled the vigilance of the chief of security, and she did not notice how a projectile weapon flew in the direction of Men Volume. But then Yung Guan appeared on the battlefield. He could not allow his own sister to suffer at the hands of some madman. The young man struck a powerful blow, releasing an energy wave that managed to block the enemy's sharp weapons. Yung told his sister not to be afraid because he would never in his life allow her to be hurt, much less killed. He said that he managed to survive and meet her again, so now he will protect his sister until the end of his days. And Zhong continued her battle with the enemy in the air. It was a completely equal battle with no one-sided advantage. Having moved to the right distance, the killer decided to use his deadly dangerous technique called the snake sketch. And Zhong noticed the moment of the enemy's attack in time and decided to repel it with an equal attack of her sword. The woman understood that she was losing her position on the battlefield, so she began to retreat, but the enemy was constantly catching up with her. She was shocked that the assassin was extremely fast and noticed that his blows were aimed at vital points. Killer was literally one step ahead of his opponent. He caught up with her in a fraction of a second and found himself on the left side. When the warriors again clashed in blows, the killer noticed that danger was approaching him. The young man delivered a powerful blow trying to hit the enemy, but the killer skillfully used his speed and pushed away from the fist. He landed successfully. Killer really had extraordinary speed and maneuverability in battle. He could not be hit with a single blow. However, now the assassin had to follow two enemies at once, and he got into a fighting stance preparing for their attack. And Zhong asked the ally why he was doing this. It seemed to Chan that the girl, on the contrary, should thank him for his help. Killer stood motionless opposite and expected one of the opponents to start advancing. His gaze was cold and empty. Zhong apologized to the enemy for the fact that they would fight two against one. And Zhong said that it was not necessary to do this. After these words, the allies immediately attacked their enemy. One of the fronts on the battlefield seems to have been overwhelmed. At this time, the master was facing another circler and behaved quite calmly in the conditions of shackled strings. He watched his students match. At this time, the killer wrapped the master in his thread and lifted him into the air. The teacher continued to praise the good duo that emerged from the warriors. The assassin wasn't about to waste his precious time while his enemy fumbled and used a technique called the snake move. He continued to hold his adversary, who still had no intention of resisting, controlling him with the strings. Killer swung the master's body with all his might and knocked him to the ground. A small flash appeared on the territory of the forest. It began to grow suddenly, which meant that the killer dragged the master's body through the entire forest trying to harm him. The teacher continued to be in the post and was not bothered by it in any way. He winced just a little in pain. At some point, the man felt that the enemy loosened his strings and noticed that the killer was approaching him from behind. While at high speed, the killer spoke to his opponent and asked if these were the true skills of the Battle King. He held a sharp dagger in his right hand with which he intended to test whether the king's reputation matched reality in battle. Events on the battlefield were developing at breakneck speed. The atmosphere here was too dangerous for men volume. The younger killer created a powerful shock wave in order to prevent two opponents from getting close to him. However, this did not stop them. The warriors quickly rose from their seats and headed in the direction of the common enemy. In a split second, Yongguan and Ajun found themselves in front of their opponent, who was preparing to defend against them. The allies launched a double attack, landing two blows, but the assassin deftly dodged both blows by successfully regrouping. The warriors continued to deliver a flurry of blows, but the killer managed to block them or simply dodge them. At some point, the killer stopped and hovered in the air. He covered his body with a stream of red energy and used a technique called snake skin. The allies delivered a double powerful blow to the body of the enemy, but his technique allowed him to separate and avoid the collision. Killer fell down with great speed. A huge cloud of dust was formed from its fall on the battlefield. Having landed, the assassin decided not to waste time and immediately set out to meet his target, which was Meng Volume. The girl sat behind a stone and watched the battle. Seeing that the enemy was approaching her, she was very worried. The killer almost succeeded in reaching his target, but he was stopped by more important things. He noticed danger on his right. The chief of security rushed to help the courtesan, who stopped the killer by placing a block in the form of her sword. The woman still held back the enemy's sharp dagger with her sword. She understood that the first thing to do was to protect Meng Wuo, and Jung decided to attack the enemy so that he would not have time for Meng Wuo. Events developed too quickly for the untrained eye. Yongguan finally came to help Ah Yong. He launched his attack trying to kill the enemy, but it was unsuccessful. Ah Zhong used her technique called a swift sword strike, but the assassin managed to avoid this attack by a centimeter as well. The allies continued to advance on the enemy, striking. Killer deftly avoided a collision by taking to the air. At some point, the assassin decided to counterattack the opponents and threw out a pair of his daggers, which missed the target. After that, the killer decided to step back a little to avoid a double blow. He succeeded and ran away. The allies were not going to let their enemy go so easily. They started chasing him, trying to catch up. They could not hit the body of the enemy even once. Ah Young completely confirmed Yung Guan's words about the killer's speed. The woman said that if they stopped attacking the enemy, they might attack Mengwu again, so they had to keep going. And Zhong studied the enemy during this period and came to the conclusion that attack is the enemy's only defense, so we must not let him rest. Yung Guan wasn't going to say anything to his partner. They continued to advance together on the enemy, who again evaded the attack. Killer was feeling pretty down on the battlefield and wasn't going to hurt his enemies by just dodging. But this theory ceased to exist at a certain point. The killer looked at his opponents and decided to attack. He took hold of his energy thread and rose into the air. The allies were simply shocked and did not understand where he had taken it from. Killer landed on a tree branch and was now looking down at his enemies, who had become his main target. The hired killer got into a battle stance and covered his body in bright red energy. He had many more daggers and thread with him. Zhong Guan couldn't understand where the enemy kept getting weapons from. Zhong told her partner not to be distracted and to inhale as much energy as possible. She clearly saw that the enemy's threads were gaining even more strength and they could easily cut even a stone. The killer prepared very well for his attack and decided to finish off his opponents with the help of the snake thread technique. He threw a huge number of these threads into the air, which literally began to envelop the allies from all sides. Zhong spoke loudly to her partner, telling him to dodge those threads as they would cut him lengthwise and crosswise. While the opponents were busy with the energy threads, the assassin decided to act in advance and found himself in front of Zhong. The woman noticed the approach of the enemy and threw a powerful blow so that the enemy's attack passed by her. However, the killer was again a couple of steps ahead. He anticipated this development and prepared a plan B in the form of daggers behind. The threads immediately wrapped the hands of the girl, who could not understand how everything happened so quickly. The chief of security was trapped. The threads began to cut her body and restrict her movements. And Zhong couldn't do anything because she couldn't use her sword. Meanwhile, the assassin was not going to delay and wanted to use his advantage to the fullest by dealing with one enemy. However, Zhong Guan had his own plans for this. He saved his partner and pushed the enemy away from her with his blow. The young man was not very foresight, unlike his opponent. The killer used his snake thread technique again. It completely enveloped the body of the young man, who tried to move but could not. Every movement he made turned sideways for him. Zhong Guan could feel the threads on his body becoming harder and sharper than before. One of them slowly began to cut his neck. Blood began to appear all over the young man's body. Zhong knew very well that if he did not cover his entire body with energy, he would die. And Zhong saw that her ally was also trapped and came up with a plan. She loudly ordered Chong to stay where he was. After that, the girl used her water sword technique called Whirlpool. The killer was forced to retreat back. A huge steam curtain formed on the battlefield which covered the killer's view, and he was unable to see behind the opponents. Suddenly, two allies appeared from a huge pile of smoke. They decided to attack the enemy from two different sides. The assassins again delivered a powerful double blow, but the killer as usual managed to regroup and avoid danger. After that, the killer decided not to be in this Garmadar anymore and retreated back with the help of his energy thread. Yung Guan's entire body was wounded from head to toe. Zhong ordered him to gather his strength into his fists and control the energy. Meanwhile, there was silence on the other front. In this part of the forest, the only thing that could be heard was how loudly the water flowed down. After the master killer dragged the master's body throughout the forest, the trees remained standing without their crowns. Even the giant stone lying on the ground could not withstand such an onslaught. There were energy threads everywhere. A high waterfall on a mountain massif continued to pour its water down where there was a large number of rocks. Suddenly, not far from this waterfall, there was a loud explosion which was accompanied by a stream of bright yellow energy. A couple of seconds later, at the same place, another dozen of them rang out. A real disco took place near the waterfall. It was all the work of a master who was competing with his enemy and wanted to finish him off. Pieces of earth began to fly in the air. The assassin deftly grabbed these pieces with his energy threads and moved through the air to avoid collisions with the master. The teacher himself was on the ground and had just recovered from the attack. The enemy immediately decided to use the snake threads against him. Killer wrapped the muscular man's body from head to toe. Maitaer tried to resist, but so far nothing came of it. The killer understood very well that he would not be able to restrain the master for a long time, so he decided to strike him while he was motionless. Noticing that the enemy's dagger had already touched his shoulder, the master fired a blast of energy, throwing the enemy away. The assassin remained unharmed as usual and landed opposite. The master's shoulder was slightly wounded. The assassin looked at his broken dagger and noted the muscular body of the master despite his rather advanced age. The teacher reached to his shoulder and pulled out the tip of the dagger that was stuck in his body. It was quite unpleasant. The killer recognized the strength of the master and added that if they had met earlier, he would probably have fallen on the battlefield along with an army of 10,000. The master turned to his opponent and asked what he was carrying at all, since he managed to injure him. According to the teacher, the killer was too talkative. The soldiers stood facing each other. The master added that his attacks proved useless and the killer still carries some kind of delusion. Killer was very pleased when the teacher praised him. The fighters broke all the stones in the surrounding area. Touching his face mask with his hand, the master killer said that the title was just an empty sound. But still, the Battle King sounds formidable. The killer believed that if he defeated this opponent, then he could defeat anyone. The master was very angry with his opponent. He was one of those people who surrounded him and wished him death. But all of them, according to the master, made the wrong choice. The man got into a fighting stance and prepared to continue the battle. The water slowly flowed from the waterfall and stretched along the stones, barely perceptibly reflecting under the glow of the full moon. The hired killer rose into the air above the water to launch his attack against the strongest opponent of his life. He suddenly sped up and, pushing off the ground hard, headed in the direction of the Battle King. The master earned exactly the same as his enemy. They approached each other and were about to collide. The master delivered a powerful blow with his right hand, but the opponent managed to dodge and go around the man to the left. The master's enormous flow of energy was directed into the void. The killer, having avoided a collision, ended up behind the enemy. He immediately began to step on the man. The master turned his body back in time and was about to deliver another blow. He launched a powerful attack that was accompanied by a huge amount of energy and was like the eruption of a yellow volcano. However, the killer knew about the abilities of his opponent, so he predicted this course of events and avoided the attack. He continued to look at the Battle King through his mask, showing no emotion, and wanted to use the snake threads again. The master tried to immediately counterattack the enemy after landing, but the killer hit his nose in advance. He managed to pierce the opponent's right leg. The teacher screamed in pain, but he wasn't going to stop halfway. He once again took a powerful blow to the nose, trying to hit the enemy, but he was too fast and easily rose in the air. Killer observed his enemy's actions from the air and praised him for his incredibly powerful attack power. But he added that it is absolutely useless if your enemy has a high level of maneuverability. The teacher was not going to admit it. He powerfully struck the ground, releasing all of his energy, and used a technique called the Hell Tornado. People who were in the forest could see this incredible power with their own eyes. They did not understand what was happening. It was like a natural disaster. The master stood firmly in his place and thought about whether he managed to hit the enemy at least with this attack. The assassin suddenly found himself behind the master and informed him that he underestimated him, admitting that not a single attack had touched him. The teacher was not going to listen to delusions from his enemy, so he decided to cover his mouth and delivered a powerful blow to his face. Killer began to create hundreds of clones and told the teacher that he should be ashamed that he could not defeat even one enemy now. Maitaer ignored the offender's words and said that he was talking too much, so he needed to be properly punched to shut him up. The man turned his head back and saw dozens of clones on the slopes of the rocks looking down on him and preparing to attack. Killer continued to taunt his illustrious enemy and hinted that he would not be able to hit him. The clones entered the battle. The master was forced to defend himself against many enemies while simultaneously listening to the enemy's delusions. The teacher managed to hit, but they were only clones. The killer said that the teacher's attacks, although strong, were too slow. One of the clones struck the master from the back and said that his body would lie dead today and that this killing would be special. The teacher could not allow the enemy to constantly poke him with his toothpick and said that over a long period of time he might become angry. The master dealt with the clone, which inflicted a painful blow on his back. However, this did not improve his situation on the battlefield. The man continued to be attacked by hundreds of clones who were constantly approaching and swinging their sharp daggers. The teacher said that he was already tired of all this. He could no longer resist the clones with normal energy. Then the master decided that he should change his tactics. He began to release more energy and prepare to attack. The man stuck his left leg forward a little and stood firmly on his feet, continuing to emit energy. He stood in front of the enemy in a final pose from which the teacher decided to launch his next attack. The master continued to inhale as much energy as possible. He calmed down a bit and assessed the situation around him. The clones continued to attack the man. Killer noticed that the Battle King's energy began to fade dramatically. At some point, one of the clones was unexpectedly attacked by a stream of energy that was impossible to dodge. In this battle stance, the master began firing deadly shots, striking the clones with streams of energy. He decided to fight with all his might and warned his opponent that the jokes were over. His figure looked very powerful. These words, of course, did not stop the killer, and his clones continued their attack on the King of Battles, who was preparing for the next attack. The master stood still and breathed in as much energy as he could while the clones continued to move towards him. Having gathered a sufficient amount of energy, the master struck only one blow in the direction of the enemies but put maximum power into it. His attack proved to be quite effective and was aimed at mass destruction of the clones that began to fall to the ground one by one. The assassin couldn't help but notice that the teacher's aura suddenly changed. The speed and accuracy of his attacks have become much better. Most of the killer clones were instantly destroyed. He decided that something needed to be changed and soared into the air. As the clones continued to attack the Battle King, their original was about to turn a dangerous adventure. Having climbed to the right height, the killer began to create a lot of daggers and energy threads and was about to use a secret weapon. It took the man a lot of time to prepare this technique, during which he continued to sort through the threads in his hands. In the end, the killer created a giant snake from his threads, which was to finish off the master. This technique was called the red snake. The venomous giant animal approached the target with its mouth wide open. Maitair was somewhat shocked by such events. Killer accompanied his snake with hundreds of daggers that moved parallel to it to confuse the enemy. The teacher perfectly understood that he was not in the best situation and that he needed to make a decision quickly. To top it all off, he noticed that the killer himself was approaching him very quickly from the right side. During this attack, the killer promised the master that he would pierce his heart with his dagger no matter what. The King of Battles was standing on a rock where hundreds of daggers were directed, and there was another danger in the matter. The man was not going to give up and began to fill his body with energy to withstand this barrage of blows. He needed to think about how to defeat a person and not get hit by hundreds of sharp blades in the air. The teacher seems to have come up with the perfect plan. He hastily started to implement it and swung his right hand at the killer. He is an example of maximum effort in order to hit the enemy. The daggers continued to come steadily closer. Then the master began to redirect his opponent's body to the other side so that he would be under the daggers. It all happened too fast for human eyes. Even a fast killer could not resist the master. The King of Battles chose the right trajectory for the flight of his victim and directed it with all his might in the direction of the projectile weapon. After that, he formed a giant whirlwind into which he put the remnants of his energy to finally end this battle. The teacher used a technique called the devastating hell tornado. The flow of energy only increased over time. He swept absolutely everything in his path. In this chaos, you could see that the killer's mask was broken. Meanwhile, the two partners also succeeded in the battle and managed to break the mask of another opponent. The younger killer stood directly in front of them and held his hand to his face, not wanting to show it. He showed again only his left eye, which was burning with a bright red glow, and showed all his anger at that moment. Yongguan spoke as he finally managed to strike. And Zhong replied that he would definitely not become weaker from this. The girl assumed that another attack would follow. The young man assumed that he could simply point with his heels as it was last time. And Zhong did not rule out such a course of events. She continued to look at her opponent, carefully assessing his every move. The younger killer somehow strangely began to move in place, preparing for his next attack. Chong realized that the killer was definitely not going to run. Zhong warned her partner that they should cover for each other. The killer continued his preparations and stood still, which means that there is no threat for now. However, his look could tell a lot. Watching the opponent, Yongguan had an idea and decided to share it with his partner. Meanwhile, Manhwa continued to sit behind the rock and watch the events. She still didn't feel very comfortable. Suddenly, Manji unexpectedly arrived to her, who was on a tree, and was happy that he had finally found his mistress. He landed next to the girl and told her that he had been trying to find her all this time because he was very worried. At that moment, behind them there was a loud explosion which was accompanied by a bright light. It was the work of a master. Meanwhile, the younger killer still dared to attack and rose from his seat with tremendous speed. Yongguan immediately realized that he wanted to attack his sister and rushed to her aid with loud shouts of warning. Hearing her brother's voice, Mengwul was very frightened and noticed that the enemy was approaching her very quickly with weapons. Silence reigned on the battlefield again. Only the flow of water from the waterfall and the wind after the master's attack could be heard. The master killer was still stunned by the teacher's last attack and was now sitting on the ground leaning on a rock. The king of battles immediately approached him and asked how he was still alive. The teacher concluded that the enemy had avoided being hit. The killer was bleeding and calling his opponent a monster. He realized that the master had been toying with him throughout the battle. The man replied that he just didn't really like to focus on the fight and he didn't really like the title monster. He added that he has always remained human and does not forget this over the years. He added that he wanted to teach his student the same speed as the enemy. But there was one problem. The master told his enemy that he himself was not very good at this skill because he had never had to run away from the battlefield. The assassin couldn't believe that the battle king didn't have increased movement speed. He continued to bleed slowly. The man could barely get the words out of him in this state. He regretted not putting all his energy into this skill. The killer added that then the man would not have managed to catch him. Immediately after these words, the killer simply disappeared from sight, leaving behind dust. The master could not believe what he had just seen. He was very angry with himself for letting a half-living enemy go. Manji did not understand what was happening here at all. Mengval jumped to her feet but did not know how to counter the enemy. The killer continued to get closer and closer to the girl, holding sharp daggers in his hands. His look was creepy. Yongguan happily tried to duck behind the speedy killer, warning his sister of the danger. However, it was impossible. Suddenly, the killer turned his head towards the youth who was chasing him and swung his sharp cannon at him. Yongguan didn't expect such a quick turn of events and didn't have time to stop yet, so he continued on a tangent. The enemy's dagger had already touched the young man's body and was about to pierce him, but Yongguan didn't seem to care about it. Before that, he offered his partner a plan by which they could defeat a common and too fast enemy. Zhang noticed that the opponent uses one trick where they suddenly switch to someone else who is trying to attack. The young man was absolutely certain that it would happen again this time, so he decided to distract the enemy with him while Ah Zhong attacked him. The chief of security was a little skeptical about this plan. However, the young man insisted and was very serious. Somewhere in another part of the forest, a loud explosion rang out, symbolizing that the master was able to win his battle. The younger killer, meanwhile, wasn't going to lose and rose from his seat to attack his victim. Zhang Guan immediately hurried to catch up with him, following his plan. And Zhong had no choice but to support his partner. In the end, everything did not go exactly according to the young man's plan. The killer was able to catch him by surprise and pierced his body with a dagger. The killer looked at his victim with a creepy red gaze. At that moment, a drop of misunderstanding appeared in his eyes. Zhang Guan, whom he had wounded, was not trembling at all from fear and pretended that everything was going perfectly according to plan. At one point, Chong firmly grabbed the enemy's body and informed his partner about it. The killer was simply shocked, and Zhong did not hesitate and immediately appeared behind the enemy to finish him off once and for all. She delivered a powerful blow to his back using the raging water technique. A burst of energy appeared on the field. The security chief managed to get right on target while Zhong distracted and held him by the limbs. It was a powerful victory shot that symbolized the victory of the two attackers. And Zhong couldn't believe it. She looked in front of her at the invincible opponent who still fell and expected something terrible from him again. The body of the defeated assassin landed right next to the tree trunk. He couldn't get up after that. The girl immediately ran to her partner, wondering how he was doing. Zhang Guan replied that the enemy had wounded him more than he had expected, and Zhong tried to give the boy first aid. Chong said that he had foreseen this development of events, that is why he decided to act in this way. Unwinding the bandage on the young man's waist, Zhong saw metal plates there, which were located a little to the left of the place of impact. Yongguan decided to explain to his ally why he needed these plates in the first place and remembered his past fight with this bastard. During the previous fight, the killer had severely wounded the young man along his entire arm, so he believed that he needed additional protection. He then asked Deputy Zhong for a couple of armor sheets, and thus Zhong managed to prevent himself from being seriously injured. The killer was defeated and lay on the ground, and Zhong replied that it was still dangerous since the blow could have gone a little to the right. Yongguan started to stand up and thanked his partner for her help, and Zhong did not expect this from the young man. Zhong thanked the girl for helping him in the fight, as he would definitely not have the strength himself. The young man asked the woman to give him a couple of years, and Zhong graciously agreed to help him by arranging periodic sparring sessions. Their pleasant dialogue was interrupted by Man Ji, who was happy to see his old friend Yongguan in front of him. Zhong informed his friends that he had been wounded in battle. Mengwu felt a little awkward at this moment, as she was worried about her brother. Man Ji quickly ran to his friend and put his hand on his shoulder, asking if he was going to die. The young man replied that the boy could not wait for it. Mengwu did not approach her brother but continued to stand aside. She kept a letter with her. At this moment, someone's strange screams began to be heard on the battlefield, and the letter in Manwu's hands slowly bent down. The allies became very alert at this moment and turned their heads to the left from where the disgruntled cries came. It was the main killer who put a knife to Manwu's neck and told his enemies that he was in a very bad mood. He was unhappy that he had been defeated in battle, but he could not afford to lose the war he had started. And Zhong and Man Ji began to care very much about the housewives. Zhongguan could not believe that the master had lost. Suddenly Mengwu decided to stand up for herself. She turned to the killer and said that his order was no longer valid. The girl began to take out a piece of paper from the letter in her hand. She said that the killer should have noticed that she was sending her assistant with this letter. It was addressed to the head of the Merchants Association, who had to cancel his order or the girl would spread this information. She added that now she has to pay the killer. She got a document that confirmed her leadership in the association, which means that it is useless to kill her. The girl repeated once again that she is now the person who has to pay the killer money, so she asked why she should be killed now. The killer was simply shocked when he heard this information. He could not understand how the girl managed to get this document. Meanwhile, the master joined the allies and immediately apologized. Yongguan was a little angry at the man for letting the enemy go. However, all these pieces of paper did not stop the killer. He said that even if he had no reason to kill the girl, he would find her. The man accused the courtesan of the fact that he had to suffer a defeat in battle and was going to cut her throat. Zhongguan at the same moment jumped up from his seat and headed forward. He shouted his sister's name loudly. What was the young man's surprise when right in front of his face the main killer was killed with his own dagger. The man himself did not expect such a turn of events and was able to make only one sound. His head was cut off and flew to the ground. The killer of the main killer turned out to be a younger man. He cut off his teacher's head in cold blood and didn't even get scared. He took the mentor's head and said that killers should only kill people for money, and if it's emotions, then it's already serial murder. The killer was taught all this by a mentor who himself could not control his emotions, so he has no place in this world. It was not a killer at all, but a female killer who was holding a human head in her hand, which instantly fell before her eyes. The allies were simply shocked by this turn of events. The teacher said that it was some kind of strange relationship between a teacher and a student. The killer girl answered that this teacher is her grandfather, who began to teach her the art of the killer since childhood. She said that her parents were her first victims. Grandfather hated them because they abandoned his daughter and ran away. The grandfather told her that these were the girl's parents only after she killed them. Then the girl realized that the same fate awaits her grandfather. She thanked the opponents for the opportunity. The girl added that during all this time she was there was no opportunity to kill the teacher. The killer finished her not-so-good story and attracted the attention of her enemies by saying that they would also suffer a similar fate. A sinister smile spread across the girl's face. She advised the interlocutors to sleep with their eyes open and better during the day. Immediately after these words, the girl disappeared from the battlefield. Absolutely everyone present was shocked by what happened to them. The master said that they had found a wonderful friend. Other allies did not really support the master's irony and condemned him. A few days later, a meeting was held at the Moxon Fortress Merchant Association. The matters were important and urgent. Manhwa was sitting at the negotiation table who felt quite confident and was eating a candy on a stick at the table. Across from him at the table sat all the members of the Merchants Association whose faces were petrified. They were waiting for what the girl would say. She told the audience not to worry too much and offered to talk about things that they did not manage to discuss last time. 3 days have passed since the battle under the mountains. Now this is where Zhongguan conducted his training together with martial arts masters, and Zhong as promised helped him in this. The girl asked if he was really able to kill 20 martial arts masters. She stood over a victorious opponent and did not speak well of his skills. The Battle King was also shocked at this figure, and Zhong Nye couldn't believe that the young man could stand up to the soldiers with such skills. Zhongguan said it was true and why would he lie? Meanwhile Manji was cooking a dinner of raw wild meat over the campfire. Having prepared the dish he immediately called the master, and Jung took one of the skewers for herself and continued to speak to Chong warning him to be safe. She added that the person who stuck the knife in the young man is very powerful and famous all over the world. Zhong now understood why he was called a king, and Zhong got angry with the young man and said that he was not listening to anything at all. Jung asked why the girl decided to play out her bad mood on him. The master meanwhile stuffed food into his mouth and listened to his allies cursing. At some point Chong asked his master for help, and Zhong was angry that the young man was talking to the master as if he were a peer. Jung asked why he should feel respect for him. This very intense dialogue was interrupted by the master and said that you do not look like a couple. He added that the fight turned out to be pretty good anyway. The teacher asked for attention. He started talking about the son of the heavenly power who was not a battle king at all as it was just a myth. The teacher explained that on the battlefield people specially spread such rumors to undermine the fighting spirit of the enemy, and then he begins to fear. Jung said that it looks like an ordinary fairy tale, since according to Zhongguan Magi was destroyed. The young man immediately confirmed his words and said that it was completely true and that Magi had been fighting on the front lines all his life. The teacher mused that attacking from behind was a very good strategy. The young martial artist simply lost his vigilance. Suddenly an idea came to the master's head and he stopped eating. He offered to practice while they had time. The teacher turned to the head of security and told her to attack him. The girl did not want to do it at first, but then she decided that there was nothing wrong with that and took up her sword saying that she humbly accepted the challenge. John warned the girl that the master likes to make fun of people, and Zhong wanted the master to show her new skills. She added that the master was hardly joking right now so she would fight. The girl got into a fighting pose and was preparing for an attack. Zhong swung her sword into the air with all her might and used a technique called Red Rock, hitting the man in front of her in the process. Manji realized that the girl had indeed hit the teacher. Chona added that jokes are bad with this girl because she takes everything literally. The master stood opposite and finished eating the meat. He praised the swordswoman for her attack and began talking about training and the strength of the body that comes with it. Zhong did deliver a powerful blow with a sharp sword, but the master's body remained unharmed. The teacher said there is one downside. He said that no matter how strong a warrior appears it may just be a pretty picture and nothing more. And Zhong asked if the master's words did not interfere with his actions now. The teacher replied that he had not yet finished his story. The head guard continued to press down on the teacher's body, who said that if the warrior was careless and arrogant his body would weaken. The man decided to demonstrate everything in practice and the sword entered his body. He said that even an ordinary child could do this. After that the man clutched his stomach and started writhing in pain. He remembered that he got a knife in the back from his student and ended up in prison. Maitaer told Chong that he was very lucky to have made it this far taking down 20 martial artists because you can die with those tactics. He added that, for example, Jung was perfectly trained but too predictable and straightforward, which is why Jung was lucky the first time. Sitting down, the master concluded that no matter how strong a warrior is, his inattention and stubbornness can lead to instant death. After finishing his instructive story, the master leaned his back against the rock and continued to writhe in pain that the swordsman had inflicted on him. The allies listened carefully to the master. John responded to the story by saying that unlike words, his actions are too persuasive. The young man turned to Manji and asked if he shouldn't be with Manwul. The guy replied that the girl had a meeting with traders and she asked not to go with her. Zhong then went back to the security chief and asked the same thing. And Zhong replied that she had the day off today and that is why her deputy had to go there. The woman added that if Myung-woo manages to come to an agreement, it will only benefit John. The young man was very surprised and asked why. Man-ji explained that if the courtesan was to succeed in launching her business, she would need a large number of strong people. A-young said that Zhong would be able to be hired and would be in the best position to protect her younger sister. A meeting was still going on in the Moxon Fortress Merchant Association building where Mengwul was going to fight for her business. She calmed the people at the table and finally invited them to move on to things that she thought were extremely important. 5 representatives of the Merchants Association sat motionless with stony faces. Drops of sweat ran down their faces. Placing the candy in her mouth, the courtesan said that one thought occurred to her when she was literally on the verge of death. She said she needed to talk to the traders in more detail and jumped to conclusions. Mengwul praised herself for coming to these thoughts before her death. She smiled pleasantly in the faces of her colleagues. The former head of the Traders Association decided to support the conversation and laugh with the girl. He tried to comfort her. Mengwul looked at the man with an unpleasant and piercing look as if she was humiliating him for past events. The man immediately began apologizing to the girl for what happened to her as he fully understood his guilt in this. Mengval decided to finish apologizing and get down to business. She knew that each of the 5 parts of the Moxon Fortress had its own basic goods. In Nojon it was gold, precious stones, and precious stones. The representative of this part of the fortress was the former head. In the Kaga region, the main products were grain and agricultural crops. This part of the territory was represented by the only woman at the table. In Jog such goods were considered wood and agricultural tools, and in Samui various medicines and medicinal herbs. Adjusting the jewelry on her hand, Myung-wul added that they all maintain a balance between themselves and try to share everything. Therefore the girl perfectly understood their concern when a competitor appeared in the arena who wants to upset this entire balance. The representatives of the association continued to listen attentively. Mengwul said that this concern is caused by the fact that Bukwin Fortress is nearby. The courtesan said that Moxon Fortress had never had to deal with the city of the biggest state war Bukwin before. The girl led to the fact that there are people who need goods and they can be easily sold, avoiding large losses. The past chairman of the association could not believe that the girl had such a perfect plan. He was very surprised. Mengwul explained that she chose the location outside the fortress in order to have fairly easy access to clients from out of town. Taking out the enemy's sword, the girl said that the most demanded product during the war period must definitely be a weapon. Those present were simply shocked by what happened there. The courtesan continued and said that she knew why the old men did not want to deal with such goods. She cited the frequent death of messengers, constant robberies, and dangerous transportation as the reasons. However, she had the perfect business plan. Mengwul asked for help from merchants to carry out her plan, as she did not have much knowledge and experience. She assured those present that the weapons would bring a lot of money and Moxon would be able to become the richest state. The representatives of the association sat immovably in their seats. They were somewhat shocked and did not know how to answer the girl. The former chairman decided to take responsibility and asked if the girl had time today, as he wanted to discuss everything in more detail. Men Val sat motionless and confident across from her, her hands folded together in front of her. She made every point perfectly. It was already night on the street. The meeting of the Merchants Association took quite a long time and lasted until the night. It finally ended and Mengval left the territory of the association under the guidance of her guards. She was escorted by all the representatives. The man in black called the girl fearless. He couldn't understand how she dared to threaten them with a gun at a gathering without knowing anything about her. The representatives believed that dealing with this courtesan was very dangerous. They were very frightened by the fact that she was simply laughing at her death. Last night the chairman knew very well that the weapon the girl got at the meeting belonged to the killer they had sent themselves. Menval could have easily finished off all those present in the halls, but instead decided to unite with them for the sake of profit. She was considered the most unpredictable. Meng Wu slowly left the association's territory and headed to the heavenly city of love under the guidance of her guards. Suddenly the girl stopped in place and looked to the left. Quite urgent matters attracted her attention. Her older brother stood in her way. The security guard warned the young man to get out of the way and not to interfere with Mrs. Meng Wu going home. Yung Guan spoke to his sister with fear on his face and asked if she was really going to join the war. Meng Wu immediately understood that Man Ji had spoken and told her brother that she would sell weapons and that was none of his business. Zhang Guan told his sister that he knew she would be hiring people to guard who could wield quite a bit of power. Meng Wu closed her eyes and did not want to look at her brother. She couldn't believe that Man Ji had wasted everything. The young man paused for a moment before continuing, saying that he also wanted to take part in this as he considered himself a good warrior. Yung Guan continued his conversation with his sister in the square. He sought to join the ranks of his sister's defense. Having told everything that the young man considered necessary, he looked at his sister with a confident look and expected what she would answer. Meng Val stood still, turning her head away from her brother. Her eyes were closed and she did not know what to answer. The guards stood behind the lady and also did not understand what they should do because Meng Wu does not give any orders at all. Suddenly the girl told her brother to do as he wanted. Zhang Guan couldn't understand how it could be so simple because it wasn't like his sister. Meng Wu replied that it would be better to just ignore the young man and how much he is too persistent and his character will still fail him someday. The girl informed her brother that he would have to participate in a battle festival where he had to prove his strength. The courtesan turned her back to the interlocutor and headed forward. The guard told the young man that he would have to come to the central square. Meng Wu heard the words of her bodyguard and ordered the deputy head of security to talk less and do his job. The next day, a large number of people gathered in the central square near the bulletin board where the information was updated. They read that there was going to be a celebration called the Battle Festival. It was supposed to take place at the top where the construction is going on. Yung Guan also came here on the advice of a guard. For participating in the festival, they were given an award, and for winning, they were appointed head of security. Chong did not understand what was written on the board, but only listened to the words of people who said that it would be quite interesting and that you should bring your children with you. A huge number of people gathered around the notice board, all wanting to get into the festival to have fun and eat. Construction between the two fortresses continued. Men Val told someone that a lot of money would go to the military fortress, which is very dangerous. She meant that there are many robbers in these areas. Plus, there was a small chance that the traders were thrown for money. The courtesan brought her friend here who asked how it all related to the festival. Meng Wu replied that the festival is money. The girl wanted to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, recruit disaffected people and get money. This should have been enough to prepare a military fortress. The courtesan knew that the people in Bukwin and Moksan had enough money despite the war, and she would solve their food and entertainment problem. People had to come to the festival and pay a small fee to enter. Vendors will also pay to rent space at the festival. Men Val calculated everything very well. Plus, it will all be very interesting since 100 people have already applied for the place of security applicants. The courtesan perfectly understood that if everything went as well as possible, the problem of protection and money would be solved at the same time. Man Ji noticed an acquaintance in the ranks of applicants. Meng Wu wanted to choose a chief of staff based on his fighting skills. Among the contenders was Yung Guan, who saw his sister, and Man Ji, who was told by Man Wu to bring his orphans and old people to this celebration. Yung Guan returned home and began training with the master, to whom he began to tell about the battle festival. Continuing the training, the young man said that the one who wins this festival will be able to become the chief of staff security. Chong added that they will also pay a penny for participation. The master replied that he would also like to participate. He started mocking his student and talking about how he really wanted to beat someone up at the fight festival. The master added that the young man would also not mind taking part in the battle festival, as it would be a very good experience in fighting against the masters. The teacher continued to abuse his student and told him to buy more spices for the meat. Zhang agreed and loudly begged to let him go. The day of the battle festival came very soon. Everyone present had a good feeling and continued to fill the territory. As predicted by men, while she was visited by merchants who paid for the rental space and sold their products in front of the arena. Everywhere there were loud shouts with an invitation to buy from them. Someone sold fruit, someone sold snacks to enjoy the spectacle. Guests could even have dinner here at self-made tables, and children could play and have fun on small self-made attractions. There were really a lot of people here. Manhwa did not spare money for the preparation of such an event, and it was very beautiful everywhere. Yongguan arrived at the battle festival and looked around, assessing the situation. He concluded that the participants will be from 2 fortresses. He was noticed by Manji, who gave a loud shout and said hello to Young. The young man did not expect to see this little prodigy here. The boy quickly approached Chan and said that he should thank him. Chong did not understand what was happening and asked why. Manji revealed that Chong might have been denied an application for the festival due to the fact that so many martial artists decided to participate. Therefore, he decided to help and secretly made sure that the young man got to the finals. Chona said that the thief still lives in the boy. Manji felt quite uncomfortable while Yongguan told him that he could have made it to the finals without cheating. Manji turned his reddened face to the side and agreed with his friend. He wanted the best, but it turned out as usual. The guy did not understand why he did it and said that it was just in case. Zhang forgave him but told him not to do that again. Suddenly Manji was knocked down by a bystander who was passing by and caught the boy on the floor. Manji flew back a meter, not expecting such a turn of events. This push turned out to be quite strong. It turned out to be a giant man who carried an axe on his shoulder. He turned to the boy and asked what he was doing here. He profusely apologized and added that he was too small to be noticed and it was better for him to get out of the festival altogether. Manji was lying on the ground and holding his nose. Yongguan stood up for his friend and asked the stranger why he wasn't looking down at his feet. Meanwhile, Zhang decided to prepare for battle and use a cunning technique. He scooped up some sand in his right hand. The young man stood up to his full height, looked into the big man's eyes, and said that it was all his fault. The man was very angry. Those present around noticed that something strange was happening there. They thought that someone would now engage in battle with the giant man. The giant called the young man a grain of sand and asked how he dares to look like that at a man who is bigger than him and also has an axe in his hands. Chong continued to prove to the man that it was all his fault and that he could not see anything because of his iron axe. These words greatly affected the giant's emotional state. His eyes turned red as he was on the edge of emotion. Noticing that 2 strangers were about to start a fight, someone decided to interrupt them and placed a spear in front of them. This man is among strangers that there is no need to arrange a fight here, so as not to spoil the holiday for people who came here with their families. He was very pleasant to look at and polite. The man concluded from the 2 strangers that they were participants of the festival. He continued to reassure those present, saying that they should not behave like that because they came here not to kill each other. At that moment, one of the guards shouted loudly from above that the festival was about to start and all the participants should gather. The battle festival has finally started. Loud shouts of fans who came to see real martial arts could be heard in the arena. The host and judge of the fights entered the arena and greeted the guests. He said that absolutely any weapon can be used in battle. The man who reconciled John and the giantess was also a participant in the festival. The judge added that the only prohibition is murder. After that, he called the first fighter, who was a giant, into the arena. His name was Ma Zhangjiai and he was the leader of the Brown Wolf Pack. The second fighter was also called to the arena. He turned out to be Yongguan, who was introduced as a vagabond from Moxon. Ma Zhang was shocked to see this young man in front of him. He didn't understand where vagrants were applying for this tournament. Zhongguan only smiled mischievously in response to these words. He decided not to answer anything to the enemy but to show him everything in battle. The referee announced the beginning of the first round and the fighters could enter the fight. The loud shouts of the audience which supported their favorite began to be heard. Zhongguan began the match rather discreetly and slowly approached his opponent, who was shocked by the young man's behavior. Zhang brought something to the man that he had hidden in his fist. The giant asked what it was. Zhang replied that he had brought him an unexpected gift. After that, the young man threw the sand he had collected before directly into the eyes of his opponent, who was shocked by such a turn of events. The gift really turned out to be unexpected and the big man was forced to retreat since he could not see anything in front of him. Meanwhile, Yongguan decided to use his advantage and punched his huge opponent in the groin. Zdrovan was even more shocked by the behavior of his enemy. He screamed loudly from the unpleasant pain in the man's place. The audience was simply shocked. Manji was not at all opposed to such a technique from an ally and loudly supported him. The referee of the competition was as shocked as the crowd in the stands. It looked especially painful in the eyes of men. Mengwul watched her brothers fight emotionlessly. Behind her, Manji continued to cheer for his friend. Suddenly the judge shouted that contestant Yungguan would be disqualified. The young man was shocked by this and asked what caused such a decision. The judge replied that the participant had struck a blow to man's dignity. Chong began to appeal that the rules did not say that this could not be done. Other participants patiently watched the emotional match. Among them was the same fair-haired man with a spear. After seeing Chong fight, he called him lucky. But he admitted that he moves quite well in battle. Yungguan continued to argue with the referee, demanding to be given another chance for not fully explaining the rules. The fair-haired man caught himself thinking that he had heard about this young man, that he was just an idiot. He became interested in what would happen next. The extravaganza at the battle festival continued. The first fight was over and the audience was just crazy about martial arts. A drummer was also installed in the stands who loudly beat the drum, setting the tone for the fans. The guests were delighted with what they were watching. People really came here with whole families and watched the battles with pleasure. At an early hour, the next battle began and the same man with a spear joined him. The battle ended rather quickly and unexpectedly. The man with the spear delivered a blow from which the enemy could not dodge and fell powerlessly to the ground. The crowd continued to go wild. This fair-haired warrior felt quite confident and didn't try very hard to win this fight. A smile shone on his face. Mengwul reacted more emotionally to this fight than to her brother's fight. She liked the fighting skills of the man who won. Her friend was nearby and was also delighted. She was somewhat embarrassed in front of her husband and covered her face with a fan. After several battles, dancers in traditional costumes entered the arena. It was part of the show program so that the guests would not be bored. The audience very warmly received the girls in the arena. They loudly clapped their hands and enjoyed their dances. Even the kids loved this show. The parents did not regret taking their children with them to this event. The fight festival was almost coming to an end and the audience didn't want it to end. They asked for a continuation with their applause. Afterwards, the winners headed to the heavenly city of love, where Manwul apologized to the fighters for having to go so far. The winners were two men who were involved in the conflict with Chong. They felt quite insecure in front of a beautiful girl. Mengwul thanked the two fighters for the fact that thanks to them the fighting festival ended successfully. The girl congratulated the winners. She said that Kwang will be the leader from now on and Ma Zhangjiai will be his deputy. The men were in complete agreement with the courtesan. Mengwul assumed that the warriors were tired after today and suggested that they rest, and in 4 days they would find the blacksmith. Quan asked his new hostess how the other contestants would fare. Mengwul said that she is not sure about any of them yet. She offered the new leader to hire soldiers himself. Quan unquestioningly agreed and said to trust him completely. Meanwhile, Yungguan is forced to return to the forest in defeat. The teacher was already waiting for him here, who continued to eat all the time. After hearing the news from Man Ji, the master immediately started mocking his student for being kicked out of the competition for such a stupid thing. Yungguan still couldn't figure out what exactly he was kicked out for. Master said that training battles are completely different from real ones. The young man chastised himself for not being able to win this tournament. He had a very good opportunity, but he lost it. John felt very bad and ashamed. He constantly called himself a fool for not being able to control his emotions. Man Ji and the master continued to taunt the young man that he would now cry because he lost on the battlefield because of some stupid thing. Zhang Guan was no longer going to tolerate the taunts from his allies. He shouted loudly to someone who was not crying and struck, releasing energy. Meanwhile, Quan was walking through this forest and heard the sounds Zhang was making, shouting that he was going to kill everyone here. Quan stood under the crown of one of the trees and listened as the young man tried to catch up with someone and grind him to powder for insults. Chong jumped to conclusions when he decided to train his own master. He found himself in a difficult situation. At that moment, a warrior with a spear approached them. Those present calmed down their emotions a little and sat down to talk. Quan told them everything that Mengwul had told him, including the mercenaries. Quan invited the young man to his army. Zhang Guan, painted with ink, was very surprised at such an offer from a warrior. Quan fully confirmed his words and said that he does not promise a high salary, but he wants to ask everyone who attended the festival. He smiled pleasantly and told Chong that he had been following him closely at the festival, even though he didn't seem like much to him. Remembering the moment when the young man used an unexpected technique, Quan assumed that Zhang had a lot of fighting experience, so he decided to invite him. The master couldn't believe that the warrior understood this after his student knocked back a percandala from one of the opponents. Quan added that he is putting together a new team and definitely wants to see Chong in it. He held out his hand and offered to make a deal. Seeing that Yung Guan was not too eager to shake his hand, Kwang asked again if he wanted to join Mang Wu's army. Those words really revived Zhang Guan. He could not lose such an opportunity, so he said that everything suits him and he is ready to join. The warriors shook hands and agreed that Yung would now serve under Quan's command in the army. Quan offered the same position to the master, but the master firmly replied that he was not interested as he did not want to strain himself. Meanwhile, events were developing in parallel on the territory of the Moxen fortress, where Manhwa recently returned from her festival. She needed to find out about the best blacksmith in the fortress, and one of the association members recommended a blacksmith named Jan. He said that this man has been working for 7 generations and has great skills and talents that have been tested by time. The man added that even Bukwin's commander asked him to make a sword. Manhwa concluded that this man was indeed a worthy blacksmith. A representative of the Merchants Association brought the girl to the blacksmith and said that she should only go to him for something of good quality. At this time, the blacksmith Jan was working. He hit the molten iron hard with his hammer, giving it shapes. The man looked quite old, but the muscles on his body were preserved. They continued to give him the opportunity to earn a living. Guests visited the master and stood in the doorway for some time watching the blacksmith finish his work. The buyers distracted the blacksmith from his work and announced that they were the ones who had agreed to meet the man at sunset. The master was still not burning with the desire to pay attention to the guests. He needed to finish his work and he paid close attention to details. Finally, he turned his attention to the customers who came to his workshop. He greeted them and said that you can pass. As he placed his almost finished product on the forge, the master told Manhwa that he had heard of her being braver than many men. Manhwa asked the man if he really belonged to a family of blacksmiths. Zhang replied that his father had even made a sword for the emperor. Thanks to these skills, their family became famous and began to make swords for many warriors. However, this work is not easy. The courtesan watched the work of the master and said that they really spent a lot of time in order to prove themselves. Other guests looked at the products. Maitaer took care of the girl and began to tell that weapons are what always kill regardless of the change of generations. John added that weapons are always used for both evil and good purposes, but still their main purpose is to kill. The blacksmith explained his role, which is to sharpen the blade as much as possible for the safety of the buyer. This is simply the work of a blacksmith. The buyers listened to the advice from the master and went to have a snack. Local workers recognized the guy who wanted to run away without paying. Manhwa immediately drew attention to her brother and asked those present what he was doing here and why he was chasing her. Quan apologized to the courtesan and said that he considered Zhang a necessary part of the team but offered to change him if the lady wanted. Myung-woo couldn't stand Yung Guan's presence anymore. She silently looked in his direction and thought what to do with him. The girl lowered her gaze and told her staff leader to make the decision without her letting Chong stay. Then Meng-woo asked those present what they thought about the blacksmith. The warriors did not expect that Meng-woo would suddenly be interested in their opinion. The girl explained that she was asking them because they were to use this weapon and whether the warriors would be able to trust this master. Ma Jiangjie was not at all opposed to such a schedule of events. He wanted to get a very sharp axe at his disposal. The man explained that with such a weapon he would be able to crush enemies in a couple of blows and it would double their destruction. Quan expressed his opinion that the blacksmith was a very good craftsman and said the right things, but they would not be able to pull him. Man Ji asked the warrior what the problem was. Quan replied that not every fighter could afford a weapon made by this master. The squad leader explained that good weapons require money and time, and in critical situations no one thinks about killing but only about defense. He added that mass production from crops or bows is much more profitable than swords because they have more killing power. Zhang listened intently as Zhang explained that many soldiers lose their weapons on the battlefield and losing such weapons would be very costly. He assumed that if someone on the battlefield had a very expensive sword, then he would immediately become the main target to take away his weapon. Meng Wu completely agreed with the warrior. She said that they had better choose a weapon that would be inexpensive, durable, and easy to use. Then Ma Jiangjiai entered the dialogue. He said he had an idea and he had an acquaintance who was now in a village not far from here. He explained that the man was engaged in the manufacture of agricultural implements and could make 100 sickles at once. Meng Wu was very interested in such an idea. Quan immediately offered to send a messenger for the master and bring him here. Meng Wu did not agree with this and said that it was necessary to go to him personally since he could become a very important link in the business. The next day, by order of Manhwa, the travelers set off on the road to the village. They went on a journey in full force. Before that, Yongguan had been begging his new commander all night to take him on the journey. Quan was eventually forced to agree. The events took place the night before the trip. The heavenly city of love was as always beautiful in contrast to the dark forest. Meng Wu had a dialogue with the leading lady who asked how long the courtesan was going to leave. Manhwa answered that for 10 days. The girl said that she would leave all her obligations to Su Ran, so there is no need to worry. But the hostess didn't really trust Su Ran. Meng Wu reassured the woman and said that Su Ran, although a child, does a very good job, albeit a fussy one. The lady said that she was very worried about the banquet, but about Meng Wu much more. The student constantly made the teacher worry. She allowed her to go but asked her not to get into trouble. And Zhong stood by and protected the women all this time. The teacher approached her student and hugged her, advising her to run away as soon as she felt danger. Meng Wu hugged her mentor in return and completely agreed with her, adding that there is no way she would get lost on the way. The headmistress knew very well her best student, who was the most intelligent and strong-willed girl, so she let her go. The woman said that it was time for her to go to the bathroom and then sleep. Meng Wu wished her mentor good night. Silence reigned in the gazebo located on the water. Inside, only the lonely Meng Wu was left sitting under guard. The courtesan turned her head in the direction of the chief of security and asked her in a surprised voice why she was not going home. Zhong replied that she had no right to leave and would guard the courtesan as long as she was here. Meng Wu was pleasantly surprised that Jun cared so much for her, but this time she wanted to be alone, and Zhong decided to change the topic of conversation so as not to leave the lady alone. She asked Man Wu if she would stay in the heavenly place of love. Despite her own fortress, Meng Wu replied that all her memories are connected only to this place where her family is. And Jung asked the girl if her family wasn't Yongguan. The security guard knew that this was a painful topic, but she decided to ask. Meng Wu was tired of the constant talk about her brother. She was upset after these words and thought about the answer. The night was absolutely cloudless today. Starlight glittered in the water that flowed under the gazebo where Manhwa sat. Jung said that Yongguan had a lot to hate, but he came back alive from the battlefield to meet his sister. The boss asked if Meng Wu saw his wounds, after which he barely survived but endured 10 years to find his family. Meng Wu slowly got up from her seat and looked ahead. And Zhong asked the lady to treat her brother at least a little better. Meng Wu was completely emotionless and did not answer anything. She just stared into the void and sank into her memories. And the girl remembered herself as a child when she asked her brother not to leave her, saying that she was fine without her mother. Zhong Guan told his sister to wait and he would definitely bring his mother and his father would return home by that time. Zhou Sung tried to restrain her brother, but he still went in search of his mother. The girl was very afraid to be alone. Time passed and Yongguan never returned home. Cold and windy autumn came to the street with quiet steps. Father returned home after all. Now he told his daughter to go to her grandmother and he would go look for his son. Cho Sung has grown up a bit. She listened to her father's words with bitter tears in her eyes and no longer believed anything. Dad said to wait for him here and he will be back soon. After that, the girl cried even harder, swallowing her tears. Her crying intensified and became hysterical from hopelessness. Little Cho San did not understand what she had done to deserve such treatment. Meng Wu returned from her memories to reality, and in a threatening voice asked Jung what she could possibly know. The girl asked the security chief if she had slept with her brother. And Zhong was simply shocked by such a question and blushed with embarrassment. She replied that of course not and was not going to. Manhwa reassured the guard and said that she was just testing her for emotion. The courtesan approached Zhong and said that a swordswoman who grew up in a decent family would never be able to understand a person who sells her body. Manhwa explained that because of her brother her mother left home and her father died, after which she lost her family and was sold into slavery. Manhwa asked Young if she knew that she had to fight for food and deal with people who buy others for money. The courtesan raised her eyes to the sky and looked at the stars. These memories were too painful for her and she almost cried. Manhwa continued and said that she knew her brother barely survived, but she herself lived in hell and wanted to die but couldn't. The girl asked the guard if she now wants to teach her about life. And Zhong felt quite embarrassed and ashamed after the story. Manhwa added that a person who grew up in a good family cannot judge the lives of others. The girl looked very tortured. The courtesan finished and said that it didn't matter who suffered more as everyone has their own mental and physical pain threshold. The travelers set out at dawn and were now almost halfway there. Someone told his story from his childhood in the war. This was Mu Jiangjiai, who grew up in a small town with a father who knew martial arts and was drafted into the army. The young men were forced to flee the city due to lack of food. They wanted to become a group of mercenaries and join the clan to get food, but everything turned out to be much worse than it seemed. The unit suffered heavy losses in battle as they were very young and inexperienced fighters. Mu Jiangjiai said that after the last battle there were only 4 of them left, so he decided to leave this matter and go to the battle festival. He changed his mind a lot after the tournament. The young man realized that he and his brothers could live a peaceful life, marry, and have children. Man Ji asked the young warrior why he called his commander Hung, which means respect. Mu Jiangjiai replied because he is stronger than him. Man Ji suggested that the young man call Zhongguan the same, as he also defeated him in battle. Mu Jiangjiai said it was just ridiculous. In fact, he hated this young man and did not understand why they had taken him with them. Zhongguan heard the bad words towards him and said that he really didn't like it. Mu Jiangjiai began to seethe with anger. Manhwa ordered everyone to shut up and then negotiate. She asked Mu Jiangjiai how far the village was from here. The young warrior replied that they were almost approaching the goal and they had about 6 hours left on the road. Quan suggested that his hostess take a short break. Manhwa immediately agreed and stopped her horse. She dismounted and said that was a pretty good idea as she needed to draw a map soon. The girl was told that geographic information is very important to facilitate trade, so it needs to be constantly updated. Quan admired his mistress. She managed a horse very skillfully and also drew maps. Man Ji looked elsewhere. Quan asked the boy what happened. Man Ji replied that his attention was drawn to some sounds of beasts in the forest. Quan listened and confirmed that he could also hear a pack of animals approaching. Zhongguan replied that it wasn't all. The young man listened carefully to the sounds in the forest and informed his new captain that he heard human voices there. These loud beastly sounds were made by a pack of wolves that roared loudly and caught up with their prey for dinner. It turned out that Yongguan had no memory of human sounds at all. People really had to run away from wolves. They were 2 very young boys who kept moving forward to prevent the wolves from eating their bodies. The older boy constantly pushed the younger one to move faster. The pack of wolves was getting closer to them. Suddenly the younger boy fell to the floor from being very tired. The elder ordered him to rise quickly so as not to be eaten, but it was already too late. Now the wolves caught up with their 2 victims and I was going to have a tasty snack myself. The boys had no choice but to shake. They hugged each other for the last time before dying, but by some miracle they managed to escape. A warrior came to the children's aid and drove the wolves away with 1 blow. It was Mu Jiangjiai who delivered a powerful axe blow to the nose, striking 2 animals that were killed instantly. The giant warrior confidently told the little boys to get out of here if they wanted to keep their heads on their shoulders. He looked at a pack of wolves that had wonderful fur. Mu Jiangjiai was going to use it to replace his fur on his vest. Opposite him was a pack of wild animals which were on the alert and were not even going to run away. Suddenly their bodies began to be covered with energy. These turned out to be animals that can control their energy. The warrior could not believe what he saw before his eyes. He could not fully understand how this was even possible. The wild animals were the masters of this forest and were not going to retreat. They looked at the enemy and prepared to engage in battle. Literally after a few seconds, the whole pack of these energy wolves rushed towards one man who was very worried. Then Yongguan and Quan came to his aid in time, who rose into the air to prevent the wolves from eating the ally. A powerful double explosion that was accompanied by two types of energy rang out on the battlefield and was able to push the animals back. Zhongguan was also surprised that animals can control energy. Quan explained that, in principle, it was possible if someone taught them. The commander ordered not to be afraid and to prepare for the attack, but said that no mistake could be made, otherwise they would be eaten. The newly formed Manhwa defense squad stood immovably in place and waited for the animals to get as close to them as possible. When this happened, the men were already forced to join the battle. A whole pack of energy wolves pounced on them. Mu Zhangjiai swung his axe as hard as he could to use his technique called the hunter's axe. He struck a powerful blow directly at the point where he observed the largest gathering of wild animals about to attack. Despite the numerous losses, the wolves were not going to retreat, but only became angrier and were going to take revenge. Mu Zhangjiai did not understand why the animals did not continue to attack. They fought side by side with Quan. The commander assumed that these trained animals communicate using animal instincts and move systematically. The warrior swung his spear with all his might and slammed it into the ground using a technique called the green spear triple strike. Wild animals saw huge losses in their ranks, but there were a lot of them and they continued to surround people. To Chona, this pack resembled a real army. Quan proposed a plan according to which the warriors could protect the children. His plan took into account that moment so as not to end up in blind spots. Fighters had to stand with their backs to each other. The fighters immediately obeyed their commander's order and landed near the children, forming a defensive circle around them. Wolves continued to attack, not sparing themselves. The warriors defended themselves, trying not to let any animal into the circle. They were constantly helping each other and covering each other's backs, but it couldn't last too long with so many enemies. After fending off the attack from the other side, Zhongguan returned to his place where a dozen animals again swarmed him. The fighters had to spend a huge amount of their energy in order to protect the children and not be connected themselves. At some point their circle was broken as the boys were forced to move forward a bit for superior defense. Quan used his powerful green spear attack and dismembered dozens of wild animals at once. It seems that they have started to decrease a bit on the battlefield. Mu Zhangjiai rushed to help the children who were being approached by the wolf. Zhongguan fought at full strength, showing the animals what his master had taught him. The young man stood out with his return. Mu Zhangjiai took his own on the battlefield by force. The blows of his axe were extremely powerful and fast. All that could be said about Quan was that he turned out to be a pretty good leader and possessed all the qualities. One of the energy ones again remained unnoticed by the warriors and approached the children, who continued to sit in a heap. They hugged each other and shouted loudly, trying to call at least someone to help with their lives. Mu Zhangjiai didn't have time to swing the axe, so he had to substitute his hand for the wolf's bite. The warrior was very angry with the children, who interfered with him in battle and forced him to place his body under them. Two animals very quickly began to attack Mu Zhangjiai from behind. The fighter did not expect such speed and did not have time to counterattack. All he could do was hope for minor injuries. Suddenly a yellow glow flashed right next to his face. It was Zhongguan, who noticed that an ally was in danger and decided to help him with his powerful attack. Mu Zhangjiai was not very pleased with this turn of events. Zhang said that now was not the time and told his partner to parry the attacks from the mountain. Mu Zhangjiai agreed with his partner and immediately entered the battle following his plan. Yongguan decided to take on all the attacks coming from below. However, he also had to dodge his partner's axe. After doing so and rising into the air, the young man breathed in a lot of energy and was about to use a technique called a chaotic strike. He still made a blow on the nose with his right foot, at the end of which he concentrated the maximum amount of energy and struck even wild animals. In a second, several wolf bodies were on the ground, and Chong himself stepped back and landed behind his ally. Mu Zhangjiai watched the young man attack and was chosen by his speed. He admitted that Chong was quite a strong fighter. Suddenly one of the wolves, who was probably the leader of the pack, raised his head to the sky and began to howl loudly. Wild animals immediately gathered in a pile following the order of the leader and prepared for the next attack. Quan decided to strike early so as not to worsen his own situation. He put a sharp spear in front of him. Hearing the howl, the leader realized that the wolves move in a team like soldiers and therefore obey the orders of one chief. Quan looked at the pack of wolves and noticed that one of them was constantly positioning himself behind to avoid getting hurt. The leader swung his weapon with all his might from behind and prepared to deliver his next green spear strike. Quan used a technique called a green vortex and spun the wild beasts into him. The wolves couldn't do anything about it. The warrior was not going to stop there and quickly went through the weapons in his hands in order to prepare for the next attack. Twisting the spear in the air, Quan once again hit the nose with a powerful blow, but it was much faster than the previous ones. Thus the fighter was able to hit the same wolf that was standing behind the others. The rest of the animals noticed how this happened. Immediately after these events, wolves began to flee from the battlefield. They were not going to continue the fight without their leader. Quan now realized that animals like humans flee when their leader is killed. The battle brought many animal victims. The commander breathed a sigh of relief and ordered his charges to take the children with them and return to Mrs. Manhwa. Yung Guan now had time to assess the abilities of his new allies. He was impressed by the speed and fluidity of Quan's movements in battle. After some time, the travelers reached the village, which was located in the forest among the mountain ranges and was called Saolim. Manhwa rode a horse with children who asked if this was their village. The boys replied that they could not be wrong. Manji told the children that they were lucky because they saved them from death and brought them straight home. Mengwul was a little scared when she heard the cries of the children calling to her. Dan and Moon were also a little scared. It was their father who recognized the children on horseback. The children immediately rushed into the arms of their father. The father hugged his children and said that he missed them very much. He was glad that his sons were safe. One of the local residents of this village recognized Mu Jiangjiai. The warrior also recognized an old friend named Gain Hung. The peasant asked the warrior how he still managed to survive these bloody battles. Mu Jiangjiai replied that he managed to escape. He introduced Menval to his old friend and said that they had come here to meet the blacksmith. Gain Hung pointed a finger at the man in front of him and added that they probably wouldn't have to be introduced to each other anymore. He was the father of the children whom the travelers brought with them and saved from death. He was a mysterious blacksmith and village headman. The travelers were a little confused at this point. They stood for some time and watched the man and children. Mengwul decided to take everything into her own hands. Manji told Zhang that if you look at the expression on the girl's face, they definitely look alike. The courtesan greeted her husband and immediately got down to business. They all went on an excursion as a group. The man led them to his small business house and decided to show them his forge, which brings him bread. The work here was a little different from the work in the Moxen fortress. The sounds of the hammer were almost inaudible. Materials for the product were mined in local mines. Workers melted the metal in furnaces in which the fire was blown to a blue hue and the iron was heated to a liquid state. Next they poured the molten material into molds and mixed it into an alloy. Materials for the alloy were zinc and lead. After that, workers poured the alloy into molds to give the product the appropriate appearance. These were mainly agricultural implements. Mengwul asked if that was enough. The man replied that he fully supports himself with this but is forced to sell the material at lower prices because of its roughness. Mengwul decided to get down to business and asked if the man could make weapons if he had the process and manpower. The man replied that they could do it in the future, but it would be quite unprofitable because the process is expensive. The courtesan said that this is why she came here. The girl promised to invest in the forge the necessary materials and labor for the manufacture of weapons. Koval laughed pleasantly in response and said that it was a profitable offer because he wanted to become better for his children. However, he added that his hands are actually tied and he cannot do this. Mengval did not understand at first and looked at the interlocutor strangely. The man added that their village was under tiger control. He controlled all processes in the village, including the forge. The travelers continued to stay on the territory of a small village in the forge. Mengval asked the man who the tiger was. Koval explained to someone that this was the nickname of a bandit who occupied their village. He had about 100 wards at his disposal. The blacksmith began to tell the story of his village, which earns a living by manufacturing and selling agricultural implements. The interlocutors were sitting in a local cafe, and the man began to tell the story that bandits attacked the village last year and took it under their control. Travelers were at another table and could have a snack. Koval added that the entire place is under occupation and paying tribute. He told the lady that he was being forced to make chains for animals and was taking agricultural products for sale. The workers had to work hard here. The bandits, of course, did not pay them a salary, and the blacksmith himself covered it all. Mengwul watched her wards play with the children. Koval continued by saying that bandits are constantly taking away women and children. Children are exposed to brutal upbringing in a gang, so they constantly run away. That is why Menval's wards met children who were running away from wolves. Koval thanked the girl for the fact that his children were saved, but it could all happen again. Menval only sympathized with her husband. Even if you hide the children, other words, the family could suffer. That is why the man could not accept the offer from the courtesan. Mengwul asked Quan how dangerous those thugs could be. The warrior replied that it was difficult to estimate, but he would try roughly. The young man said that the beasts and bandits use unusual force besides they are in their territory in the mountains. He added that if there had been more beasts that time, they would not have been able to deal with them, as they looked more like bandits than like a real army. Mengwul analyzed every word of her chief of staff. She thought about how to find a way out of this situation. Suddenly loud shouts began to be heard around that the tiger had arrived. Koval was immediately worried and confused. He told Menwul to hide with all his charges and not come forward until the tiger left. Quan was not very happy with this turn of events. Mengwul also did not want to hide and thought of doing something different. A large number of people gathered near the central gate of the village, in front of which stood guests in the form of bandits. There were also wolves among those present who were growling loudly and pouring saliva. They did not really like this atmosphere. It seemed strange to the tiger that the children were here and his wild beasts returned home barely alive and wounded. He stood in front of the children's father and kept the animals on chains. The tiger added that children definitely could not do such a thing to animals. The bandit's face was large and unshaven. He sipped the drink from the pear-shaped tank and ordered the old man to explain everything. The man continued to hug his children and became confused. He didn't even know what to say to the bandit leader in response. The blacksmith replied that the children were supposed to spend the night with him and return back, and suggested that the pack of wolves might have simply gotten lost in the mountains. The tiger said that a pack of wolves could not get lost in its territory, and assumed that the headman wanted to make a complete fool of him. He continued to restrain his wild beasts in chains and said that he thought he smelled mercenaries in here. At this moment, Manwul and his wards were hiding behind jugs of liquid and listening to the dialogue nearby. Yung Guang and the rest of the allies were sitting at the other end of the counter. The tiger said that his animals were definitely killed by mercenaries and that the children were saved. The blacksmith began to justify himself to the bandit. He wanted to save his children and said that he would never do this to him. Tiger's supporters immediately decided to subdue the man and hit him, knocking him off his feet. The children began to cry and scream. The leader of the bandits said that people like animals need discipline, and it is lost over the years, manifesting itself in lies. The tiger loosened his chain a little so that one of the wolves approached the blacksmith. He asked why the man suddenly started lying to him. The animal felt the energy of its owner and completely transferred it to its victim. The tiger immediately ordered the man to tell the truth. The blacksmith trembled with fear in the face of death. However, Mengval did not give out and said that he did not know anything. Quan stopped his lady and told them to sit and wait, as they would not be able to deal with the enemies and protect the courtesan. Mengval did not want to sit still because the blacksmith was in danger. However, she perfectly understood the seriousness of the situation. The tiger continued to drink and asked the old man why he was trembling, and therefore he definitely knew something about this situation. The wolf opened its mouth and was about to bite off the blacksmith's head. The tiger asked the man if he really wanted to die right now. The blacksmith continued to sit on the ground and tremble with fear because above his head was a dangerous wolf. Suddenly, this same wild animal licked the man's face. He was shaken by fear again, but now in a different way. The tiger laughed at the man and said that it was a joke and that it was not profitable for him to kill such a skilled blacksmith. The man is a myth. Take a breath and calm down a little. Behind him, the children who cared for their father continued to cry. The tiger said that he would spare the old man and not kill his children. The man continued to catch his breath and thanked the bandit leader for it. But these were not all the conditions expressed by the tiger. He said he wouldn't kill the children, but he couldn't just let them go. The children were taken in by the supporters of the tiger, and the father could not do anything about it, as well as the rest of the residents who were on their knees. Staring into his bottle, the bandit leader wondered how much these children could be sold for. After these words, fear appeared on the father's face. He could not believe that a thug would do such a cruel thing to him. The tiger decided to set one of his wolves on the youngest son, who opened his mouth wide in front of the little one. At that moment, a loud explosion rang out near the central gate. The wolf was killed with a powerful punch. The tiger retreated a little and could not understand who dared to do such actions in his territory. The blacksmith was also somewhat in shock and could not move away from the threats, and something terrible was also happening here. One of the bandits saw a potential enemy in front of him and began to take out his weapon, asking who he was. At that moment, a blow came from his side which the man did not expect. Mu Jiangjiai's strength could be seen in this one. Together with Yung Guan, they helped the unfortunate children. They weren't going to stand by and wait. The young men decided to act without the leader's order since the situation was critical, and now they were looking straight into the eyes of the opponents. Quan was simply shocked by the behavior of his wards. He said he would definitely deal with them when they got home. The tiger asked the strangers who they were and how they dared to attack them. The bandits were preparing to engage in battle. Suddenly they were interrupted by Manhwa, who came out of hiding and told them to drop their weapons on the floor and just listen to her. Bandits looked at the girl with a misunderstanding. They could not understand why they should listen to her and throw their weapons on the floor. The tiger waved again with his bottle and asked what such a beautiful girl was doing in a godforsaken village. Manhwa introduced herself as the head of one of the Moxen fortresses and added that there was simply some misunderstanding between them. The tiger asked if it was her wards who killed his wolves. Mengval immediately apologized and added that it was all in self-defense. The courtesan turned to face her brother and waved her hand at him. John didn't understand what was happening. Then Manhwa slapped her brother hard. Mu Jiangjiai was simply shocked by such a display in front of him. Manhwa told the young man that he had defiled the bandit leader with his intolerant behavior. John was just shocked. The courtesan apologized to the tiger for her ill-mannered and stupid ward and said that she would make up for everything on her behalf. The girl bowed her head to her husband and said that they really didn't want that. The wards did not expect this from the courtesan. Leaning down, the girl turned to her brother in a displeased voice and asked why he was just standing there. She ordered him to also bow before the leader of the bandits in apology. Chong still couldn't understand anything. Yung Guan decided not to go against his boss's words and told Mu Jiangjiai that he also needed to bow with him. The young men were forced to do this even though it was against their principles. Manhwa wanted to appear fair in the eyes of the bandits. The girl approached the man and said that she was actually interested in the blacksmith in this village, so she needed to talk to the tiger. Manhwa looked directly into the bandit's eyes and promised to make him an offer that would not fail to interest him. Even Tiger felt embarrassed in front of such a beautiful girl. He said that he would definitely like this offer. The leader of the bandits still succumbed to the feminine charms of Manhwa and agreed to listen to her. The atmosphere at the gate was not friendly. Kwang told Zhang not to be upset about it, as Myung-woo saved their lives because they would have died in battle for sure. Surprisingly, Chong agreed with every word of his new leader. He admitted his mistake and that he almost killed them all, but he was confused by a completely different thing. He looked at his sister and wondered why she didn't feel anything when she hit him. Menval together with Tigrum arrived at a more comfortable environment for conversation and began to discuss the business prospects of the courtesan. The leader of the Forest Tiger Squad was sitting on a chair, and after listening to the girl's idea said that he had not seen arms dealers for a very long time. Mengval asked the man if he had ever dealt with the country's affairs. Behind the backs of both sides of the negotiations stood their guards. Tiger replied that he once worked on the northern border where traders literally forced them to buy low-quality and expensive goods. Therefore, the man had to abandon the traders to the wolves. He said that the wolves were then satisfied and ate to glory. Mengwul looked at the animal at the man's feet and assumed that he had been taming wild animals for quite some time. The tiger admitted that he had learned this in a neighboring country, and when he taught the wolves to beat tribute, he realized that they were more faithful than men. The man suggested that these conversations be left for later and asked what Mengwul was doing on his territory with his wards. The girl replied that they had come to look for a gunsmith. They want to find a blacksmith who will make weapons inexpensively and in abundance. Manhwa pointed to the headman and added that she had spoken with him and received a positive answer that it was possible to do it in principle. She said that she was ready to give all her money to her husband and once again apologized for not knowing the local area. The girl took out a trump card from her sleeve and said that the weapon could be used to beat money from merchants, and she would do it for him. The wards of the courtesans simply stood in shock and silently listened to the dialogue. Mengwul continued to say that the man's money would be dripping from the sky. She promised him incredible riches with which he would become very rich. The tiger listened to the interlocutor and sipped his drink. Standing up, the man said that the girl knows a lot about this matter, and by the way, he really likes the title of rich man. The tiger suggested that the young girl discuss this issue in more detail over a glass of some strong drink. He looked at the courtesan with lustful eyes and invited her to his bar, warning the girl that it was not good to refuse. Manhwa warriors were simply shocked by such talk. They were not going to intervene yet and were waiting for an answer from the lady. Mengwul also got up from her seat and bowed to the man. She replied that she would not dare to refuse her husband. The girl said that she wants to go there now, but she needs to get ready and put herself in order. She asked the leader of the bandits in a mysterious voice if he wanted to see her in front of him in such an inappropriate way. Childish thoughts flashed through the man's head again. He smiled widely and told the girl to be perfect when meeting, but he had one condition. He ordered Mengwul's detachment to remain in this place, and when their meeting was over they would be led to the mountains. The young men continued to stand immovably in their places and did not dare to contradict their head anymore. Even Yongguan held back his emotions. Manhwa went to make herself look good, and her charges started a conversation about recent events. Quan chided his charges for rushing into battle and not considering the fact that many children could die on the battlefield. Mu Zhangjiai couldn't understand why they had to put up with this abuse of children and was very angry because of this non-bandits. At this moment, Zhongguan entered the dialogue and apologized to the allies for being the first to go forward and forcing his partner to do so. The young man fully admitted his guilt in this situation, but then he could not do anything with himself because the memories came flooding back. Yongguan looked with pitiful eyes at the old man hugging his children and remembered his father who was always by his side. Mu Zhangjiai reassured his partner and placed a hand on his shoulder, saying that he would have rushed into battle anyway if not for Henim. Chong was very surprised. Mu Zhangjiai explained that he saw a very nice person in John, so now he is a little Hyun Nim to him. Jung said he can't be Hai Nim because he's too young. But everyone around is a maximum of 16 years old, not counting Quan. The leader did not know what to do and told his wards to think about what to do next, as their situation is not the best. Thanks to Manhwa, they managed to avoid the battle, but now everything is in the hands of bandits and they have to survive somehow. Quan eyeballed his potential adversaries and said that they were strong enough, yet he didn't trust them at all. Therefore, the leader suggested to wait for Manji first. The wards had nothing against it and agreed with their leader. The warriors finished their dialogue and silence fell between them. Suddenly they realized that they had not seen Manji for a long time. Yongguan looked at the commander with a surprised look and asked where this little rascal had gone anyway. The base of the wolf pack was located high in the mountains. It lay right in the middle of the crater of a volcano that dried up many years ago. People were moving along the mountain slope. There was a very large number of them, and they were heading to their homes, which were located below. The buildings here were as simple as possible. Wooden tents with the most simple roof and a small balcony. A spy was hiding behind one of the trees who was watching where the enemies went to hide after the battle. It was Manji who was trying to assess the situation around him and understand where his head was going to drink with the bandit. He was a little uncomfortable. The boy remembered the dialogue when they were in the shelter and Manwul ordered him to wait. The courtesan said that she would try to distract those bandits and the boy should follow them and look around the area. Manji went too far and stepped into enemy territory. He was going to look with just one eye and run away. The guy hid behind one of the rocks and heard how the kid was being forced to do something, so he decided to stick his head out and check. The bandits kicked the children who were saved by the travelers on the way and said that if they ran away again their father would die. Manji concluded that the bandits were taking villagers captive and forcing them to work in the mines, constantly threatening them. The smaller boy fell to the ground and began to cry. The supervisor ordered the child to blow his snot and quickly stand up. Otherwise, he wanted to finish them off. The older brother tried to calm his relative down to keep him out of danger. Manji watched all this carefully from cover. He didn't like the sight, but there was nothing he could do about it. The boy thought that he had already looked enough and listened, so he got up and decided to move his legs from here. Then bandits began to bring children and people to their base, the entrance to which was undercover and led deep. Manji couldn't resist and broke into this building. He managed to remain unnoticed and was hiding behind a pillar. The boy watched what was happening from below. There were a large number of wolves, and Manji realized that it was a wolf farm. The young man was surprised by the scale of all this action. There were a huge number of wolves here, which Manji estimated at 300. The bandit leader appeared in the arena. The wolves were very happy to see their master and immediately rushed to his feet. The tiger ordered one of the wards to feed the wolves and order the village women to prepare everything for the arrival of the guests. Another ward asked the boss what he was going to do with that girl. The tiger admitted that she had made a rather tempting offer. Meanwhile, the bandits began to feed the animals with meat. Tiger added that if the girl really paid them a lot of money, that would be great. The man considered the events in advance and assumed that they could become friends with the army again and possibly return to their ranks. The ward asked his boss what if the girl turned out to be a fraud. The tiger replied that then you can just kill her. But before that, he added that you can have a good time with her as her body is best suited for such pleasures. Manji could hear every word spoken from below. He was simply shocked by the savagery and vulgarity of the bandit leader. Suddenly, without realizing it, the boy took a small step to the left and his foot broke off a piece of wood. The bandits immediately paid attention to something that fell from the ceiling. They could not understand what it could be. The men looked at the floor where a broken piece of wood lay. He looked rather suspicious for such a place. The tiger did not want to deal with it and decided that some mouse ran over it. At this moment, Manji almost put his pants on. He continued to stand behind the pillar holding his breath. The tiger went to bed and ordered drinks to be brought to his room. After that, Manji could no longer stay here because it was too dangerous. He quickly jumped to the ground and headed for the exit. The boy ran so fast that he didn't even look around where the guards or wolves might be waiting for him. At the other end of the corridor to the left in the darkness, a wild animal showed its bright eyes and was about to chase the fugitive. Meanwhile, Manhwa, we were preparing for negotiations with the leader of the bandits. The girl had a good feeling today. The bandits who were left to guard Manhwa's wards were simply shocked when they saw the courtesan in front of them. Behind the girl were her wards who looked at potential opponents with malicious eyes and wanted to attack them. Manhwa really looked amazing today. She wore a pink dress with a wide slit at the end. The girl said that all the preparations were over and she could leave. After these words, the squad accompanied her on her way.